Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Awakened the Power of Divine Wrath. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. You're joking, right? Dean asked, setting down his glass of beer on the table. Sam grimaced at him to express that he wasn't. London. You want to go to London? Chip, cheerio, have a damn cup of tea, London. Sam gave him a deadpan look. No, the one next to Las Vegas, he said sarcastically. Dean paused mid-sip to look at his little brother. It's near Vegas? He asked, trying to keep the hopeful tone out of his voice. Sam rolled his brown eyes until only the whites showed. What? I was joking. Sure you were, Sam responded, looking back at his computer. He was downloading several relevant files using the bar's free Wi-Fi. I was, Dean defended, sloshing his drink. Whoops. Sam barely spared him a glance, pulling up the news article that had caught his eye. He turned his computer towards his brother. Dean wiped his hand off on his plaid shirt before scrolling through it. So a boy gets stuck in a snake exhibit, so what? Dean said, turning his green-eyed stare to his brother. There was cheer from behind them as the local football team scored on the television. You skimmed it. Apparently the glass disappeared while the boy was leaning on it. Snake escaped, and the boy fell in the glass reappearing behind him. Sam explained to him, slightly irritated by the noise. Sam had already concocted a few theories, the most relevant being a weak witch. Judging by he bored expression in his brother's face, Dean had come to the same conclusion and didn't find it worth his time. Okay, so it's a witch. Big whoop. We are not going all the way across the ocean for that. Dean replied, shuddering at the thought of being on a plane. As if his fear had not been bad enough already, the hunt they had taken on a crashing plane had made him vow to never step foot in an airport again. A hunter over there will take care of it, he added when Sam gave him a dubious look. I thought that too, Sam admitted, pushing his brown hair out of his face. But, no buts, Dean interrupted, downing the rest of his drink. He smacked his lips together in satisfaction and then leveled Sam with an authoritative gaze. Look in Dad's journal and call someone if it is bothering you. But there is no way in hell that we are going over there. Sam glared and dragged the journal close to him, flipping through it for any mention of foreign hunters. Huh, this is weird, Sam muttered, reading a page of the journal. Dean raised an eyebrow at him in question. Well, on this page Dad wrote about his personal life. I think that's what it is at least, definitely not hunter-related. Sam flipped to the next page but only found information of a hunt. It says, today is Dean's 15th birthday. He probably is furious that I'm not with him. I know that Sammy will most likely do something for his brother. That boy's heart is the size of the moon. He reminds me of his mother. Dean too. It hurts to look at them sometimes and I wish I could forget. I might forget, if I can find WH. It has been taking the memories of hunters. Bobby will take good care of the boys if I don't return. As much as he and I don't see eye to eye, he makes one hell of a father. I hope I can send Harry his way. I have never done anything for my goddaughter when she was here, but I sure am not going to let down her son too. He is out there, somewhere. I remember that, Dean said, smiling at the memory. You tore pages out of your favorite book to build me a kite. And then it rained while we were outside, and it fell apart and I started to cry. Sam added, smiling fondly at his brother. Dean fell the tingle of tears and blinked a few times. Dean was a lot of things, but a crier was not one of them, especially not in front of strangers. So we stayed up all night watching that dumb magic trick show so you would feel better. Dean gave a huff of laughter. That was a good birthday, Dean said, standing up and leaving a few bills on the table. Sam was looking at him with watering eyes and he sighed. Here, Sam nodded, dramatically making his lower lip quiver. Dean rolled his eyes and scanned the bar before opening his arms. Sam hugged him tightly, but it was Dean who didn't want the hug to end. Sam pulled away and Dean ran a hand through his short hair. You've met your chick flick quota for the month, Dean said, grabbing his jacket and walking out. Sam laughed, the edges of his eyes crinkling with joy. He closed up his laptop and chased after his older brother. Harry slowly moved his toy horse across his bed, trying to ignore the growling in his stomach. It was the third day of no food after the incident at the zoo. He heard Vernon and Petunia trying to soothe Dudley, who was demanding they take him to the fair in town. He rolled his brilliant green eyes and laid back on his cot. He mimicked the voices quietly, wanting them to just leave. He got his wish when he heard the front door open and the car start. Harry tried to open the door but found it locked. "Great," he mumbled. Harry chewed his lip, thinking about what he had done at the zoo. He had pleaded with his door to open, but nothing had happened. He tried to remember how he had done it at the zoo, but all he could recall was how angry he had been. Open the door, nothing. Harry gave a small growl of frustration, placing his hand on the door. Open. He heard the various locks on the outside of his door unlock in quick succession. The door creaked open, deafening in the silent home. Harry crept out warily, worried that his uncle would come into the hall as if by magic. Once he had controlled his beating heart, he snuck into the kitchen. He rummaged through the cabinets and fridge but could not find anything that he could take without being obvious. There was light knocking at the door that made him jump. He rushed to the door, peeking through the window next to it. It was his neighbor and she was holding a plate of cookies. His stomach growled at him. Harry opened the door with what he hoped was a sweet smile. "Oh, where is your aunt?" she asked, looking past him. "They all went to the fair," Harry told her, eyes glued to the plate in her hands. "Are those for Dudley?" he asked. She nodded slowly, looking as if she were deciding whether or not to trust Harry with them. "Here, bring these inside. I have to get home," she said, handing him the plate and hurrying away, casting glances back at the small boy. Harry closed the door and grabbed a cookie, stuffing it into his mouth. He smiled in bliss. He was halfway to the kitchen when he paused. How was he going to explain how the cookies had appeared? The plate was styrofoam, so Aunt Petunia would not need to return it, but Ms. Mayberry might ask her about the cookies. "Damn," he cursed. "That's the 5th number I've called. These hunters don't remember that they're hunters. Most of them are completely nuts," Sam said, snapping his phone shut. Dean drummed his fingers against the steering wheel in thought. The case was starting to get pretty serious. But it was decidedly not their problem. He wasn't going to bring his brother into something that they couldn't handle. Sam was looking at him expectantly, and he sighed. Sam was a strange type of stubborn, grabbing onto things obsessively so he wouldn't have time to dwell on the past. So something is erasing Hunter's memories, which is what Dad was most likely talking about in his journal. He left to take care of it, but didn't find it, or he couldn't stop it, Dean said, his foot pressing down a little more on the accelerator. Dad would not let that stop him, Sam said. Dean bit his tongue to refrain from commenting on how strange it was to hear Sam defend their father. That man loved hunting more than he loved us, he would not let it go. Dean mentally rolled his eyes, feeling foolish for not waiting for the other shoe to drop. I think he did find it. Maybe the creature or witch or whatever got smart and just made him forget about finding out about it. Too many hunters losing their memory. That raises red flags. We might never know. He has never mentioned this Harry to us either. Maybe he was too late and just came back home, Dean suggested. A woman staggered into the street. Holy! Dean slammed on the brakes, turning the wheel sharply. The car came to a stop inches from the woman. Sam rushed out to make sure she was okay. Evil, evil, evil. Just like they said, she whispered to herself. Besides her wide eyes, she was pretty well composed, as if she had been out on a morning stroll. She knew and still kept him. Sam noticed her foreign accent and started to grow suspicious. Ma'am, how did you get here? He asked her softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, but otherwise did not acknowledge his presence. I should have gone home the second I saw him at the door, she continued, ignoring Sam. He couldn't make me forget. I should have listened, should have done what he said. She burst into tears, kneeling in the middle of the road. Dean walked up to them, having just returned from scouting the forest that she had come from. What's going on? He asked lowly. Sam pulled Dean a little bit further away. Dean, she mentioned this Ville man trying to make her forget something. Sound familiar? He pressed. Dean looked over at the woman. You aren't going to let this go, are you? Sam, this woman burst out of the woods with no trace of anything else having been in there with her. She nuts. That's it, he said, slashing out his arm to emphasize his point. Yeah, but check this out, Sam said, producing the medical card he had swiped from her pocket. Melanie Mayberry. Number 6 Privet Drive, Little Whinging. Sam read. That's in England, dude. Is there any other hunters you can call? He asked hopefully. No, Dean. I have no idea how she got here. But it's gotta be like a sign or something, right? Sam urged, grabbing his brother by the shoulder. This is about something else. Isn't it? Dean said calmly. He felt Sam's grip tighten slightly and knew he had hit the nail on the head. Sam stiffly removed his hand. Of course not, he responded, walking back towards the woman. Dean watched him go, frowning. Sam hid so much, but he was no better. He watched as Sam tried to convince the woman to get in the car. He needed to figure out what they were going to do. Dean looked back out into the forest, hoping to catch sight of anything. Sam cursed loudly in alarm, drawing Dean's attention. The woman was gone. Harry gasped in surprise as Ms. Mayberry reappeared in front of him. She looked around wildly and upon spotting him gave a high-pitched scream. She bolted up the stairs, Harry following a few steps behind. Ms. Mayberry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Where did you go? Was it scary? Harry called after her, his Autumn trainers thumping against the white carpet, staining it with mud. She ignored him, throwing open the door to her room. She snatched up her car keys from the table and turned around. Harry stood in the doorway, watching her with curious eyes from behind outdated specs. I'm leaving. Like you wanted, let me go. She pleaded, eyes wet with tears. Harry scrunched his nose in confusion. Are you scared of me, Ms. Mayberry? He asked innocently, backing out of the doorway. She ran past him and down to her car. Harry watched from the window as she pulled away and sped off, not knowing that she would never return. Going back downstairs, he went into her kitchen, pulling the canned foods from her pantry. Feeling a bit guilty, he pulled the meager amount of money that he had in his shoe and left it on her counter. Harry went out the backyard, slipping through the hedges that separated the two houses. He had just locked himself back in his cupboard when the unmistakable roar of his uncle's car filled his ears. He double-checked to make sure all his food was hidden and then laid on his cot. Mad woman she is, he heard his uncle mutter as the man entered the house. They should revoke her license, they should. I never liked her. Petunia sniffed. She could have killed ma poor Duddykins, driving like that. Harry rolled his eyes. Stop it, Mum. I'm fine. Dudley groaned, stomping up the stairs. Harry blinked away the dust with a frown. The locks clicked open one by one, the door opening to reveal his uncle's large form. Boy, go weed the garden, and if I catch you eating any of your aunt's vegetables, you will be sorry. He warned, pulling Harry out by his hair and shoving him towards the front door. Harry rubbed his head and walked outside, kneeling by the front flower garden. He weeded methodically. The chore nothing new to him. It was just starting to rain, a loud crack of thunder making him jump. Harry sighed and hummed a song as he pulled the weeds. He used this time mostly to reflect on his parents. Aunt Petunia did not talk much about her sister, and that which she did say was hateful. He knew that her name was Lily, and that she had died in a car crash. He liked to think that his mother was very beautiful with long brown hair and green eyes, just like him. He knew nothing about his father, not even his name. Petunia always said he was the cause of the crash. And Harry doubted that he wanted to be like the man. A drunk who had killed himself and his wife, leaving their baby alone in the world. Why should I believe her though? Harry asked himself. Petunia was always telling him things that weren't true. She called him a freak, but Harry thought he was pretty normal. He went to school like everyone else, and his teachers thought he was very smart. He supposed that others couldn't make things happen, like he didn't know what that meant, but he decided that as long as he wasn't using his power that he was normal. You saw that, right? Sam exclaimed after his shock had worn off. Death Echo. Dean rationalized, looking back at the forest. She will come back out in a moment, I bet. Last time I checked, Death Echoes don't have medical cards. Sam countered, holding the card next to his face. Why are you avoiding this? Dean clenched his jaw. Get in the car, Dean ordered, walking back to his side. He got inside and slammed the door shut, not even wincing at the fact that he might have hurt his baby. Sam shoved his hands in his pockets, glaring at the car. Now, Dean shouted out of the window. His younger brother sighed and walked off the road, into the woods. Dean knew what Sam was trying to do, but he had been on too many guilt trips recently and was running low on fucks to give. Dean would bet anything that Sam was waiting just beyond the outer ring of trees, expecting him to go chasing after him and give in. The worst part of it all was that Dean could feel himself giving in already. The journal entry that Sam had read had made their father seem like an actual person instead of an army commander. To many, Dean did not seem like a sentimental person, especially with how much he spouted against it, but this Harry had caught his attention. The boy was presumably motherless, much like Sam and him, and in need of Bobby to be his father figure. It had been 11 years though. Harry was most likely grown up and was no longer in need of rescuing. Still, it nagged at him that their father had left a case seemingly unresolved. Dean shook his head, green eyes casting a glance at the clock. What they needed to be focusing on was Yellow Eyes. The angels that had appeared to Sam and him had really changed the game up, at least in his eyes. Castiel especially, who had started as a general dick with wings but had become something else towards the end. Dean could see potential in the blue-eyed angel, but he doubted that their paths would ever cross again. There was a thud as Sam entered the car, sullen and refusing to look at Dean. I'm hoping. Sam fell silent, a lump lodged in his throat. His brother didn't need to continue, because Dean had already been thinking the same thing. You're hoping that it also too. Memories that prevented Dad from treating us like normal kids. Dean looked over at his brother and could see that he was right. Sam had always worn his heart on his sleeve, ever since they were children. It's too late for that, Sam admitted, surprising Dean. Shifting in his seat, barely missing the ceiling due to his incredible height, Sam directed determined brown eyes at his older brother. Harry is out there still. I know it's been a long time, but I know. There was a momentary silence before the two of them clasped their right hands together in solidarity. The gesture was more than a brotherly custom, it was a promise. The bond they shared had not been broken or weakened by Sam's stint at college, it had simply become static. They both jumped as a black-haired man appeared in the back seat. His blue eyes were filled with an intensity that only matched the level of dishevelem that his trench coat had chivied. Drive. Harry had just finished weeding the front garden, and was soaked to the bone. He stubbornly kept his mouth shut so his teeth would not chatter. He moved to the garden that was along the fence that separated their house from Ms. Mayberry's. Her house was quiet, black skid marks disfiguring her driveway. Harry hoped that he had not scared her too badly, as that had not been his intention. Using his super-secret powers on her may have been a bad idea. He was absolutely sure Uncle Vernon would take a belt to his back if he ever found out what Harry could do. It was bad enough what had been done to him when he did things he could not explain. A small bead of blood welled up on his finger when he distractedly grabbed a rose. He hastily wiped it on his oversized shirt, ignoring it. Harry knew deep down that what he did had to be magic. Uncle Verno. N was very sure that magic didn't exist, however, and that confused Harry. He guessed that his uncle was probably right. Why would he be magic? He was, after all, just Harry. The Impala sped off without a moment's hesitation, smoke coming off of the pavement. Dean yanked the rear-view mirror down so he could look at the angel in his car. Upon closer inspection he could see a busted lip, and an eye that was beginning to darken. Castiel touched his fingers to his face, instantly healing himself. Castiel? Sam asked in confusion. Castiel inclined his head. Sam, Dean. Lightning struck the pavement behind them. Something has happened. Castiel pulled out a blade. Whoa. Saws, let's just talk about this. Sam yelped, moving as far away as he could. Dean looked at his side mirror, seeing the cracking road approaching. He pressed down more on the accelerator. Castiel sliced at the roof of the Impala leaving a trail of white light in its wake. What the hell is going on? Dean demanded, swerving to avoid another lightning strike. We need to leave, Castiel said in his usual monotone as he gazed out the back window. Give me a place. What are you talking about? Sam asked. Dean is already driving. Tell us where to go. Saws turned back to face them, his eyes glowing brightly. Pick a place. London. Dean blurted just before the entire car was filled with a burning light. It receded just as quickly. And both brothers hesitantly opened their eyes. Do not leave the car. Castiel told them. I have warded it temporarily. Dean stared out at the fields before them, the rain pattering softly against the car. Sam shakily removed his hand from his chest, turning more completely in his seat to look at the angel. The raven-haired man was watching them both calmly, as if the why hadn't just tried to outrun the wrath of heaven itself. What just happened? Dean asked hoarsely, not bothering to move. Castiel was silent for a few minutes, watching the beads of water on the window race each other. What he had done was very wrong, yet at the same time, very right. You went off the plan. There was an unidentifiable variable that we could not have accounted for. The moment you came into contact with it, everything changed. I changed. Castiel looked down at his hands. I have decided to save you. I feel that this is what God would have wanted. When you came into contact with this entity, your purpose changed. Are you all right, Sam? Sam forced a smile, even though he was getting a tremendous headache, and desperately wished that Ruby had been with them. I'm fine. Just a lot to take in. So they bring me back from the dead, just to ice me. Dean said to get them back on topic. The woman that you met, radically displaced from her home in a moment's notice, derailed the plan. The new plan is to rid the current players and regroup. Castiel explained. I have already given Bobby the necessary protections, as well as a few of your friends. Others were thankfully able to argue for the amnesty of players who had not yet touched the plan. They are trying to kill us because of that crazy woman. Dean exclaimed. Sam gave his brother a small smack in the shoulder. I told you it was important. Gee, thanks, he replied sarcastically, making a face to mock his brother. Sam gave a huff of frustration. The woman has been terminated. Saz told them gravely. I hope you know what your purpose is. Because I cannot tell you. How do you know that we have a purpose? Sam asked. I can feel it. We will need to get out of the car eventually. Dean commented. Oh yes, I apologize. Saz reached over and placed a hand on both of their chests. I have branded your ribs with an anti-tracking engraving. Sam and Dean both moved back, touching their chests in disbelief. It is for your own good. And why should we trust you? Dean accused, starting up his car. Because I am the one who gripped you tight and raised you from perdition. Castiel stated. We share a profound bond. One that my brothers and sisters cannot seem to break. I am also considered a player in this game. I will be staying with you. You still full of angel juice? Dean asked. It will fade over time. Castiel admitted softly. The rawness of his emotions opened up the smallest hole in Dean's armor. The angel seemed to be telling the truth, and had most likely sacrificed a lot to be down on Earth with him. He was certain they would not have killed Castiel, perhaps just locked him away for a few millennia. Yet, Saz had fought to save the people that Dean cared about most. I am not exactly sure what I am anymore. I will become man, but do not know anything about it. That's all right, neither of us really knows what we're doing either. Sam reassured. But from now on, we do it together. We need to start this case. And end it fast. Then we can figure out what to do with the rest of our lives. Good, and I know exactly where we are staying tonight. Boy, come in to make dinner. Petunia screeched from the front window. Harry wearily stood up, wiping his muddied hands on his trousers. He had been outside for hours, and was beginning to worry that they would leave him outside all night. There was a distant rumbling and Harry paused halfway in the door to watch the sleek black car roll onto their street. Petunia grabbed him by the shoulder to yank him inside, but curiosity got the better of her. The Impala parked in the driveway of number 6 Privet Drive, 3 incredibly good-looking men exiting the car. Harry made a face of disgust as he saw Petunia primp her hair and put on a sickening sweet smile. She isn't home at the moment. She called out, drawing their attention. The tallest of them clamped a hand on the shortest shoulder, preventing him from speaking. The trio made their way over to the Dursley household with pleasant smiles. Hi there. We are your new neighbors. The green-eyed one said. His gaze shifted down to Harry and he gave the boy a friendly wink. Harry raised an eyebrow in return. Looks like this rascal didn't get inside in time. Petunia gave a fake giggle, pulling Harry close to her as if she actually cared about him. Oh, yes. He just returned from the park. Alone? Another asked, causing Petunia's smile to falter. He's kinda young. Harry glared at the tall man. I'm nearly 11. Another giggle from his aunt. Yes, he. Thinks himself to be quite the independent boy. How rude of me, I am Petunia, this here is my nephew Harry. I'm Dean, the green-eyed man said. That there is my brother Sam, and Shorty over there is Castiel. Harry could see that Dean was beginning to get uncomfortable with Petunia's not-so-silent admiration. Is Saz your boyfriend? Harry asked, casting a significant sidelong glance at his aunt when Dean looked at him in shock. An understanding smile came to his face and he gave Harry a discreet thumbs up for his quick thinking. Why yes he is, Dean announced, wrapping an arm around Castiel's shoulders. He's my angel from heaven. Behind the pair Sam made fake retching sounds causing Harry to laugh. Yes, we share a profound bond. Saz added, confused to the turn of events. Dean blindly kicked behind him several times, missing his brother completely. Sammy here is single, Dean said with malice. Petunia fluttered her eyes. Oh boys, I am a married woman. Dean gave Harry a betra. Yet look when the boy started to snicker. You must join us for dinner. I must say I am curious about the three of you. Dean's stomach decided for them when it gave a loud growl. Don't mind if we do, Petunia. Dean accepted, ruffling Harold's hair in revenge as he passed. Harry rushed towards the kitchen, Petunia hurrying after him. Nice family, Dean commented to his companions. Sam frowned as he looked at the walls. There doesn't seem to be many pictures of Harry, he noticed. He could be visiting. I mean, Dean stopped dead in his tracks, causing the others to run into him. No way is it this easy. Wait, you think this boy is? Quote. 11 years Sammy. Maybe there isn't a case here. Dean whispered as they came closer to the end of the hall. Why are we whispering? Saz asked, popping his head between the two of them. Sam and Dean nodded to each other, agreeing to investigate the boy while they were here. Hello there. Please have a seat with us in the living room, while my lovely wife fixes dinner. A portly man gestured them over to the couches. Dean and Saz sat near each other, by a blond boy who was rounder than he needed to be. Sam took an empty armchair as Harry rushed out to go change his clothes. I am Vernon Dursley, this here is my boy Dudley. The boy gave a grunt of a greeting, not bothering to look up from his handheld gaming system. Nice to meet you. I am Sam, those two lovebirds are Dean and Saz. We just moved in next door. Sam explained. Mayberry sold her house then. Good, she was a rotten woman. Nearly ran my family off the road this morning. Vernon ranted, his mustache quivering. Where are you lot from then? We are from Kansas, in America. The North one. Sam gave an awkward cough. My brother and I are federal agents. Retired. Dean quipped. Yes, retired federal agents. Saz he teaches. Dean glared at his brother. Oh, what do you teach? Dean silently begged Saz to not say something stupid. I teach language, Saz said, followed by something in a tongue none of them could understand. A cultured man. Excellent. Harry re-entered the room, choosing to sit on the floor near Dean and Saz. Sam studied the boy closely. The most striking thing about him was his brilliant green eyes, that is, until he pushed his bangs aside to reveal a lining scar. Sorry to interrupt, but bathroom? Sam asked innocently. I'll show you, Harry offered, getting up. Sam followed the boy upstairs, but stopped him in the middle of the hall. Harry, look, how did you get the house next door? I saw Ms. Mayberry this morning, Harry asked, curious about the trio. She was a friend of Saz. She didn't want it anymore. Sam gave a nervous laugh. Just, gave us the keys and went off to America. Sort of like foreign exchange. Do you live here? You said you used to be federal agents. Harry continued. I have met government agents before, they always believe the adults. Are you like that? Sam knelt down so he was eye level with Harry. The boy was too small for his age, and the cheer in the house was too strained for his liking. You weren't at the park, were you? Sam asked softly. Harry's emerald eyes met his and Sam winced as another pang of hunger hit him. I know how you really got Ms. Mayberry's house. You were going to break in, 'cause I made her leave. Harry confessed, his eyes wide. I try not to use my POW so I can be normal like everyone else. I don't want to be a freak. Sam's eyes watered, the raging hunger in his gut turning into an empty pit. There was a case here, one that had been postponed 11 years and festered into something potentially dangerous. Even though Sam did not see eye to eye with his father, the man's acceptance of this boy into their family was important to him. If this was the boy who the woman had been talking about, perhaps his father was the one who had erased the other hunter's memories. To protect his son, I am taking you away from here, Sam promised. What he did next could be explained away by his withdrawal symptoms, but mostly it was the righteous side of him that had drawn the blade and rushed back downstairs. Petunia dropped that plate of the food shish he had been setting as the door slammed open, Sam's figure imposing in the doorframe. Vernon shot to his feet, face turning a strange shade of purple. Dean unsheathed his dagger as well, looking to his brother for an explanation. Sam looked at the Dursleys with an almost wild look, the hand that held the blade bobbing in discontent. You know, I spent almost all my life learning about the monsters in the world, vampires, goblins, Wendigos. But there is always one that is forgotten. People. They are the worst. Saz frowned at Sam's philosophy, realizing why this man would be suited for Lucifer's vessel. Admit what you did. It is the only way you don't get hurt. You don't understand, he's a freak. Petunia scolded, giving a yelp as the blade passed inches from her face and embedded itself in the wall. She glared, her hatred for the boy overwhelming her fear. Just like his horrible mother. Everyone was so excited to have a witch in the family. I was the only one who saw her for what she was. A freak. Then she had to get herself blown up. Blown up. Blown up. Harry shouted, his tiny frame shaking. You told me they were killed in a car crash. Huh. That would be too normal for her. She met that horrid boy at that horrid school and had a horrid son that I got landed with. We've tried our best to make him normal, beatings even, but it doesn't work. Castiel slowly stood, the storm outside getting a bit louder. You beat this child? He asked darkly, the lights in the room shattering from Harry's confusion. Lightning struck outside, illuminating a figure even more terrifying than a bloodlusting Sam. It revealed an angel of the Lord. What's going on? Harry cried. Dean put his dagger away and grabbed the boy, easily picking him up and rushing out of the house. He dove to the ground, shielding the boy. The house came apart with a defeating crunch, caught halfway between being pulled in by Sam and exploding outwards. Unable to contain, Castiel gave a grunt of pain as Harry pushed him, rushing back towards the house. Dean followed, trying to hold the boy back. No, they are still my family. Harry tore free, running into the rubble, where the Dursleys were cowering. Sam had blood running down over his mouth, skin pale of exertion. Leave them alone, Harry shouted, voice raspy. Petunia reached out for him, sobbing her apologies. Harry, please. I'm so sorry. Please, don't let them hurt us. Both Sam and Saz powered down just as Dean joined them. Harry looked so very small and insignificant in the burning rubble. He turned to look to where the stairs had once been, confusing the newcomers. His eyes were glittering with unshed tears. I can tell you about what you are. Harry's head snapped back to his aunt. Vernon chose this moment to speak up. Like hell, we don't need his bloody kind around. Take him. Figure it out on your own, and when you see the abomination that he is, you can bloody well kill him yourself. A single shot ran out, red blossoming on the man's forehead. Dean turned the gun to Petunia. Take us someplace safe. You tell us what we need to know, and then you and your son leave. He ordered, eyes hard. I'm not going anywhere unless you fix him. Harry countered. Kid, we don't have time for this. Cops are going to be swarming the place. He's already dead, Dean explained, grabbing the boy and hoisting him over his shoulder. Now, let's go. Harry punched at Dean's back, legs kicking wildly. Petunia pulled her son along, Sam and Saz flanking them. Let me go, Harry complained. Dean unceremoniously tossed him into the back of the Impala, ordering Sam and Saz to guard him. He slid behind the wheel, Petunia and Dudley next to him. How can you not care? Petunia allowed herself to cry, taking each of the younger boys' hands in hers. I do care. I loved him so very much. I may not have cared much for you, boy, but I would never wish you dead. You are so much like her. I didn't want to get attached, only to be left behind again. Petunia held her son closer. I had just hoped that you would be normal. I could have loved you then. Harry let his hand slip out of his aunt's grasp, heartbroken. He did not pee. Rottest as Sam slung an arm around him and brought him close. I don't know a safe place. Vernon was all I had after. Mum, Dudley hesitantly asked. I know a place you can go to be safe from the authorities. Dudley and I cannot go with you, will not go with you. Why not? Dean growled. We are muggles, she said, almost sadly. 5 of us accompanying the boy would draw attention. Head towards London. I will tell you what I can on the way over. Dean reversed out of the driveway, taking the same route back to London as he had there. You said your sister was a witch, got blown up. Was Harry's father a demon? Dean asked. No. What a horrid accusation. Petunia Saidm sounding appalled. A bit of hope returned to Harry. As if I would keep demon spawn in my household. I would have left him to freeze. It's not too late for me to shoot you too. Dean threatened. Petunia moved away from him. So how did your sister get her powers? Sam questioned. You two must have been close before, did she tell you any names? Petunia looked at him in confusion. My sister was born with her powers. They all are. At first I thought that what she could do was amazing, magic was so fascinating before. One day we met a boy. Severus Snape, and he told her that magic was real. He called her a witch, which had offended her until he explained. He explained that she was not alone, and that they were called witches and wizards. She met with this boy a lot, and I would always be hidden, listening. Muggle refers to a normal person. She was a Muggle-born witch, but they have their own society, and breed within it. There are freaks raised by freaks. The thing I could never understand was the halflings. A normal person having a child with a thing like that. Petunia shook her head at the thought. The truth is, boy, that your mother and father were murdered by a man named Voldemort. You killed him when you were a year old, but Dumbledore, the headmaster of the wretched school you will eventually go to, warned me that he could return, and that keeping you is the only way to ensure our safety. I killed someone, Harry asked softly. You can see now why we wished to rid him of his powers. Petunia told Dean with a slightly smug tone to her voice. He is a monster. You are a monster. Saz retorted. So what, this guy is looking for Harry. Sam interrupted before the two could get at each other's throats. Should we be concerned? Dumbledore has not informed us of anything. Petunia gazed out of the window. That is all I know. I would suggest disguising him. Petunia touched her son's face tenderly. The boy still in a state of shock. They sent my sister into that world, a lovable human being, and she died there a soldier. The most I can do for her now is make sure the same doesn't happen to her son. That is the last I will help you. He is now your problem. She finished as they pulled in front of a building that Petunia had been silently motioning Dean to drive to. Can you see it, Harry? The Leaky Cauldron. Harry read from the swinging sign that only he could see. That would be the one. If you will excuse us. Petunia opened the door and led her son out. The two walked away from the Impala, not sparing it a second glance, and catching a cab not too far away. The only noise among the remaining males was the soft tinking of the car as it cooled. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, compiling a list of announcements he would have to make at the opening feast. At the back of his mind he was thinking of Harry Potter. The boy of his 2 most loyal soldiers. A lot had needed to be sacrificed in order to keep the boy where he was needed. The morality of his potions Professor Severus Snape had been crushed the moment he let the young man overhear the prophecy. Convincing Remus that a werewolf guardian was unsuitable for a child, and stomping out the hope that he would find happiness after the war. The good-natured Sirius Black would rot away in Azkaban prison, never able to see his godson, or spirit him away from the war. They were horrible things to do, but once the war was over for good, they would all see that it was necessary. Even little Harry. He was aware that a part of Voldemort's soul resided in the boy, and that it would cause him much pain over the years, but in the end it would be a powerful ally. This shard was what compelled him to place the boy with his relatives. He knew that they would keep a close eye on the boy, and could keep him humble. Albus sighed. The last powerful boy that he had encouraged had gotten arrogant and in the end had become his enemy. Next to him Fawkes. His phoenix gave a small trill, as if reading his thoughts and trying to comfort him. Albus took a moment to rest, gazing at the various things around him. His face was filled with various things that to an untrained wizard could be nothing more than an old man's knickknacks. However, each object held a very specific, and very important, purpose. It was for this reason that the aging headmaster jumped to his feet as a small hand mirror began to float up from its position on the shelf. It spun a few times until Albus grabbed it. Show me, he commanded. A vision of the Dursleys' destroyed household came into view. There were Muggle authorities all over the place, and Albus calmed himself. The small bell that sat at the edge of his desk had not rung. Meaning no wizard had breached the wards, or that any wizarding magic had been used inside the household. The mirror was set to wail if Harry was ever too far from his aunt, the Radius being a good enough one to command for schooling. He guessed that perhaps it was a Muggle accident, for that was fairly common. Harry might have been taken away from his relatives by the most pesky child services. Albus clicked his tongue at himself for getting worked up over nothing. He knelt in front of his fireplace, intending to make a few calls to correct the situation. He was completely content with himself, not knowing that many of his toys would soon fail to find Harry Potter. "So, what's the plan?" Sam asked. Despite the fact that he was the one who usually ironed out the details, he always looked to his older brother to outline it for him. Sam trusted his brother, even when he seemed unbalanced, even when he was being stubborn, always. It was rare for him to disagree, but the times that he did he was usually right. "I say, we disguise him, like she said. Pretend to be his parents or something. Go into this place and act like he is this Muggleborn type. They give us the info, and we raise him from there." "Wait, raise him," Sam blurted. "Raise him," Dean confirmed. "Whaddaya say Harry? You want to be a Winchester?" "Boy howdy," Harry quipped, mocking. The brothers gave a snort of laughter, giving the kid playful shove. Dean noticed Saz watching them, looking a bit lost. Harry seemed to pick up on this too and turned towards the angel. "You're coming too. I can't have just one dad after all." Saz gave a small smile, nodding his head. "I can help with your disguise. The mark you have on your forehead is a strange one, but I think I can remove it." Saz placed a couple fingers on Harry's scar, wincing as he felt a dark tinge to it. He slowly moved his hand away from it, a black smoke following. Harry screamed and began to thrash, Sam gripping him tightly. "Damn it, Saz, you're hurting him," Dean shouted, grabbing onto the angel's arm. "I've almost got it," Saz muttered, his eyes lighting up as he used more power. Dean dug his fingers tightly into Castiel's arm before letting go. His green eyes were intense, watching the interaction closely. Harry suddenly went limp, Saz holding a black ball of smoke in his hand. "What the hell is that thing?" Sam whispered, eyes wide. Saz studied the mass, seemingly having a conversation with himself in his head. Dean smoothed back Harry's hair, the skin unblemished. "This is troubling. Please give me an object that you can face parting with," Saz ordered. Dean dug around in the front of the car, coming up with a girlish necklace. It was a black adjustable string with a silver crescent moon pendant. "Here. This is meaningless to me." Saz took the necklace and slowly brought the smoke near it. There was a faint screaming before the smoke was absorbed. "Harry will need to be the one to wear this. He is used to its presence and it should not affect him." "Should," Sam stressed. "What is it?" "This is a soul shard. It has been corrupted in more ways than one. Once this soul is free of all its vessels it will be dragged down to hell." Saz explained to them. He silently slipped the necklace over Harry's head, the pendant falling right over his boy. Wearily opened his eyes. "Did any of you happen to get the number of the trolley that hit me?" he joked. His nose scrooched up and he squinted from behind his glasses. "Did I drop my glasses then?" he wondered aloud. "You're still wearing them, Harry," Sam corrected. "Are you feeling all right?" Harry slowly removed his glasses, gasping in wonder. "I have corrected your vision," Saz said. "Glasses make you look like." Saz looked at all of them expectantly. "A nerd." Harry chuckled and gave a thumbs up. He really enjoyed seeing the angel happy, and being able to use slang correctly seemed to do that. "What are you exactly, Castiel?" Harry asked, noticing for the first time the various wrinkles of stress that all three men wore. "I am an angel of the Lord, but soon I will be man, just like you." "Not quite like me," Harry said. "God is real then." "Yes," Saz said proudly. His face fell when he saw that this realization had upset the boy. "Then why did he never answer my prayers?" Saz made to answer, but found the wrong words stuck in his throat. Dean could tell Saz was struggling with the realization that heaven was not everything humans thought it to be. "Well, he answered it today," Sam offered slowly. "He could tell you were strong, and could hold out just long enough for us to find you." Harry hesitantly accepted this answer. How about you and I go shopping for some clothes, huh? I'll tell you everything I know about being undercover. Harry nodded eagerly and the two exited the car. I can tell this is hard for you. Dean began, but Saz held up a hand to silence him. I have never felt a soul as pure and strong than that of Harry Winchester. Darkness within him had been powerless to create even the slightest barrier of gray. It was being burned by the light, forced to sumbation. I took it upon myself to hide him from the angels as well. I fear that if they were to ever find him, he would become your replacement. This news came as a small shock to Dean. His light burns like a righteous fire, creating a glow that can warm even those who had strayed into grayed colors. Only those who are truly evil will ever genuinely hate him. His aunt, despite her prejudice, longed for him to live as normal as his kind could. His uncle, I can only speculate to the sins he had committed in his life. I am terribly upset to not be able to know the parents of this remarkable child. Harry and Sam stood right outside the doors of one of the clothing shops on the strip. They gave each other determined looks before pushing open the doors. The young boy was overwhelmed by the many racks, but his now uncle pulled him along, asking several workers for help. Harry made faces as they passed several types of clothing that he could never see himself wearing. Sam gave him a giant grin as they finally reached the section he had been looking for. The boy lifted the sleeves of one of the shirts, deciding that it definitely seemed very American. Pick out a ton of things. You need a whole new wardrobe. Harry Winchester is going to make a scene. Sam exaggerated, spreading his arms wide. Harry gave a small laugh before moving through the clothes on his own, picking out a few things here and there. Sam watched the boy tenderly, feeling that he would be very good at this uncle thing. He could tell Harry was a sweet child, and he hoped that keeping himself preoccupied with him would stave off his blood cravings. The bell from the door dinged. Dee and Sam waved his brother and Saz over. Man, this place is dull, Dean said as he reached his brother. How is he doing? All right. This may be the first time he ever picked out clothes for himself though. So be supportive, Sam warned, noticing as Harry picked out a girl's top. Why don't you help him then? Dude, that's your job, Sam told him. Dean gulped. Sam gave him a shove towards Harry, who was questioning if the numbers on the clothes meant anything. This is going to be great. You should pick something out for him too. Saz nodded and walked away from the section they were in. Sam nodded his head along to the teenish music playing in the background, when a shirt nearby caught his eye. He grabbed it, estimating Harry's size. On his way over to the duo he grabbed a few more things, placing them in the pile that Harry had accumulated without him noticing. Saz placed another outfit on top, and Dean dumped what he was carrying. Try everything on, see if you like it, Dean said, pulling back the changing curtain nearby. Harry lifted all of his clothes, huffing slightly. There was a rustling as they waited, Dean jumping in surprise as Harry ran out shirtless to give Saz a hug. The boy noticed the female worker walking past and gave a squeak of horror, rushing back behind the curtain. What was that? I'm assuming that was thanks for healing his body of all bruises and scars. There was a great multitude of them, Saz said. Sam held his stomach, feeling that empty pit again, and regretting not being the one who had pulled the trigger. He was saved from any episode of rage when Harry came out dressed in a new outfit. Dean grinned, giving thumbs up. Sam slapped his hand down. What? It looks good. Harry was wearing an outfit extremely similar to the one that Dean was currently wearing. The boy stuck out his tongue, and Dean became offended. Harry went back behind the curtain, and the trio applauded each thing that he had chosen. The attention had a positive effect on the boy and he became more confident when walking out. He pushed his hair back in exasperation when he came out in an outfit exactly like that of Saz. Dean told Harry to stand next to the angel and snapped a picture of the two of them. Saz was peering at the phone in confusion, and Harry doing his best to imitate the angel's serious figure. Harry rushed back to the changing booth, coming out in the outfit from earlier. Dean tossed his phone to Sam. All right, Harry. This is called a blue steel. Dean and Harry posed back to back, Harry's childish blue steel making his uncle laugh. Harry spent a few more minutes in the booth, a lot of rustling heard. Finally he stepped out in what Sam recognized as one of the outfits he had chosen for the boy. Dean took his phone back, and this time Saz watched over his shoulder. Harry and Sam placed their hands on their heads, pretending to be a pair of moose. Harry went through the rest of the clothes, and the trio decided that the girl's top wasn't too girly. Merely a different cut for a band. Congratulated himself for being thoughtful as he grabbed several packs of socks and underwear for the boy. The four of them carried a large quantity of clothes to the register, getting a horrified look from the teen worker. Luckily an older associate was nearby and offered to ring them up. Your total will be £1,138 then. Dean didn't even bat an eye. Handing over a credit card. Harry watched intently as the salesman swiped the card, the ding of approval coming out of the small computer. They hauled the various bags to the car, Sam struggling to fit them all in the trunk. Harry grabbed the Rolling Stones tee and a pair of dark blue jeans and changed in the car with the others keeping guard. Harry stepped out and the elder Winchesters looked at each other. Shoes, they said in unison. You and Saz take him. I need to take care of a few things. Dean said. Like what? Sam asked. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be great. Line break, line break, line break. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. Albus said to the group of people in his office. Harry Potter has been separated from his aunt and his home destroyed. Minerva McGonagall, the aging Transfiguration teacher, gave a gasp. I had thought it to be an accident, and the separation to be a mistake, but this is not the case. Vernon Dursley had been shot through the head. Instant death. There was no witnesses as our incompetent minister had everyone on the street obliviated because he thought it to be a magical act. Mrs. Figg states that the rain obscured any details, but knows that there was a spectacular glow from the house, a red, orange and blinding blue. After the rain had stopped shortly after she went out to investigate what she could. She is positive that there was no magic used in that household, at least not any magic of our making. I will ask one of you to go retrieve him. Albus lifted the mirror from his desk. This will show us where he is. Severus asked. Albus nodded, saying the activating words. The mirror rippled before going black. Albus repeated the words. The mirror caught an image of the boy for a second before. It began to glitch and returned to black. Albus, what does this mean? Minerva asked. I don't understand. This mirror is keyed to the boy's magical signature. As long as Harry Potter exists, this mirror should be able to find him. Albus set the mirror down. Do you think he could be dead? Molly Weasley, the mother of 7 red-haired children, whispered. No, I am most confident that he is out there. The mirror would have shattered if he had passed on. Then, perhaps, a new identity. Severus suggested in his usual indifferent drawl. Highly unlikely, Severus, my boy. This mirror would be deterred by a boy's decision to call himself something other than what he is not. It would take the complete acceptance of another family, and Harry's agreement for the mirror to recognize the boy as someone new. This fortunately discounts any Death Eater families having adopted the boy, thinking it would be enough. However, this still leaves us with the mystery of where the boy has gone. He has no family left to speak of. Severus kept silent, knowing of the headmaster's ordered obliviation of Lily's godfather, John Winchester. So we search, Severus said. Albus inclined his head. So we search. Line break, line break, line break. Harry loved the sound of his new sneakers on the pavement. They had bought a few pairs for different activities, including a pair of sturdy boots. The trio rested against the car, waiting for Dean to return. Harry looked at his reflection in one of the many puddles, amazed at how different he looked without his glasses. He decided he rather liked the way he looked, especially with clothes that fit him properly. The sign for the leaky cauldron creaked, causing Harry to look up. A few people exited, mingling with tea crowds without a second thought. All right, here Harry, this is for you, Dean said, handing Harry a wallet. Harry unfolded it to look inside. There was various IDs within, all matching the aliases that Dean and Sam had. Each used a crow PPED photo of Harry when he was posing as Saz. The one on top was his real identity as Harry Winchester, the address one from the Americas. Also this. Harry grabbed the cellular phone with confusion, titling it various ways to find out how to work it. It's one of the newest ones. The black market is way better here than over back in America. He told Sam. So, I also got all of this, he announced, waving 2 bags in front of Sam's face. Dude, you're gonna max all our cards. Sam said. Wait, is this a new laptop? Dean grinned, knowing that he would win over his brother with the new gadget. We should get going. It will be dark soon. Saz recommended, ever the voice of reason. You're right. We need to get into this place Petunia told us about. Find out some info. Dean outlined. Well, if only Harry can see it. We can work with that. Say we knew Harry was special, but don't know what he is. They will want to help, because he is one of them and we are his family. Dean snapped and pointed at his brother. Approving the plan, they grabbed their stuff from the car, weapons hidden under their clothes. Dean found an old backpack in the trunk that he gave to Harry, who filled it with a few pairs of clothes. Let's do this. Harry held onto Dean's hand, the others grabbing onto him, and they walked into the leaky cauldron. The brothers felt their jaws drop when they saw the inside of the pub. All around at the tables were people dressed in strange robes, staring at the family that had just entered. See Dad, I told you there was something here. Harry said loudly. Wow, Saz said. You guys knew around these parts then? The bartender asked, setting down the mug he had been drying. The group moved closer to the man. The name's Tom. Hi there Tom, Harry said cheerfully, causing the man to smile kindly at him. Is this a magic place? One of the most. You must be the little wizard then. Muggleborn. What is Muggle? I am adopted, these two are my dads, and that is my uncle. I am different from them. I think. They could not see the pub like I could. Muggle refers to non-magic folk. These here must be a surprise for you. We knew Harry was different, since we got him. We just thought he was like a medium or something. Magic is real? Sam asked in feigned surprise. You lot 4 and 2. Yes, we just moved. Saz answered. I would like to learn more of your society. I think Harry would be very happy if he could be a part of it. The notion was stiff, but Tom didn't seem to notice. Give me a moment here. Tom ducked down to search behind the bar, coming up with several pamphlets. We get Muggleborns coming round here so often that I asked Dumbledore to lend me a few. Thank you. Could we procure shelter from you as well? Saz asked, grabbing the papers and handing them to Harry. One room for you. I'm afraid we don't take credit cards. Dean and Sam dug through their pockets, Harry looking at the cash they came up with. That is not British, he whispered loudly. No matter. All cash can be converted to wizard money. Let me just get the exchange rate for ya. Tom ran his finger down the chart on the wall behind him. $80 will do ya. Dean placed the correct amount of money on the counter and Tom handed him a key in exchange. Top floor, on the left. Dean gave a nod of thanks, leading the way. Once they were in the room Harry turned to Saz. You speak too stiffly. I get that everyone thinks England to be prim and proper, but you need to loosen up. I will attempt to work on it. Harry nodded and sat on one of the beds, laying out the pamphlets. This one first I think. Harry said, selecting the one that read Your child is magical. Wait, I need to get a journal to take notes. Sam interrupted, leaning back to grab one from his bag. Nerd. Line break line break line break. Severus still sat in the back corners of the leaky cauldron, having watched the family leave upstairs. He was debating his next move. Running his finger around the rim of his glass. He weighed his options. It was obvious that the boy was Harry Potter, son of the love of his life and James Potter. The only thing that he had seemed to inherit from James had been the unruly hair. His face and eyes being that of Lily. He was fully aware that his employer most likely had alternate plans for the boy. Voldemort would at least quickly dispose of the boy, whereas Albus would relentlessly manipulate him, just as he had all of them. Soldiers by age 18, dead by 21, various lives ruined for the sake of a greater good. As such, the decision came down to helping the boy, or leaving the pub, pretending to have never seen him. The boy would be completely unprotected with the muggles he was with, unless they were merely pretending to be ordinary. With a sigh he downed the rest of his fire whiskey, heading upstairs. Have you done any accidental magic, Harry? Sam asked, reviewing his notes. Harry thought about it before nodding. I turned my teacher's hair blue. Showed up on the roof when running away from my cousin, shrunk a Haidu sweater that Petunia tried to get me to wear. I've also grown my hair back after a horrible haircut. Oh, I let the snake out at the zoo. Harry listed, ticking them off on his fingers. That was you, Sam exclaimed. Dean gave his brother a light smack on the back. Hey, case solved. Sam rolled his eyes, reaching for the next fold out. He paused, hearing the creak of the loose floorboard right outside their door. He placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, jerking his head towards the door. Dean got up, gun ready and hidden behind his leg. He stood on the hinge side of the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. Saz moved himself and Harry behind Sam, blocking the boy from view. Dean swung the door open quickly to reveal a sharp-nosed man with impossibly dark eyes. The figure drew a stick quickly in response. "I'm looking for Potter," the man said gruffly, his voice extremely unique. Sam moved his head back in confusion, casting a quick glance at his brother. "The boy, Harry," he added, saying the name as if it left a sour taste in his mouth. "It's Winchester," Harry said boldly, stepping into view. The man let his arm fall, and the elder Winchesters let their guard drop just the slightest fraction. The man stepped into the room, his black robes billowing behind him dramatically. Saz K.E.P.T. a hand on Harry's shoulder in silent warning. "So the little performance the four of you put on was not entirely an act." The man assumed. He noticed the pamphlets and gave a scoff of disgust, setting them aflame with a quick motion. "These are useless to you. Look man, who the hell are you, and why shouldn't I shoot you?" Dean growled, revealing his gun. "My name is Severus Snape and you knew my mum," Harry whispered, tears in his eyes. Suddenly, Severus was thrown back to one of the most horrible days of his life. The same green eyes, framed by flowing orange hair. The laughter of his tormentors cutting off as they realized what he had just said. Severus blinked a few times, the expectant faces in the room crowding him. "Once, a very long time ago. Sammy, the tests," Dean ordered, not lowering his gun. Sam nodded, grabbing a flask from his bag and tossing it to his brother. Dean splashed the holy water over the man, receiving a death glare in return. Sam grabbed the man's arm and cut it with a silver blade. He was blasted back by a red spell, falling unconscious. "Clearly helping you imbeciles was the wrong decision," he muttered, waving his wand over his arm to heal the cut. "They have reason for their suspicion. We have just exited our own war filled with beasts whom can easily imitate or possess any person." Saz explained, causing the man to pause in his exit. The man inclined his head in acceptance. "Your assistance would be appreciated. Please Mr. Snape," Harry begged. Severus mentally reviewed the advantages of helping the boy before waking Sam as a sign of goodwill. "Very well. Wait, so is he on our side then?" Sam asked, holding his head. Saz nodded, and Sam let himself lean back against the wall in exhaustion. He reached out to Harry who rushed over. He hugged the boy close in what everyone else thought was relief to find the boy unharmed. Sam kept a tight grip on the boy to hide his shaking form. Whatever had been done to him seemed to have reignited the power of the demon blood within him, if only by a small bit. "Formal introductions should be made at this time," Severus said. "Dean Winchester, that's Sam, my brother." "Castiel. No surname?" Severus questioned. "I am a celestial being inhabiting the body of one James Novak. I have no use for a surname." "You are familiar with the name Winchester," Saz said, staring intently at the man. "You presume this on what grounds?" Severus countered. "You lowered your guard. You trust the name," Saz responded. "It's like a competition for most monotone." Dean joked. Both looked at him with glares, making him put his hands up in surrender. "So since you burned all our info, care to give some up?" "I met your father only once, Bryfly. He is Lily's godfather, and had come looking for Harry after her death. Albus got to him before he could reach him, erasing all memory he had of the boy." Saz frowned at this information, sitting down on the bed. Dean gave him a questioning look, but Angel pointed to Severus to show it was not important at the moment. "Though, I suppose I should start before that. There was a boy named Tom Riddle, who much like you Harry, grew without parents or knowledge of what he was. He had developed his powers at a very young age, exhibiting control that nearly no child can achieve before receiving their wands." "Control how?" Harry asked nervously. Severus regarded him with a searching look. "What can you do Harry?" Sam asked. "I made Ms. Mayberry disappear, and then brought her back. I can sometimes get things to happen on purpose, if I think really hard about it. Like getting the locks on the outside of the cupboard door open," Harry said. Severus conjured himself a chair, sitting in contemplatively. "Stealing candy you rascal," Dean joked, sensing the growing tension. Harry looked up at Dean. No, I was trying to get out, he said softly. Harry buried his face into Sam's shoulder, not wanting to his new family's reaction to the news. He was worried that over time they would see what his aunt and uncle had and do what Vernon had suggested. The grip that Sam had on him was starting to hurt, and Harry was still too naive to know that he was not the cause of it. There was a flutter of wings, and when Harry looked up, Saz had gone. Dean felt himself tear up as Harry began to cry, unsure of what the problem was, but finding it torture to see him that way. His brother had a death grip on the boy, looking murderous, tears slipping down his face. Severus was at most uncomfortable, refusing to look at the family. He dug through the pocket inside his robe, coming out with a light blue substance in a glass vial. He hesitated only a moment before pulling out another. Have them drink this. It is a calming draught. Dean took the vials from the man, kneeling beside his brother and son. Dean paused for a moment, knowing that he was only acting as the boy's father, young enough to be brothers. It just felt right somehow, but he would be damned if he somehow married Saz. In fact, he was so sure of the impossibility he bet himself the Impala. With a nod, he went back to calming his family. Sam was hesitant to take it, wondering if it would have the same effect that the spell had. Another flutter of wings and Saz was in the room, holding a small puppy. Crying is now unnecessary, he said, dumping the small husky into Harry's lap. Saz, what are you doing? Dean asked him, pulling him away from Harry. Do not worry. I am learning the way of man. There was a little boy crying in the supermarket, where I was going to buy candy. His mother got him a stuffed animal. I did not think Harry would appreciate a dead animal considering his circumstances. Also, he is older, so I got him this small dog. Saz grinned, amazed with himself for his clever deduction skills. I thought he would be more excited. Dean turned to look at Harry, who was staring at the puppy as it licked his hand. Yeah, I gave him something to calm him down. You can't just buy him a dog. What are you going to do the next time he gets upset? Dean ranted. I did not buy him a dog. I stole it. Dean tapped his foot a few times. I am proud of you. But, maybe don't do things on your own. Oh. So now I need the permission of man to take action, Saz said, eyes narrowing slightly. Dean mentally pegged Saz as the wife, before telling his head to stop thinking they were actually together. We can't stick out. Dean compromised. Did you bring things for it to eat? Saz nodded, pulling a kitten out of his pocket. Return it now. Is that a cat? Harry asked before Saz could disappear again. Dean gave Saz a glare, taking the kitten and turning around with a giant smile on his face. Severus gave him a look as he passed. Shut up, I know I may sell out, he hissed. Here ya go, Harry. The small white kitten crawled onto the boy's shoulder. Now the kitten will need food. I will go. Don't you fucking dare. Line break, line break, line break. I don't understand why I can't get a crop. Draco whined for the 5th time that day. He was a spoiled child, by both his mother and father. Narcissa Malfoy was a gorgeous woman, and sat regally at her vanity, brushing her long blonde locks. Normally she would have broken down by now and given her son what he wanted, but he was set to start at Hogwarts in a few months and they did not allow dogs. Wouldn't you rather have an owl? Dragon. Then the entire school would see it when it delivers mail to you, she asked, appealing to the proud side he had inherited from his father. The blonde boy thought about it for a moment, pacing the room. That is acceptable, he said at last. Very well. I will inform your father when he returns from the board meeting. Draco nodded, sitting on the edge of the bed. Your godfather has told us that Harry Potter has gone missing. Drat. Draco sulked. He knew that his family had a reputation for working under Voldemort, even though it had only offhandedly been his father. But he still thought Harry Potter was amazing. Draco did not think he would have ever wanted to work for Voldemort, because he was far above that. He did not know that this was Percy's elite behavior that his parents were attempting to instill in him by spoiling him rotten. Do you reckon he's dead? Maybe. With him gone, I'm sure you'll be the most popular boy at school. As if he would trump me. Do you know if Severus will come to visit anytime soon? He always has such interesting stories about the Muggles. Draco asked, laying back to stare at the ceiling. Narcissa paused in her brushing. You don't find them worthy of any respect, do you? Of course not, they are backwards apes. It is why they are so amusing. But I suppose they can't all be bad. Severus' father was one, and Sev is great. That is the reason he is a master of potions and not spellwork like a proper wizard. Nakrisa gave a sigh of relief. However, Harry Potter's mum was a mudblood, and he defeated Voldemort as a stupid baby. Draco sat up. He is technically a pureblood though. Just not the purest, like us. That is right. Sweetheart, would you like to go visit Severus for dinner? Yes, but I would like to go alone. Draco specified, his thoughts on blood purity forgotten in an instant. Line break, line break, line break. Harry is most likely malnourished, the draft should not have had such an effect on him. Severus muttered, watching as Harry repeatedly placed his kitten on the husky's back without emotion, catching it each time it fell. Harry suddenly frowned and brought the puppy's face closer to his own. Looking deeply into the mix-matched eyes. I think I remember something. He said. Mr. Snape, do you know what Padfoot is? No idea. Severus answered, subtly beginning to probe at the boy's mind. He found that he had been unable to do so with either of the Muggles, and had dared not try with the Angel. I can feel you doing that. Harry said. I don't think I ever want to take this potion again. I feel strange. It will not have this effect on you once you are of proper nutrition. You are in a state of near meditation. Severus pulled a red, bubbling vial out. This is a pepper-up potion. I suggest you drink half. Harry nodded, grabbing the vial from Severus. Let's not focus so much on the history this time, yeah. Right now we got eyes to the future. Dean said. This is important information. Severus countered. Dean placed a hand on T-Man's shoulder, green eyes hard. Not for an 11-year-old. It's not fair to him. I'm apologized to have to be the one to inform you. But life isn't fair, Severus retorted. Tom Riddle became the biggest threat to the wizarding and muggle world in only a decade. If he comes back, he will need only a few days to reignite the war. His voice had gone from a low rumble to an aggravated yell, and Harry stared up at him in fear. Severus took a calming breath. I am not asking you to put the child on the front line. He needs to be aware of what is out there, and the danger he is in. But, Voldemort is dead, isn't he? Harry asked. He is, for now at least. His most loyal followers are searching for a way to return him to his former glory. These are the people you need to look out for. Severus warned. As I was saying before, Tom came to study at Hogwarts, all the while becoming more powerful. He began his recruitment there. Appealing to the pure-blooded. He promised them a way to purify the wizarding world again, and to become the dominant species on Earth. I was one of the ones he recruited, despite my half-blood status. Severus rolled up his sleeve, showing his snake and skull marking. You worked for the man who killed my mum. Harry asked accusingly. I was weaker then, seduced by the promise of power and admiration. You must understand that I loved your mother. I begged for her life to be spared. Severus responded. Tom wished to kill you because of a prophecy that I overheard. The moment I found out his intentions, I defected. I told Albus to hide you all away. Tell the truth, Harry said. Severus felt his hand twitch towards his wand. He was a double agent. He was positive that his expressions had not given away anything, meaning that Harry was entering his mind, something that reminded him much of Tom. Are you reading my mind? Severus asked calmly, subtly shifting his hand closer to his wand. No, I can see it in your eyes. I know what a liar looks like. Harry answered. It was the truth. After living so many years with the Dursleys, he knew what a lie looked like. If we are all going to trust each other, there can be no lies between us, no matter how painful, no matter how incriminating, all right. Dean ordered. I begged Albus to hide your mother. I had no reason to wish for the safety of you and your father. Severus spat out. If you want the truth, words cannot begin to express it. The war was a game of chess played on the pinnapiece of a mountain. Do you know the definition of war? Yeah, it means ganking the bad guys before they take over. Dean said. War means losing the people you care about. War is fighting for what is right. Severus corrected. Isn't that what he just said? Sam asked, interested by the topic of discussion. There is no good or bad in war. Merely factions of soldiers risking their lives for what is right. Albus feels that the mixing of blood is right. Tom believes that purity is what is right. None of us can decide which is correct. Like if my favorite color is blue and yours is red. We both think it is the best color. But there really is no best color. Harry reasoned. Severus inclined his head in approval. Tom murdered both your father and mother. He broke a magical oath by killing your mother, and ancient magics used you as a vessel to punish him for this. Anyone who bears this mark is a former Death Eater. That is not to say that a person who is free of one is not a loyal follower. Inversely, all those who bear the mark are not loyal. Among these is the Malfoy family. I have over time convinced Lucius of his error, and he is ensuring that his son will not want to join should Tom return. Why should we trust you then? Sam asked. I am a double agent. You should not trust me. Don't use that psychological crap on us. Why do you want to help Harry? You didn't have a problem with him dying before. Dean argued. We all must pay our debts in one way or another. Albus is greatly concerned that Harry could turn into another Tom. He will hinder the boy at each turn. The tactical advantage of having Harry reside in the Muggle world was for him to be grateful once entering the magical one. If Harry can be powerful, I will allow him to get there. There are those who will follow the boy, simply due to who he is. Albus does not wish to lose his position as leader, hence the reason to keep the boy underfoot. I want to be powerful. Harry said. If they want to count on me, I need to be a good example. No one can know you are alive. Severus said. You will remain Harry Winchester until Harry Potter is needed once more. Harry Potter will return as powerful as the folk stories say you are. And that is when the war will truly come to an end. Won't people recognize me? Harry asked. Only those who knew your parents well. All others will be searching for the bolt of lightning. That is meant to be adorning your forehead. I can attempt to create a potion to alter your appearance. Severus trailed off, thinking of some changes he could make to Polyjuice. We can get him colored contacts, cut his hair. Sam suggested, shrugging with one shoulder. I am not cutting my hair. Harry said. What if I dye it? Can I get blue? Line break, line break, line break. Griphook, the Goble, in that managed several accounts at Gringotts, was surprised to find a change in his books when he went to review them. They had been chiming for most of the night, but it was not uncommon for families to have had a child that would be given their own savings account. However, this was not what greeted him. Instead, the name of one Harry James Potter had changed to Harry Winchester. Griphook waddled over to his filing cabinet, searching for the files of the late Lily and James Potter. Naturally, the boy would get a new key sent to him right away, the old one deactivated. Pulling the thick file out, he began to leaf through it. Most of it was the same standard policy, half to each spouse in case of mutual divorce, 90-10 split if a party was found guilty of breaking marriage vows, but he knew that Lily and James had requested an alteration to the orphan clause. He finally found it, staring almost sadly at the pair's signatures, dated a mere week before their death. The alteration stated that no one who took Harry in would be allowed access to his vaults unless they accepted him in such a way that it would reconfigure his magical configuration. In addition, Lily requested that all donations be kept in a separate vault that only Harry could enter, and which he could only use in an emergency. Griphook thought this wording to be vague, as the magic would conform to what the user believed to be an emergency. He sincerely hoped that Harry was like his parents had been, but if he were not, a pair of new trainers could be considered an emergency. Lily had certainly put a lot of trust in her. Ran a nail down the clause. And a new key began to rise from the paper. Good luck, Harry Winchester. Line break, line break, line break. Severus strode down the halls of Hogwarts, leaving the new Emily alone to do their shopping after teaching them how to use Flow to contact him. His plan was to tell Albus that he had found nothing in his search, other than a pair of new trainees for the school. Entering the office, he found the rest of the search team already there, and they all looked up at him hopefully. I did not locate Mr. Potter, he said. Loath as I am to admit it, I feel that the children need formal training. While on my search, I came across a family with a boy I had mistaken for our golden boy. They are worried for their son and wish to obtain positions here at the school. Normally I would have ignored such a request, however they have proven their worth and I feel it would benefit our side. All our positions have been filled. Severus. Whatever could they do for us? Minerva asked. Create a positive image of Muggles. They refer to themselves as hunters, and have encountered magical beasts before. They can provide Muggle alternatives to fighting dark creatures, which could be beneficial if one was ever to be found without a wand. We cannot simply replace Quirrell. Albus said. Severus could tell Albus was nervous. The man knew of hunters, John Winchester had been one after all. That man is on the verge of a nervous collapse. I am sure one apprentice could do him good. The others mumbled their agreement, and Severus smirked internally. As for the other two, I could benefit from one to help stock our stores so that I may focus more on teaching the children. Merlin knows they need all the help they can get. Pomola half raised her hand to gain everyone's attention. I could give work to the last one. Between my greenhouses and helping Hagrid around the grounds. She offered. She gave Severus a knowing look. As great as the Gryffindor-Slytherin house rivalry was, Slytherin-Hufflepuff friendships were not known. Surprisingly, Pomola was one of the few co-workers he could stand to have a conversation with. The fact that he vast knowledge of plants correlated with his potion making was one of the reasons. Albus smiled at the small section of people, but Severus could see the tension in his eyes. Very well. However, should they cause any issues, or begin to be targeted by the students, I feel it would be best if they returned home and entrusted their child to us. Everyone silently nodded their agreement. Albus turned cold blue eyes to say. Varys and the potions master met his challenge. The others began to file out, and as Severus rose he allowed a victorious smirk to grace his features just long enough for the headmaster to see. Line break, line break, line break. I still think blue would have been a good color. Harry complained, tugging at his shorter hair. Surprisingly, Sawes was the one who had convinced him. The angel reminded him of what Severus had said regarding his scar. His short hair, which was styled similar to Dean's, would leave no one wondering if he was hiding a scar underneath his bangs. We got you blue eyes, didn't we? Sam said, trying to cheer the boy up. Well, yes, but then it would have matched. Harry countered. Sam rolled his eyes good-naturedly, hefting the bags of animal food a bit higher. Sawes and Dean had run off to do another errand, saying it wouldn't take long. I'm going to put these in the car. We'll come out a bit later to grab some. Harry nodded, going to look into a shop window while Sam struggled with the bags. The sweets shop bell dinged, a couple boys exiting. Oi, ain't that Big D's cousin? A rat-looking boy said to the other. Harry turned, eyes widening in alarm. The two-boy walked over to him. What's up with your eyes, freak? Thunk we won't recognize ya. Where's your wonky scar? The other asked. And your glasses? Bet Big D busted 'em right up and proper. The boy picked up a rock, tossing it up and down. Just like we about to do to ya face here in a mo. The rock was launched, Harry ducking down to avoid it. Sam was still a few shops away, trying to fit the food in the car. He waited until the boys stooped down to grab stones before bolting. A duo of angry shouts from behind him made him pick up the pace. He felt a rock strike his back and unintentionally cried out, gaining his new uncle's attention. Sam threw his hand out, both assailants falling face forward. Harry grabbed onto Sam's jacket. The two boys got up, eyes murderous until they saw Sam. They immediately became sheepish. Get lost. The boys turned tail and ran. Harry looked up at Sam. How do you do that? Are you an angel like Sawes? Sam swallowed thickly. I'm human. At times I can be psychic. But let's not tell Dean or Sawes about what I did. They worry. Harry gave Sam a dubious look but nodded, owing the man for saving him. Sam gave quick, forced smile, clapping a hand onto the boy's shoulder. Both turned their gazes skyward upon hearing a flutter of wings. A tawny brown owl landed on the roof of the Impala, a letter clamped tightly in its beak. Harry reached up to take it, jumping slightly as the bird departed. What is it? To Harry Winchester, room 231, The Leaky Cauldron, London. It's a letter, but how did they find us? Harry flipped the letter over, snapping the red emblem to open it. It's my letter to Hogwarts. It says someone will be sent to explain things since I am Muggleborn. I hope it is Severus. Really? He doesn't scare you? Sam asked, knowing that he found the man intimidating. I like him. He doesn't sweeten the facts because I am only 10. Harry stuffed the letter into his pocket. And I think it's funny when him and Sawes talk to each other. Dean was GHT. It is like a competition of our most monotone. Harry gave an oomph of surprise as another owl crashed into his chest. It scambled to perch on the boy's arm. Well, hello. He's got something tied to his leg there. Sam said. Harry lifted his arm higher to untie the key from the bird. It glowed briefly in his hand. We need to talk to Snape. Line break, line break, line break. Severus was back in his home in Spinner's End. Preparing himself dinner the Muggle way. He found the activity to be relaxing as it was similar to potions. It was here in the kitchen of cracked tiles and peeling cupboards that he asked himself what he was doing. Was he so desperate for Lily's approval that he would open himself up to anyone who was remotely involved in her life? Helping Harry and the Winchester boys was certainly the right thing to do. But was it the smart thing? He heard his flow roar to life and an instant later his godson was calling out to him. "There is no need to shout like an inbred ape," he announced. Draco came into the kitchen, taking a seat at the table. "How are you today, Draco? I heard Harry Potter is missing. Is this true?" Severus dumped the carrots into the soup. "I assume your mother told you this." Draco nodded. Severus crossed his arms, leaning against the counter. "Potter is gone, yes. Not for good, but you needn't worry about it. I can keep a secret, Sev." Draco said. "No you can't." Draco pouted, making Severus smirk. "I will tell you something else. There will be Muggles at Hogwarts this year." Draco's gray eyes widened in amazement. "Are you being serious, Sev? How will they learn without magic?" he exclaimed. "They will be helping the teachers. Would you like to meet them before school starts this year?" Severus asked. In reality the Muggles' only threat was Draco. There were of course many pure-blooded students in the school, but the most malicious were in Slytherin. It was almost a blessing that Draco would be joining them this year, as his family name W. Old gained him much influence over the house, despite him only being a first year. That coupled with the fact that he, his godfather, was head of house practically guaranteed they would follow the example that the boy set. "Are they friends of yours?" Draco inquired as he moved to grab the bowls from the cabinet. He would never do such a thing at home where there was house elves to do all the work. Plus he can only imagine what his parents would say. Draco liked being at Sev's house because he could do things for himself when he felt like it. He was of course one of the most purest wizards in the world. And shouldn't need to ever do things on his own, but he was perfectly capable of doing it himself. He was after all 11 years old now. "One of them will be working for me. They are a family. A couple with a son and the boy's uncle." Severus ladled some soup into Draco's bowl. "The uncle is the one who will be working for me. How old is their son? Will he be staying at Hogwarts too?" Draco asked. "He will be turning 11 in exactly a week, and yes, the boy is a wizard," Severus said, calmly eating his meal. He was deliberately leaving out many details in order to enhance his godson's deduction skills. Draco had a small frown on his face, stirring at his soup. "So he's a Muggle-born then?" "No." Draco bit his lip briefly, eating a few bites as he thought about the information he did know. He knew that Sev was testing him, and he hated to disappoint the man. The couple adopted him then. Why would Muggles adopt a wizard? Should difference in races prevent people from adopting? Draco shook his head. His friend Blaise was black and had been adopted by an Italian family. Adoption means opening your heart to someone who deserves it. Adoption takes time and money, it w. Old be ashamed to give it all up simply because the boy happened to be a wizard. So he is a half-blood at least, otherwise the boy could not have been found by Muggles. "What is his name?" "His name is Harry Winchester," Severus said. He was purposely misleading Draco to fully believe the story of adoption, and would accept any deduction he made based on the false story. Wait. Draco picked at his bread. If Harry Potter had gone to live with Muggles after becoming an orphan he could have been placed in a Muggle orphanage. Then he could have been adopted by an unsuspecting Muggle family. But Sev had been the one to say that Harry Potter was gone, which technically was true since he was now Winchester. Sev also said he couldn't keep a secret, and he doubted he would tell him such important information. Severus on the other hand could sense that Draco was on the path to the truth, and was extremely proud of him. He was also testing if Draco would be able to keep this information to himself. This proves he must be a half-blood at the very least. There is bound to be hundreds of Harrys around since he became famous. I would like to meet them. I want to be Harry's first friend so he knows how a true wizard acts. Can we celebrate his birthday? Do Muggles celebrate with cake and presents? Yes. I'll ask his fathers if it will be alright to have the celebration here. Fathers. The couple is a gay one. Draco asked. Is this a problem? Severus asked. Draco shrugged. I suppose not. Dad is gay on the weekends, he said as if this were common knowledge. Severus slowly put his spoon down. This is precisely why I don't tell you things. Line break, line break, line break. It's about time you've shown up. Harry sighed as he saw Saz and Dean walking towards them. It's very annoying that you two can't get in yourselves. Quote, you'll forgive me once you see this. Dean said, handing over a shopping bag. You went shopping again? Sam asked. Who are you and what have you done to my brother? Dean waved off the criticism. Harry looked into the bag, and his heart rate increased. His eyesight became spotted as he stumbled towards Sam. The bag fell to the ground, the pitter-patter of crushed glass filling the air. We got to get him inside. Dean and Sam lifted the boy, Saz scooping up the bag and placing a hand on Dean's shoulder. Harry was rushed upstairs, his new pets nervously getting onto the bed with him. Sam grabbed a handful of powder and tossed it into the fireplace. He stuck his head into the green flames, calling out Snape's name. He scrambled back as the potion's master came through. A small blonde boy behind him. What happened? He snapped. Dean explained that the boy had fainted at the sight of his new gift. He has broken it, but I assume you can repair it. Saz said. Severus took out his wand. Casting a wordless spell. The gift had been a glass figurine of a stag. Dean thought it would be witty, considering they are hunters. He planned to reveal that he would begin training. The pepper-up must have worn off. Calming draughts normally wear off in an hour, but in his condition it is entirely possible it is still sabotaging his mental state. Mandrake leaf. The blonde said suddenly. Severus nodded and the boy disappeared back through the fire. The boy returned after a few minutes and Severus held his hand out for the leaf. His hand was ignored. The boy heading straight to the bed and placing the leaf under Harry's tongue. Fingers slowly curled in towards his palm before Severus let his hand fall. Your kid? Dean asked. This is my godson Draco. We were in the middle of a visit. Harry gave a small groan and all the attention was turned to him. Space Draco. Harry opened his eyes, slightly startled to find another child's face so close to his. Ice the color of molten steel were peering at his inquisitively. Hello. Harry tried. The boy moved back, allowing Harry to sit up. He extended a hand, which Harry took. I am Draco Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Winchester. Harry nodded dumbly, amazed that another kid was being nice to him. His gaze shifted to the adults in the room and he figured that Draco was only being nice because of this. He allowed his hand to slip back to his side. What did you see? Severus asked, not needing to explain what he meant. It was like what happened with Danny. I was here, but also not. Like things were overlapping. The other place was quite blurry, but I could hear it whispering to me. Harry's eyes flicked over to Draco, in what Severus took as a suggestion of subtlety. But was in actuality fear of the boy thinking he was completely off his rocker. Draco frowned. Is Danny another friend of yours? Danny is my dog, Harry assured, feeling slightly warmed at tea. The fact that Draco seemed to genuinely want to be his friend. The kitten is Kit Kat. The children seem entertained, shall we? Severus motioned to the table at the other end of the room. A stag was the Patronus that Harry's father could produce. Draco showed a lot of intuition by suggesting the leaf. Harry should not experience any more episodes. That's good to hear. Your godson, he's the one from the Death Munchers family? Dean asked, keeping the boys in sight. Yes. Severus looked over at the boys as well. They were sitting side by side, looking at a journal that Harry had pulled out. Draco wishes for me to extend an invitation on his behalf. He was hoping you would celebrate Harry's birthday in my home so that he may attend. Oh fuck, his birthday. When is that? Dean asked. The last of the month. We would love that actually. Sam answered, since Dean had begun to freak out over his fatherly duty to make the perfect celebration. But, I needed to call you for another reason. Harry received a key today. And it glowed a bit when he touched it. The key to his vaults, I presume. We will make a trip tomorrow to Diagon Alley. Sev. Harry says he hasn't yet eaten. So Corto Weasley invited him and his family to dinner at your house. Snape felt his eye twitch just the slightest bit. Oh, no. It's all right. I was going to ask my dad if we could go get fast food. Harry said hurriedly, blushing pink. Never mind then, Sev. Draco has an issue with space. Severus told the others. His mother is constantly coddling him. I find it sweet. Saz said. It was God's PLA. And to have all his creations live as if they were a single being. Close, caring, considerate. To hurt another was to hurt yourself, an error you would immediately correct. I do not know if God made you witches and wizards. But I am truly blessed to be among you. Severus gave a small petting nod at the sentiment, hoping that his visit would end soon. I would like to discuss something. Perhaps you can offer insight. Proceed. In the war from which we came, Dean and Sam were meant to be vessels to angels. This plan was terminated as soon as Harry interfered. However, you did mention that Joe H.N. Winchester had come to retrieve Harry 10 years ago. I am concerned that it was in fact Albus Dumbledore that made the plan go askew. I am concerned that the plan was not really terminated, and our adoption of Harry is not happenstance. Quote, I understand your situation all too well. Would the Potters have died if Tom had not heard the prophecy? Would the prophecy been spoken if not searching for a way to stop Tom? There is no way to know. We can only be cautious. Your society seems to be an excellent void for us to reside in. Thankfully in years to come we will be able to return, once Harry is no longer a viable vessel. Wait, if there's a way to not be a vessel, why don't we just do that too? Dean asked. What is special about Harry? He is absorbing my lost angel grace. Your Soshi. Eddie seems to be an excellent void for us to reside in. Hopefully in years to come we will be able to return, once Harry is no longer a viable vessel. Wait, if there's a way to not be a vessel, why don't we just do that too? Dean asked. What is special about Harry? He is absorbing my lost angel grace. What? Dean and Sam asked in unison, bewilderment written across their faces. You mean to say that Harry will become an angel himself in the years to come? Severus asked slowly. It will take time, a decade perhaps. Maybe two. Saz explained. The four of them sat in silence after the declaration. Draco and Harry noticed this silence and looked up from the journal. Saz was concerned that this news meant that Harry had been a part of the original plan, that had been offset by the erasing of John's memory. Which meant that his brothers had wanted to lock him away for separate purposes. Why would they turn against him? He was only doing what God had ordered them to. Love humanity. Ian on the other hand was wondering about the implications of having essentially adopted an angel. Was he worthy enough to raise Harry, when he was so pure of heart? Sure, he was meant to contain Michael, but that hardly meant anything. Would Harry become his replacement, or Sam's? Sam was studying Harry with an uneasy feeling in his stomach. Nothing ever worked for them, how could something so pure backfire? Would Harry need to smite him in some sort of sick rite of passage? He couldn't help that the demon blood was reacting strangely to the magic around him. As a spy it was very easy for Severus to accept new information. Especially when the evidence was directly in front of him. While learning that angels were real was a shock, what had rendered him silent was that he no longer had any reason to hate Harry Potter. All the bitterness he had carefully cultivated over the years, waiting to scorn the spawn of James had been for nothing. Draco, it is time to bring you home. We will visit Harry tomorrow. Severus said as the clock began to chime 9. He would need to reflect on how to act around Harry and if it was wise for Draco to be so close to the boy. Goodbye Harry. Draco called out as he moved towards the flow, wanting to be the one to throw the powder in. Severus scooped up the pot just as Draco reached the mantle, causing the boy to pout. Harry screwed his eyes shut for a moment. And the pot was suddenly in the blonde's hands. Severus gave Harry a disapproving frown, but the boy was distracted by the grin Draco was giving him. Goodbye Draco. Line break, line break, line break. I can still hardly believe it, Mum. I cannot wait until one of them comes to explain it more to us. Do you think they will come tomorrow? A bushy-haired little girl babbled around her toothbrush. Her mother gave a small smile, brushing back a loose strand of brown hair. Her little miracle had turned out even more special than she had imagined. Jean Granger had prayed every night, even on the nights after a miscarry, for a baby. She had just been about to give up when Hermione came into her life. Thinking back, she theorized that it was Hermione's magic that allowed her to carry through the term, and she was so thankful. She had never wavered in her love for her daughter upon learning she was a witch. She had worked too hard, suffered through too much to even think about turning her only child away. I'm not sure Hermione. Mrs. Granger gazed at their reflections nervously. Are you sure you'd like to do this, dear? Hermione set down her toothbrush, turning around to face her mother. Hermione could at times seem wiser beyond her years, but she was a child just the same. "It will be all right, Mum. I will call often, and visit on holiday. I want to figure out what it means to be a witch. The other children already tease me, can you imagine if they find out I'm different?" It was hard for Mrs. Granger to admit that this was true. Her Hermione was so incredibly gifted, to the point that she had thought her daughter's accidental spurts of magic were a result of an elevated IQ. Hermione did not have friends, she had books. Unshed tears making her eyes gleam, she placed a hand on her daughter's cheek. "Okay," she whispered, "but if you don't like it for any reason, you tell us and we bring you straight home." "Yes, Mum, I hope that I do like it. A whole new world to explore, and learn about." Hermione gushed. "I bet everything is wonderful there. Just like in the books I read." She was very excited about the opportunity she had been given. She would be among people like her. And perhaps she could even make friends with others. It was always terribly lonely for her. Every morning she got up for school and waited at the bus stop, none of the other children on her block talking to her. At school she was able to answer each question the teacher asked her. At times though other students would pelt her with bits of eraser, that would get stuck in her bushy hair. And her mother would have to hunt for them later. Her cellular never buzzed, and no one ever asked for her over the phone. Going to this new school would give her the opportunity to reinvent herself. To be like the amazing heroines in her books. It wasn't until after her mother turned out the lights that Hermione remembered that while good was better in her books, bad was evil. She pulled her covers closer. As shadows twisted into horrible beasts and evil men, she wouldn't be powerless there like she was here. Hermione turned over, grabbing a spare pencil from her nightstand, casting imaginary spells. "To bed, Hermione," she heard her father call from downstairs. Hermione ignored it. The final evil in front of her as a passing car caused the shadow to grow. She stood firmly on her bed, Hildish magic creating a wind to keep hair out of her face. She slowly released the pencil, and it remained floating in the air. Her father opened the door just as the projectile was shot into the wall. The hall light extinguishing the shadow. "That's enough now, Matilda," he said lovingly. Hermione blushed and got back under the covers. She rather liked it when her father would call her that. It had of course taken her many days of practice in order to get things to float on their own. This excursion had made her exhausted and she turned to her side as her father closed the door, bidding her good night. "Hermione the heroine," she whispered to herself just before drifting to sleep. Line break, line break, line break. "I am getting no signal on my phone," Sam complained, holding it above his head. Dean flipped his open from where he sat on the bed. "Same here," he confirmed. Harry fished his phone from his pocket, placing it on the table. He used his free hand to tap at the buttons and screen, eventually getting it to display something. Sam peered at it, finding that there was no signal there either. Harry continued to eat his chicken tenders, not entirely worried about the signal issue. Sam sighed and sat back at the table to finish his salad. "Do you think Severus will tell me more about my parents?" Harry asked, trying hard to avoid meeting anyone's gaze. "I would like to know what my mum looked like." Sam paused in his eating. "I'm sure he will. Do you want to hear a bit about our family?" Harry nodded enthusiastically. Sam opened his mouth to begin but was cut off by Saws of all people. Deanna and Samuel were a hunter couple. It was a practice that they taught their only daughter Mary. Mary was a beautiful woman, with blonde hair and green eyes just like Dean. She met Joe N. Winchester because they were destined for each other. John Winchester had dark brown hair and blue eyes. He never knew of Mary's past, becoming a hunter on his own. Saws. Dean sighed. "Our mother was amazing. She would bake the most amazing pies on the weekends. My favorite was cherry. When I would wake up from a nightmare she would sing Hey Jude to me. We lost her to a fire when Sammy was only 6 months old." "You interrupted because you thought I lacked sentiment," Saws said. "You do not have much to say about your mother, and your father leaves much to be desired. Have you forgotten the point of the gift you gave to him?" Saws swiftly moved the glass stag from the mantel to the table. "Dean and Sam were raised to be hunters. Now you will become one as well, because you are a part of their family. Tomorrow though, I think it's time for bed now," Sam teased. Harry pouted but went to claim one of the beds. It only took a few seconds for soft snoring to be heard. Sam leaned back in his chair, exhausted. What a day. Start out in some bar in Nowheresville, almost get struck down by the wrath of heaven, and end up with a kid. Dean shook his head, finding a weird amusement to it all. We never stood a chance at normal. Huh, yeah. Sam smiled, checking his phone again. He didn't know why he kept checking it. Saz had assured them that Bobby was safe, but he did not have complete faith in the angel either. We gotta talk about what's going on. If what is happening is part of some original plan, we need to be careful. Let it be known that I will lay down my life for this boy. Saz vowed. It's horrible to think that so many children are left without guardian angels simply because they are undetectable. I am finding it hard to believe that God would allow this to happen. Or that he would make an angel as defective as me. Saz sat down on a nearby chair, staring out the window to the wizard street below. The brothers looked away from the angel, unsure of what to say. The priest at home says, God sees all and knows all. Mistakes are not mistakes but instead lessons. Unique is not for the sake of individuality, but rather purpose. It is okay to be different, man, woman, colored or not. Gay or straight, you were created with intent. To believe that someone is wrong or broken is an insult to God, and so we must learn tolerance. Harry said without moving, I thought you were asleep. Dean said, you don't know much about kids, do you? Harry sat up, looking over at the trio. Aunt Petunia always said that this didn't apply to me because I had been made by the devil. God did answer my prayer though, it was the first time I had done so in a very long time. What was your prayer, Harry? Saz asked softly. I wanted to be normal. Harry replied. It's what made me remember Father Simon's speech. Here I am normal. With you I am normal, just another student instead of the amazing Harry Potter. The point is, I'm sure God is watching you, and I'm sure that he's very proud of you. You have suffered so much and yet you are so kind. If my brother could see this, perhaps he would not be so lost. Dean got up, patting Saz on the shoulder as he passed. All right, that's enough mystic stuff for tonight, he said, sitting on the bed next to Harry. He smoothed back a few strands of hair that the gel could no longer hold. Snapemageddon is coming by Tom. Oro and I do not want to keep that guy waiting. I'm not tired though. This day was the wildest of my life. I even have a friend now. Do you think Draco really likes me? Would we still be friends if I was Harry Potter instead? I want to learn about hunting now, not tomorrow. Dean gave a distressed look, turning towards Sam who shrugged helplessly. Saz sang softly in Enochian, the words sounding harsh and grating to Sam and Dean. But before long Harry was fast asleep. What was that? Sam asked, ever fascinated with the angel and his powers. It is a lullaby that my brother Gabriel would sing to me. It is very popular among fledglings. Saz studied Harry carefully. He is receptive to the ways of angels already, even with less than an 8% of grace within him. He was however unable to hear the screams of his necklace. Do you think it's safe to have that thing around him? Dean asked in concern. The trio studied the boy on the bed, the necklace glinting softly as it rose and fell in sync with his breathing. No, but I do not see any other way. I do not know how to destroy it, and will not attempt anything lest I make it stronger or release it. Saz answered. There is no telling how my miracles will be affected by magic, or vice versa. Have either of you felt any ill effects of being within this world not meant for you? Sam stiffened but shook his head along with his brother. Harry didn't mention anything that we said regarding him. Sam said, changing the subject. I know nothing about kids. Like at all, none of us do. We are going to need help. Yeah, and Snape doesn't seem the mothering type. I'm getting a more children are the bane of my existence vibe. Which means, dear brother, that you have to find yourself a lovely witch to woo. Dean held up a hand. There is time now, Sam. Shorty and I will keep up charades until the big day, but there is nothing stopping you. This is the place we've been looking for, home. Sam gave a wary smile at his older brother. Knowing that he meant well, but unsure if he could find it in himself to make a connection with someone. I will survey the surrounding void, while the both of you sleep. Time zones have been affected. And your need to adjust. In an instant he was gone. I call the single bed. Dean blurted, diving onto it, not bothering to change. Sam rolled his eyes, and went to change in the adjacent bathroom. He stared at his reflection for a while, knowing that the demon blood surging through him was hidden beneath the surface. He briefly wondered if he could achieve his previous level of power by simply remaining in this realm. Ruby hadn't been extremely specific in what would happen to him if he continued to drink. Surprisingly, his hunger had not come about since hit with the 2-sp. LLS, and downing the had seemed easier as well, even though all he had done was trip his nephew brother's tormentors. He decided to leave his musings for the next day, heading out to lay next to Harry. He allowed himself a victory smirk as he heard his brother struggle to keep the pets off the bed. Line break, line break, line break. Kingsley Shacklebolt, head of the Auror department, gave a sigh as Thr. E of the 4 Hogwarts head of houses were escorted into his office. It was 6 a.m., and only Head Sprout seemed to be cheerful. He found this strange. Despite her usually cheery nature, even she was not immune to the dreariness of pre-term business. She gave him a dimpled smile, guessing the question on the Auror's mind. "Oh, haven't you heard? Severus will be joining us this year." She barely refrained from bouncing on her toes in excitement. McGonagall and Flitwick turned to her in surprise, not having known this information. Kingsley allowed a smile to slip onto his impassive face, before it was once more chased away. There had been issues finding available bodyguards for the trip into the Muggle world. He saw a shock of pink hair flounce past his doorway. He was out of his seat in an instant. His swiftness was always a surprise to those around him, who described him as an immovable mountain. He laid a hand on the young Auror's shoulder, and she whipped around, giving him a hard chop to the chest. She immediately flushed in embarrassment. "Sorry about that, boss," she squeaked. "I thought you were 11, bugger has been harassing me all day for a date." He gave a nod in understanding, finding her free spirit quite refreshing. "How would you like a field test?" Magenta eyes sparkled at him. "As if I needed to ask. Am I going to help find Harry Potter?" she asked in a low whisper, her eyes turning a deep blue as they subconsciously reflected her state of mind. "Perhaps you will find him. You do have a knack for getting into trouble." "No, you will accompany one of the heads of Hogwarts into the Muggle world." Nymphadora Tonks had just graduated from Hogwarts 2 years prior, and he knew she would enjoy herself. "You think the kiddos would enjoy it if I mimicked my charge?" she said with a smirk, changing her appearance into that of Severus Snape. The playful grin and sparkling eyes looked absolutely bizarre on the dour potions master's face. Metamorphagy were extremely rare, and yet in the same instance not. Occasionally one would pop out into the world, making up less than 1% of the wizarding population, but from then on their lineage would continue to birth them. It was because of her rare ability that Alistair Moody, one of the most vigilant and hard-working Aurors, had decided to take the exuberant girl under his wing. "I am not amused, Miss Tonks." Tonks gasped in surprise, whirling around to face Severus Snape, her appearance quickly changing back to her preferred default. "You are late, Severus," Kingsley mentioned, earning himself a scowl. "Then let us not waste any more time." He snapped back, striding past them to the office. Tonks shook her head and followed after him. The trainee found it odd that Severus stood next to her old head of house, instead of hiding in a shadowed corner. Sprout gave her a welcoming hug. "Always knew you had a good head on your shoulders," she whispered, making her former student glow with pride. Kingsley retook his seat, 3 Aurors coming in behind him, taking post behind the 3 expected heads. Tonks paled a bit when she realized she would be left to accompany Severus. Said Professor Distribute. The edited lists that Dumbledore had given to him, evenly distributing the Muggle-born children. McGonagall eyed her list sadly, only 2 names upon it. This year's class only contained 40 students, a direct cause of the war. Her eyes watered momentarily, remembering Lily and James. They were one of the few to try and have a family despite the war, reasoning that it would give them more reason to win. She heard Tonks blow a raspberry and complain about having only 1 name. This lightened her mood just a bit, and she turned to give her Auror a nod, the 2 departing. Flitwick tried not to let his distress show, as he filed out as well. He would not fail in his mission to get these children into the magical world. Sprout gave Severus a pat on the arm before departing. "Ready to go then?" she asked Snape. "We have a stop to make first." Line break, line break, line break. "You think this'll work?" George whispered to his twin, as they loomed over the bed of their little brother. Only the awking orange hair that they all shared was visible, loud snores filling the room. Fred grinned impishly at his brother, sapphire eyes sparkling in anticipation. George swore up and down to his broth. That the small fleck of gold Fred had in his right eye glimmered brighter whenever his brother had mischief on the mind. I hope so. Fred sprinkled a small packet of dust onto his younger brother's hair. Slowly orange faded to a sickly green. Ronnikins is in for a surprise when he wakes up. Fred looked up to see the speck of silver in his brother's left eye sparkle in pride. These small specks, invisible to anyone who didn't know they were there, was the only difference between the two twins, physically. In brains, they were perfect complements, filling in the holes in each other's knowledge. The only differences in personality happened away from others, though this was not done consciously. George was bit protective of his brother, ever since Fred had come down with dragon pox at AT. They did not have the funds to immediately cure him. It had been the only time in his life that he had separated from his brother. Fred was also the artistic type, while his brother could hardly draw a stickman. You think Mum will get mad? George asked, pulling out the chair for Fred. Fred shrugged, plopping down and pulling 2 table mats out of the pile in the center of the table. George took the seat to the left, staring up at the ceiling. It washes off in the shower. He'll be fine, Fred finally said. Little Ronnikins joining us at Hogwarts. Seems like just yesterday we were mentally scarring him for life by changing his teddy bear into a spider. Boys, is that you? They heard their mother call. Kitchen Mum, they said in unison. Unknown to anyone else, the two shared a mental bond that had formed just as they began to speak. In the magical world it was not uncommon for different bonds to pop up between family members or lovers. They varied and there were no set rules to them, except for the bond itself compelling the bonded to never give away the secret directly. Honestly, you two, must you always match? Molly Wesley asked, rushing to start breakfast. The twins grinned, leaning into each other with innocent smiles. What's the matter, Mum? Fred asked. Can't tell us apart? George questioned. Molly looked between the two, whom were both wearing maroon long sleeves and black jeans. Since you two are up early, you can go to Gnome the Garden. Go on, get. She scolded good-naturedly as the twins began to snicker at her inability to tell them apart. The two scampered off, joyfully chasing the small garden tormentors around. Together they were experts at catching the buggers, Fred with increased hearing and George with his heightened sight. It was only because he was so in sync with his brother that George happened to see a shadowy figure perched in their tree. It disappeared a moment later, and Fred sprinted towards the tree after the sound of fluttering wings. Fred, stop, it's gone, George called out, chasing his brother, in case the figure had simply become invisible. Fred halted, only half turning back to his twin. It was wings. I thought maybe an owl. Fred was worried. George could sense it. They had been very aware of the dangers of the First War. Bill and sometimes even Charlie would tell them all they had experienced, the fear, the hatred, the betrayal. They were shaken of their wariness when they heard Ron give out a shrill scream. Twin grins immediately dissolved at hearing Ginny scream as well. Wands were instantly in their hands as they dashed towards the house. There was no need, however, as they heard Ginny scold Ron for scaring her. They entered just in time to hear Ron's explanation as to why he had barreled into their sister's room and dragged her down into the kitchen in such a panic. His face was nearly the same color as his hair, not tomato red as the twins had been hoping. Gin, I didn't mean, I thought I had seen a man in my room. Line break, line break, line break. Saz entered the next home, making sure to use cloaking powers this time around, lest he be spotted as he had been by the red-haired bunch. It was what he had been doing since leaving the hotel, jumping from place to place following a mental thread no thicker than spider filament. It worried him that each string led to a child. First had been a boy living with his grandmother, Neville, aura an extremely pale green. Nothing remarkable had happened while he was there. Following that, he found himself in the home of Draco Malfoy, and had quickly moved on. The next line led him to a random point, and did not to connect to any being, simply waving around wistfully as if waiting for someone to come along. It was not until he stepped into the home of 7 that something seemed different. It had been 3 in the morning when he first arrived, following 2 threads that ran parallel. Twin boys laid in each bed, hands connected between them. Saz had decided to touch one of the chords, vibrating it slightly. The one next to it reacted in perfect harmony, and suddenly both boys were sitting up. In the dark, however, it seemed like a single being with mismatched gold and silver eyes was staring back at him. He had stilled the chords immediately, the eyes dimming back to sapphire, twins going limp against their pillows. He could see two other chords through the house, but had tracked the twins, who had caught sight of him in the garden. Without much thought he rushed to another string, looming over the bed of a boy with sickly green hair. Said boy had shot up from bed in mere seconds, rushing not downstairs but higher. Saz thought this to be a foolish thing to do when faced with an enemy. He heard the green-haired one give small wah rning to the female before having them both jump over the banister straight to the kitchen from the third floor. The female had glimpsed him as well as she fell, confusion and anger across her face. "Would you like to join my tea party?" Saz jumped in surprise as he looked to see a young girl staring directly at him. "Mother said your kind would come one day, it is why I have tea made every day." "What is your name, young one?" he asked, even as the name seared itself into his brain like a white-hot arrow. "I am not ready yet. It is why the threads are so thin." She plucked the one connected to her and gave a giggle. "What can you tell me, Luna?" Saz asked gruffly. She didn't seem affected, and began to sway on her feet, humming softly. A small innocent smile graced her lips. "You are doing the right thing." She slowly twirled away from him, stopping suddenly to stare off into space, a distressed whine escaping her throat. Zeno, her father, rushed in at that moment, the necklace he wore still glowing. Saz watched in confusion as Zeno did nothing to help his daughter out of her trance. He simply laid his hands upon her shoulders. "It is impossible to save everyone, Luna dear. Line break, line break, line break. So is it protocol then to bring other children to an interview, or am I missing something here?" Tonks asked, giving a wary glance towards her second cousin. Upon seeing where exactly they would be making a stop, she had transformed herself into a plainer version of one of her colleagues. It was not that she was afraid of Draco, but she was almost certain she could get Boo Ted from Auror training if she permanently removed an 11-year-old's mouth for spewing insults. "Draco has made friends with the Winchester boy," Snape offered as explanation. Tonks glanced sideways at her cousin, who had a serene smile on his face. She let her appearance change to her preferred state. Her mother was a prime example that someone should not be judged by their family name, and Draco seemed an okay enough kid. Especially if he was friends with a Muggleborn, though she had no idea how that came to be. "Oh, hello Dora," Draco said, though his polite tone seemed just a tad bit forced. "Severus told me to be on my best behavior, or else I'd be sent home. While your mother is a disgrace to the Black family, I think you should be given a chance due to your amazing ability." KS hid an amused smirk as the boy tried to imitate his father's way of puffing out his chest. "Ever the diplomat," she said deadpan. "Draco, go on ahead and make sure they are decent." Draco nodded and jogged up the stairs. Severus took a seat at a booth, and Tonks warily slid in across from him. "I am about to tell you something of great importance, keep all your idiotic questions until the end." Tonks scowled at the potions master, but nodded. "As foreign as the concept may seem to you, I do have the capacity to care about people. This family is some of the very short list. Do not speak to the boy unless he speaks to you directly. Do not step in when Draco undoubtedly expresses a biased view. I want the boy to be able to defend and think for himself. If you manage to upset any of them, I will give Kingsley a negative review of your duties. Why are they important to you? No offense there, but you seem the type to keep everyone a stone throw away." Severus sat silent for a few moments. Tonks shifted nervously, sensing something off but not sure what. "These are Lily's god siblings. Dean's adopted son reminds me a lot of Lily as well. I can only imagine that this is because the Eva NS picked a family with similar values to theirs to entrust their daughter to." Severus watched his former student process the information. As he would with anyone who would be coming in close contact with Harry, he was misleading her. "If only Harry Potter had been entrusted to someone like them," she said sadly, surprising the man across from her. He then remembered that Tonks was a notorious fly on the wall, and could have easily snuck into a meeting of importance. He was kept from having to respond when he heard the stomping of feet. Draco and Harry were racing down the stairs, the blonde winning. Quite suddenly Harry was next to Severus, and Tonks gave a startled yelp. "Cheater!" Draco called. "You cheated first," Harry replied, sticking out his tongue. Tonks shakily placed a hand on the table. Amazed at the level of control the boy had, she quickly regained her composure when Snape sent her a withering glare. Draco sat next to Severus, nudging him slightly to make room for Harry. Tonks' attention was drawn back to the stairs when several loud thumps effectively silenced the patrons. The man making the noise smiled sheepishly, and attempted to step lighter. Behind him a shorter man was struggling with a small kitten and dog. "Are we going to get our wands today?" Harry asked his blonde friend. "Wands?" the taller man asked, electing to pull out a chair instead of trying to squeeze next to the pink-haired woman. "Harry, get your damn pets," the shorter complained. Harry laughed and called his pets over. The kitten hopped onto the dog's back and the pair went to sit next to their master. "Oh, of course, Harry. This is my second cousin Nymphadora, we call her Dora. She is training to be an Auror," Draco said, waving slightly in Tonks' direction. "What is an Auror?" Harry asked, fake blue eyes looking at her inquisitively. Tonks cleared her throat, an unexpected case of nerves cropping up as what she assumed were Harry's parents stared her down as well. "It is a magical police, or detective. We keep the peace. I'm being trained by the best Auror ever, his only student ever," she said proudly. "Why's that, you powerful?" the shorter asked, a bit rudely. Tonks gave a sickeningly sweet grin. Before shifting into an exact copy of the man, she had expected shock, or even awe, not a knife being suddenly pressed to her neck. The one she was copying pulled out a cell phone, holding it near her face. Not a shifter, Sammy. The knife was removed, no other patron knowing what had just happened. Tonks quickly scuttled away, turning back to normal. The man, Sammy, glared at her. "How did you do that? How did you change into my brother?" he demanded, brown eyes glinting with restraint. "She's a metamorphagus," Draco explained. "She was born like that. How did you get your knife out of your pocket so fast?" "I would have thought it magic, except you're muggles." He keeps a holster under his sleeve. "I plan to get two, one for my wand and one for my knife," Harry said excitedly. "Oh, are you okay, Dora? They didn't mean to, it's just, you could have been a shifter." Harry extended a hand to her in comfort. He thought it was very funny that he had just learned about shifters and Dora had shown up. Tonks took the hand, and a calm feeling washed over her. "What is a shifter, Harry?" Draco asked, trying to gain back his friend's attention. "They can shed their skin to turn into anyone they want. As long as they are close to the victim they can gain their memories and then no one would know which one was the real one." Dad checked her using his camera on his phone. "Shifter eyes glow in pictures. That's repulsive," Draco sneered, scrunching up his nose. "I'm really sorry," Sam said. Tonks nodded, but did not resume her previous seat. "Dean." The shorter one turned to the stairs, grinning brightly upon seeing a dark-haired man. "Honeybunch," Dean called back, holding out his arms. Sam snorted, and Tonks cracked a smile. The man had a confused look as he came to stand next to them, completely ignoring outstretched arms. "I possess no honey." Tonks saw Harry roll his eyes. "Dean, I must speak with." The man trailed off, noticing a small thread worming away from Harry and towards the female sitting across from him. There were also solid ones connecting Severus, Dean and Sam. "Who are you?" "Name's Nymphadora Tonks, Auror in training. You can call me Tonks or Dora. Order her to leave, now," the man told Severus, blue eyes cold. Severus gave her a sharp look. "No. This is my job, I cannot abandon you. This guy seems suspicious to me, constant vigilance." "Severus, you aren't doing anything illegal, are you?" Tonks sputtered in indignation. "Why do you want her to go, Saws?" Sam asked. Saws stared at a point right between her eyes and frowned. "It is too late now." Saws turned and pulled Dean away with him. Tonks silently cast an eavesdropping spell that Alistair had taught her. "What is going on, Saws?" Dean asked. "This is the original plan. It is forming. I was trying to keep her out of it." Saws replied. "What do you mean it's forming? Harry is the center of it all. When the destinies of mortals are intertwined, there is a thread visible to angels. They are thin, but certain events will still come to pass. I met the new prophet last night. All the players are children, and everyone at that table. Which means Lilith will somehow infiltrate this void." Saws stared off in contemplation. "Lilith. The first demon, stripped of her humanity by Lucifer himself. She was in the process of breaking the 66 seals to release Lucifer, but I had assumed with his vessel set to be destroyed they would prolong. It seems this is not the case. Okay, so when she gets here, we gank the bitch. Dean responded. No, we will need to protect her. Her death is the last seal. You and Sam are possibly the only ones powerful enough to kill her, as in accordance with the plan. Fuck. Dean rubbed at his face. In that case, I'll tell Sammy to get on some containment spells or something. Tonks ended the spell, lucky to find that no one had been speaking to her. She sincerely hoped that this family was simply crazy, or in a constant state of RPG for the amusement of their son. We should get going, collect your brother and his husband. Severus said. Harry and Draco slid out of their seats. KitKat climbed onto Harry's shoulder, and Danny waited patiently as Harry clipped on his leash. They don't allow dogs at Hogwarts, you know. Tonks said. An exception will be made. Severus replied immediately. Harry beamed at Severus, and Tonks stared. In shock as Severus placed a hand on the boy's head in a caring manner. His hand dropped as the Winchesters returned, scowl set firmly in place. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Sam asked as he fell in step with Tonks. She nodded, scanning the immediate area as the archway opened up. So you were born with this ability, do you know if it is recessive, or? I don't think magic fits into Punnett squares. It is a gift really. Magic is based on intent, which is why children can do accidental magic that has no corresponding spell words. As for my gift specifically, it is rare to receive it randomly. But my children and their children and their children yada 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 will have this gift. Okay, Sam scribbled furiously into his notebook. What exactly does your ability allow you to do? Can you only copy people you've seen? No, I can change anything, to whatever I want. It is just like regular magic, it took me a while to get control over it. I can't gain memories like your shifters. Well, I mean I could if I knew Legilimency. What is that? Sam asked eagerly. It's being able to go through someone's memory with just a glance into their eyes. Only powerful witches and wizards can do it easily. Anyone can learn, but you just get more success the better you are. You sure know a lot, you look very young. Tonks blushed. I am 20. I only know all this stuff because of Alistair. Know thy enemy and all that. I would tell you to go to him, but I doubt he'd tell you anything due to the statute of secrecy. I think it makes sense to hide from muggles sure, but with people like you, who have magical children, you should be allowed to know everything. You will be a target, your child could be a target, and you need to know. Sam thought back to all the hunters he had called. What happens if a muggle sees something they aren't supposed to? An aura will erase their memory. I think it is cruel. Obliviate should only be used by the more powerful, because it can cause damage. Our government is just like any other, with rotten apples throughout. Some don't take the time to replace memories, or they don't get the full memory out and a muggle can be driven mad. It should be like Men in Black. Quote, there isn't a way to reverse this. The memory that is taken is stored in the wand. There is a spell to make it tangible but Alistair will not tell me what it is. Otherwise it is destroyed by the next spell cast. There is no way to restore the memory. There are other memory charms that just put blocks up temporarily, but there is too much risk of those breaking when you least expect them to. Sam drifted away from her at that point, deep in thought. Harry exclaimed over the goblins in front of Gringotts, with Severus imparting their importance. Sam quickly shook out of his stupor and began jotting down everything the potions master said. Tonks took this time to come in between Dean and Sawes. She was unsure of how to start the conversation, so she decided to dive right in. They say the first wizard was the product of an angel and a demon. Meaning we are all technically muggle-born. That's a weird legend. Was Merlin the first wizard, or just a real powerful one? Is he real? Dean asked without hesitation. Sawes had not reacted at all. I am connected to this, aren't I? I deserve to know. She hissed, eyes turning red. Sawes? Dean questioned. Sawes turned suddenly, blocking her path. Dean discreetly moved to cover them. Tonks gripped her wand tighter as blue eyes shone with an unnatural light. Her eyes became unfocused for a few moments before he stepped back. Yeah, Merlin existed. About 1 billion years ago. She said with a snort. Dean clapped her on the shoulder and walked off with Sawes. Tonks frowned when she realized that she had her wand in her hand. A voice in the back of her mind that sounded just like Alistair was screaming that she had been preparing for an attack. She could feel no changes to herself, and the Muggles had carried on as if nothing had happened. That left a few options, the most prevalent being memory charms. Yet, as she looked around, she could not find a single person out of place, or suspicious. Dean and Dee Saws were simply holding hands gazing around as Severus helped Harry work out his account, Sam scribbling notes. She wordlessly rejoined them, but did not put her wand away. Rule number 52, never underestimate anyone. Severus was a master legimus, but by the frustrated look on his face and the two boys refusing to look at each other, he had been dealing with Harry and Draco bickering just a moment before. Sam had nearly 2 more pages worth of notes, and a rudimentary sketch of the goblin behind the counter. Dean had asked her about Merlin, and his husband had not said a single word to her since leaving the Leaky Cauldron. He was a Muggle, he could not have possibly charmed her memory. Tonks had been studying Saws so intently that she did not notice the look Dean shared with his brother. "Hey," Severus said, "if I touch anything, it could possibly kill me. That true? 'Cause I wanted to do a rubbing of one of the pillars." Sam asked her. "Goblins take security very seriously. They don't trust wizards worth jack." She replied absent-mindedly. "Do you know if the magic is advanced enough to recognize intent? What if I was to trip and fall, and accidentally touch something?" Tonks smacked herself in the forehead. "Oh, was that a dumb question? No, I just realized I probably set something off earlier. I'm a bit of a klutz. I don't know a lot about goblin magic, it is closely guarded secret." Sam nodded, and when she turned away sent Dean a significant look over her head. Line break, line break, line break. "I would feel much better if one of your parents were home, Ms. Granger," Minerva repeated as the bushy-haired girl led her into her home. The house was very simple and cozy, a multitude of pictures on the walls, depicting a happy family. It was only because of this that Minerva did not assume that Hermione was hiding her magic from her parents. It was always such a tragedy to see a name disappear off the master list because of parents who could not understand that their child was not broken. She often thought that they should be allowed to check up on the children, but the ministry continued to refute it. "Mother and I made a comprehensive list of questions and concerns. Ultimately the decision is up to me as well, so it would make more sense for me to have all the information, and to conduct the interview." Hermione gestured to the kitchen table. "Would you like any tea?" "No, that is quite all right, Ms. Granger." Minerva took a seat. Sometimes it was glaringly obvious which house a student would end up in. That is not to say that they did not possess the other qualities of the remaining houses, but they were paired with their peers for a reason. Hermione pulled out notebook, with several neatly written questions, furthering the assumption that she would end up in Ravenclaw. "As you know from your letter, you are a young witch. I am the Transfiguration Professor, head of Gryffindor and deputy of Hogwarts. Our school is one of many across the world, but is regarded as the best. By accepting the invitation to our school, you would be entering a gateway into our magical community. Hogwarts will provide you with the necessary skills and talent to enter any field of magical work that you desire. Upon arrival you will be sorted into one of 4 houses, each with peers that hold similar values as you. It takes 7 years to graduate. In which you will be able to move into a training program. In short, we can teach you to be the best version of yourself. Will there be others like me, who were born to non-magical parents?" Hermione asked. Minerva gave a soft sigh, pulling out the short list from her pocket. This was a question that almost every Muggle family asked. This year her assurances of inclusion were not going to be as strong as usual. "In your year, 6 others are being offered a spot. This class is smaller than normal, I'm sure you will connect with other Muggle-born students," she reassured. Why? It was not a question that could be written off. Soft brown eyes were boring into her, pen poised above paper. "I'm not sure if I should reveal such sensitive information without. The wizarding world isn't all glitter and gold, nothing ever is. I am not foolish enough to keep such important information from my parents, because by doing so I could put them in danger too," Hermione stated. Minerva gazed at the girl in front of her before slowly nodding. "You are the generation born from those who fought in our Civil War. The war ended 11 years ago, thanks to Harry Potter. That is not to say that there aren't still those who foster old beliefs. You seem like a smart girl, so I will tell you what you must likely have already figured out. There is dark magic and evil villains, but you will be safe at Hogwarts, and within its walls you will learn how to overcome it. What was the Civil War about? Hermione asked, dreading the answer. She could only imagine how other wizards and witches would react if she was ignorant of their customs. Unless of course there was a class to help children learn such traditions. On one side was a blood purist, much like Hitler, who believed only those of pure wizard blood should be allowed to live. On the other, led by our headmaster, those who believed magic was a gift and anyone who possessed it deserved to learn how to yield it, and those who did not were to be left in peace. Many good people died, students I had taught, deciding to become soldiers right after graduation. Tears appeared in her eyes. So many Gryffindors, the very children I was tasked with protecting, but you can't. Not once they leave Hogwarts. You can only teach them so much without drifting into the dark arts and dimming their core. You take a child out of the Muggle world, and they are not even home when they fall. It becomes their home. No one would want to stay in the Muggle world, knowing that their brothers and sisters were falling for their rights. Hermione declared. Her outburst had made the table rattle under her hands. Perhaps, Minerva thought, she had been too quick to judge Hermione Granger. She could not bear the thought of training another Gryffindor to their death. Not when she watched them grow up away from home. That is why they should not have to fight them. Minerva said, knowing of the hundreds of older wizards who could have taken up the front lines. That is why they have to fight. Half of the battle is intimidating the enemy. To prove they have no right to decide who is and who is not worthy. Hermione sat back in her seat, a blush creeping up her face at her outburst. Listen to me, the war is over. Minerva placed a hand over Hermione's. No, it's not. Line break, line break, line break. Harry and Draco stood side by side in front of Ollivanders, staring at the fogged windows. They were silent for two very different reasons. Draco had known this day would come since he could understand English. With a wand he would be able to achieve greatness, he would become powerful. With a wand a great burden to do well, and do good would be placed upon him. He would have to make sure to preserve his family name, while not furthering the negative family image. He blindly reached out for his friend's hand. Harry accepted it, lost in his own fears. Once he accepted this wand, there would be no going back, no running. Severus had made sure he knew this. Once he accepted this wand he would have to do his best to remain anonymous, while secretly training Harry Potter to be the stuff of legends. This is a very special moment in a child's life. Tonks said, you should go in separately. Dean nodded and grabbed Harry's other hand, leading him into the store. Draco and Harry kept their hands linked into the very last moment, and Tonks could only stand by and appreciate their symmetry. Draco's hand fell to his side as the door shut with a soft thunk. Saws, come with me. I want to get one last thing for Harry. Sam said, leading the angel away. How long have they had Harry? Tonks asked Severus, finding it odd that Saws did not go in as well. In fact, a lot of things that the black-haired man did were odd to her. That information is not of importance to you. The way they decide to raise their child is their business. Severus looked down at Draco, who was biting his lip nervously. Would you rather wait until your father has time to take you? Draco shook his head no, but did not elaborate. Very well. Meanwhile, inside the shop an aging wizard made his way to the front, milky blue eyes lighting up in delight. I had wondered when I would be seeing you. The man snapped his fingers and a measuring tape jumped to his hands. Hold out your wand arm, the one you write with. Harry held his right arm out. Ollivander took several measurements and then moved away, the tape continuing to record abstract distances. Dean reached out to poke the enchanted object. He spent the next minute running away from it as it tried to ram itself into him. Ollivander snatched the thing out of midair. Whoa! Harry breathed, amazed that the man had been able to do that. Ollivander gave him a wink as he passed him the wand. Normally, he would tell the specifications of the wand, but he had waited years to meet the boy, and wanted the moment to be perfectly magical. He frowned and quickly snatched the wand back, handing him another. He should have expected the wand similar to his father's not to work. He could already tell that the boy was more like his mother in temperament. When the second didn't work, he began to mutter to himself and decided that a boy so special would require a special wand. He started to pull out several odd combinations, yet one after the other they produced nothing. I wonder, could I not be a wizard? The boy asked, terror written across his face. Ollivander scoffed at the question, and headed towards the back. Carefully, he pulled a black box from the shelf, and held it close to his chest. He stood before them and handed over the entire box. This one will work. There was hesitation. I promise. Harry took the wand and immediately several sparks shot out, dancing along the walls. Ollivander placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. How do you know it would work? The man behind him accused. Ollivander did not need to turn to notice the man's glare. To make a wand core, you must willingly receive hair or feather of a magical beast. It just so happens that the phoenix who gave this feather, gave one other. The other lies in the wand hat started the war. I hope with this wand, that you may end it, Harry Potter. Harry looked up at him in shock. I never forget a face, Mr. Potter. Both your father and mother came to me. Both from very different worlds, and you, my son, were in a league of your own. Ollivander noticed Dean's stricken expression. I did not recognize you by your face construct. It was the expression of awe, pure Lily Evans. The amazement when I snatched the tape, James Potter. Mostly, it was the feel of your magic. You have them in equal parts within you. But it is clear to me that you are not just an Evans Potter. Harry Winchester, Harry said, holding out his hand. Ollivander laughed loudly, vigorously shaking the offered hand. Your name is the gift of your old family, paired with the gift of your new. Well, Mr. Winchester, that will be 7 galleons. Dean handed over the money. Harry Winchester, I expect great things from you, and I know you will not let me down. Thank you, sir. Harry and Dean left the store. Ollivander smiled to himself as he returned to the back of the store. No, Harry Winchester, thank you. Draco and Harry sat apart from the adults, trying out simple spells that Draco knew. Draco had gotten a hawthorn wand with unicorn hair. Silver sparked dancing along the walls of the wand shop. Harry had in turn told him that his was holly with phoenix feather, and light blue sparks had erupted from his. However, just like he had with Dean, Harry refrained from mentioning that his necklace had burned him just the smallest bit. In all honesty, he had completely forgotten about it when Sam and Saz brought him his newest pet, a snowy white owl. His pets were currently napping near the fireplace, under the table where the adults sat. Severus seemed to be using Nymphadora as a visual aid, as every few minutes she transformed into a different person. All right, again. Incendio, Draco explained, making the flame-shaped motion in the air. A small fire lit up on the pillow that Severus had charmed not to burn. Harry nodded, gripping his wand tight. Incendio, he whispered. Both boys jumped back with shouts of alarm as a roaring pillar of flame reached to the ceiling. Tonks put it out a second later, reacting even quicker than Severus. She grinned in pride, until she moved without ending the spell and blasted the pets full of water. Harry, you cannot be afraid of your magic. It will destroy you if you do not control it. Severus said. How am I supposed to not fear it when it nearly just burned me to a crisp? Harry ranted, pointing to the blackened smudge on the ceiling. I need to go, Dean announced in a strangled whisper, heading out of the room before anyone could comment. Sam hesitated only a moment before following his brother out. Harry started to tremble ever so slightly, but everyone in the room was trained to detect the smallest of changes, and he was immediately surrounded. The angel posing as his father swept him into a hug, whispering Enochian reassurances and explanations. After a while Harry nodded. Saz picked up the wand that Harry had dropped, and handed it over with a smile. Go on, Saz said softly. Tonks and Severus held their wands at the ready in case Harry's magic had the same effect. Incendio. The pillow lit up with a small flame, and Draco congratulated him. Harry beamed up at Saz, and the angel felt a new emotion stirring within him. He would not let anyone hurt this boy, even if it meant sacrificing himself to give Harry a boost of power. I can't believe they reacted that way, Tonks said under her breath. Severus glared at her, pulling her to the opposite side of the room, Saz trailing behind. I thought they would be okay with it. They were fascinated with everything today. Did it not cross their minds that it could do bad too? You are ignorant, Severus hissed. Each living thing has an entirely unique experience. Saz added, staring towards the wall, where he knew Dean was standing on the other side. The boys lost their mother to a fire. And Sam his girlfriend. You cannot know what they feel, not truly. Harry will understand, he has been most understanding so far. He is a child I can be proud of. You will return to the ministry now. We have no more use for you. Severus ordered. Tonks had the grace to look thoroughly chastised before turning towards the flow. By Dora. Harry called out as green flames engulfed her. He noticed her wave and smiled to himself. He subconsciously rubbed at his chest, feeling a dull ache. Harry did not know the full truth regarding his necklace, and it was for that reason that he never suspected that it was angry with him. Line break, line break, line break. Thanks for letting us crash at your crib, Dean said, hauling the last of the bags through the flow. His car had graciously been shrunken down and sat lovingly on the mantel. Severus raised an eyebrow at the shorter Winchester brother. I find it increasingly difficult to understand you. Sam barked out a laugh at this, dodging a punch from Dean. Harry placed all his pets on the floor and spread out his arms, signaling for them to roam free. Severus twitched slightly, but otherwise did not give any indication that the action was unapproved. Back in Black began to blare in the back pocket of Dean's jeans. He quickly answered it, and almost wished her hadn't. You damn idiot. What in the hell did you do this time? I got that damn angel coming into my house. Engraving my damn ribs. My ribs, Dean. You have better have a good explanation, otherwise I'll put you under myself. Dean rubbed at his ear, Harry staring at the cell phone in awe. Nice to hear your voice, Bobby. Dean responded with a cocky grin. Wipe that look off your face. Bobby snapped. Where in the hell are you? I've been trying since yesterday to reach you. Duh. And motioned for Sam to take Harry out of the room. Look, it's like this. The plan Heaven had for us was really Plan B. Plan A was cow-tipped by a born wizard who decided Dad wasn't worthy of raising his hero boy. Yesterday, Stream A and Stream B crossed, and we all know that's a recipe for disaster. Saz, the beautiful bastard, prevented the iron fist of heaven from turning Sam and I into a Texas-sized pothole. I asked him to teleport us to London, because Sammy had been looking into a case there, involving hunters losing their memory. Dumb luck led us to Hero Boy, who was living with an abusive family. One thing led to another. I have a new son, Saz is my husband, and the three of us are going to be teaching at a school for bona fide wizards and witches. We've taken the battle away from home, and we don't know the minefields. Luckily we've made an ally, and Hero Boy a friend. Dean had used as much lingo as possible to annoy Snape, knowing that Bobby could decipher it. Anything else, bonehead? Bobby asked. Saz is leaking angel juice, and it seems that Harry, Hero Boy, has a soul pure enough to absorb it. We need to protect him until he is no longer able to be a vessel. The demons still chugging ahead with their plans for apocalypse, and while angels can't seem to find their way into the void, demons might. That's quite the shitstorm you got going on, Bobby commented. A small silence followed, in which Dean looked up to see Severus with a pensive look on his face, facing towards a picture Dean could not see. Get your hubby over here so I can deliver an umbrella. No way. Listen here, Dean. You aren't doing this without me. I sure as hell know you don't know how to raise a kid. I'm old Dean. I get lonely. I figured after you two I'd never have someone to scold and shape. If I ain't part of Plan A, then I can at least move base camp to be near my boys. Dean blinked rapidly, turning away from Severus, wondering why he thought a conversation with Bobby could be put on speaker. I'll get him, Severus said offhandedly. While Dean wasn't seen as the smart one, he certainly could see beneath the actions of those who pretended to be stoic. Dean wrapped the black-clad man in a hug. Release me or you will find yourself without arms. Dean laughed and clapped him on the back before letting go. You hear that, Bobby? Dangerous ally. I've taught you well. I'd better get to packing. What's the kid like? He's a brat at times but, mostly good. Too wise 1 second, childish the next. True Winchester material. Dean heard a small huff, and knew that Bobby was smiling. Retrieve the angel and we will leave immediately. I can have him packed in mere moments. Severus interrupted. Dean nodded, said his goodbyes to Bobby and headed outside. Saz sat on a small stone bench in the backyard, watching the elderly of Spinner's End roam the sidewalks. Saz, Snape wants to go get Bobby. Think you can give him a ride? Saz nodded and followed Dean back inside. The angel remained in the kitchen, gazing at the hanging portraits. It was obvious that these were newer, not matching up with the faded outlines behind them. One was of a woman, holding a younger Snape. The picture was a candid shot. A beaming smile on the woman's face. There were a few more of a redhead girl with a confused Severus in the background. The final portrait was of the professor holding a small bundle with blonde locks, whom Saz assumed was Draco. Severus returned with a small trunk next to him. He flicked his wand and all the pictures flipped themselves over. If Saz knew what a shrug was and what it meant, he would have implemented it. Mr. Singer has a vast collection of books he will not want to leave behind, as well as weapons. I do not know the capabilities of your trunk. Everus responded by shrinking the trunk and placing it in his pocket. Saz nodded and placed a hand on the wizard, vanishing with only the sound of wings. Line break ine break. Line break. I got my Hogwarts letter a few days ago, so I guess I'm not completely useless at magic. I thought I saw a man that day too. Just briefly. I think maybe he was an angel. Did you believe in angels? Did you ask one to watch over me? Neville felt his eyes start to water. Was it your last coherent thought? An angel to watch over your backward son? Neville dropped his eyes to his feet. He knew better by now that his mother was merely reacting to noise, not trying to speak to him. No one ever really talked to him about how his parents had lost their minds, because they figured that he didn't remember. But he did. Not in perfect form, but the screams, how they plagued him. It was strange to miss his parents, who probably did not even recognize him. He sighed and went over to water the plant he kept in their room. It was a devil's snare hybrid he had created. He didn't know if it worked, but at least it wasn't attacking everyone. He wanted to protect his parents as they had protected him. His gran rapped harshly at the door, signaling that it was time for them to go. Neville gave each of his parents a kiss on the forehead before heading out. He did not look back, knowing that his mother would be peering through the small window, and not wanting to imagine longing in her eyes. Severus glared at Bobby Singer, holy water dripping off of his face. It was only then that the old American lowered his gun and motioned them inside with a tilt of his head. I will keep guard, please use haste, Saz said, gazing out over the junkyard. Severus entered the house alone, gazing at the various stacks of books with admiration. He took out the trunk, and placed it on the floor, unshrinking it. That's it, no abracadabra, magic light show. Bobby asked. If you see a light, it would be in your best interest to move out of the way. Severus responded. Another wave of his wand and the books were shooting towards the open trunk, shrinking as they passed the shrinking field invisibly covering the opening. Bobby gave a grunt and moved things he wanted closer to the wizard. They were both men of few words, so the silence did not bother them. They were wary of each other, of course, assessing the other carefully. Bobby could tell that the man and him were similar, by the way Severus held himself and guarded his emotions. Severus was still bitter, and convinced that no one would ever be like him. So he dismissed Bobby Singer without a second thought. You know, I'm guessing you ain't much older than the boys. Which means at times I'll be tempted to mother hen you. You can tell me to go to hell each time I do, won't be much different than the usual response. I'm going to say this to you now. When you grow up how we did, and go through war only to realize it may never end. The real war is between who we are, and who we make believe. Why do you presume to know anything about me, Muggle? It's my damn job, that's why. Why'd you decide to help? Bobby fired back. Severus fell silent, concentrating on the packing. Idiot. Bobby wandered away, collecting things the boys had left as kids, intending to give them to Harry. Line break, line break, line break. Do you think Bobby will like me? Harry asked as he slowly put his clothes away in a closet. Severus had said that this room was for him, but it felt strange. Sam sat on the bed nearby, placing everything onto hangers. While his major had been law, he had had friends studying a plethora of majors. Child psychology, Matthew. Sam frowned, wondering if any of his friends had been worried for him. He shook his head, focusing on the now. Harry seemed to be displaying relationship anxiety, which was understandable considering his home life before, and he was glad it was only this issue that caused the boy into mild panic. They had needed to fire call Draco earlier, when the blonde was forced to leave while Harry was using the washroom. Luckily Draco hadn't seemed annoyed, rather ecstatic that his friend had used the Flukel all by himself. "He's going to love you," Sam replied. Sam decided he would bring up the issue of Harry's anxiety to Dean and maybe Draco. He found it odd that Harry did not seem to be affected by Severus. Especially since the man was undoubtedly harsh. Perhaps the boy did not expect much from the man to begin with. Sawes seemed to be a natural in reassuring Harry, which he was grateful for. Considering he and Dean had needed to excuse themselves earlier. "How are you feeling about everything, Harry?" "A lot has happened." Harry looked at him with piercing green eyes, having taken out his contacts upon arrival. "Yes, a lot has." Those green eyes made him feel such immense guilt. "I'm sorry," he heard himself say. "I'm worried about Petunia and Dudley. Vernon was all they had. Petunia has no more family. I was all that was left. Vernon was a bad man, but he did not deserve to die like that." Harry said. "We could have just left and instead you all destroyed everything. You and Sawes the house. And Dean the family." "You're right," Sam said. There was nothing else to say. He had overreacted due to his bad habit, and caused a disaster that could have easily been avoided. "Sam, Harry, Bobby is here." Harry slipped his contacts back in, following his new uncle downstairs. Harry stayed just within the doorway of the kitchen, watching Sam and Dean interacting with Bobby. He found it funny that they were all dressed similarly, plaid shirts with jeans and a heavy set of boots. The older American was also wearing a hat and vest, a holster clearly visible on his hip. "These are for Harry," Bobby said, holding out a small bag. Said boy slowly walked over, eyeing the man and the bag critically. He took the bag, smiling as he pulled out 3 action figures. Dean's eyes widened. "Hey, that's mine," he whined. Bobby gave him a look. "You're a big boy now. That means no dolly's got it," Bobby said sarcastically. Sam snickered, happy that Bobby had found his and Dean's old Superman, Captain America, and Batman figures. "Who are these characters?" Harry asked, having sat down exactly where he was, making the black-clad figure kick the others. Bobby blinked in surprise, moving his gaze downward. He remained quiet, letting Dean spring into an explanation. He allowed a small smile when Dean and Sam sat down as well. The boys didn't know about his past, they didn't understand Harry's strange behavior. They would be supportive no doubt, but they would never be able to make sense of it. "Dude," Sam exclaimed in excitement. Harry had made Superman float up above them, and was directing it around with his finger. Severus frowned, worry in his eyes. "How are you doing that?" The figure dropped to the ground immediately. The wizard found himself the recipient of 3 identical glares. He mentally winced. How many times had that same question been barked at him during his childhood, only to end in punishment? "What I mean is, are you using a spell or not?" He saved. Slowly the glares left him. Sam followed by his brother and finally Bobby. It was then that he felt Castiel's level stare from behind him. It wasn't anger, just pressure that would remain there until Harry was better. "I don't think I was using magic at all." Severus felt a small breeze as Sawes rushed past him to scoop Harry into his arms. "We require cake," Castiel shouted before disappearing with his pseudo-son. "Bring pie," Dean shouted to the air, hoping Sawes would hear him. For the sake of keeping a low profile, I informed Draco that Harry's birthday is on the 1st of August. We have a month to organize our stories until they are ingrained in our minds. Easy, we're a family of hunters. Sammy and I found Harry in the woods, all bundled up to be a midnight snack for a Wendigo, down in Texas. Harry knows he's adopted, obviously. Sawes and I got hitched 3 years ago. We decided he couldn't hunt until age 11, imagine our surprise when he turns out to be a wizard. That ain't enough. People, normal people anyways, have emotions and what deep connections. Bobby mocked. Why decide to keep him? Why marry Angel Boy? Why you his daddy and not Sam? We need to practice, Sam said, giving a significant look to Den when he tried to protest. Dean waved him off. I'll get it in no time. Line break, line break, line break. Ah, you're such a lovely couple. The cashier cooed. How long have you been together? Since I raised him from hell. CAS. SPNHP. You seem a little young to have a child as young as Harry. A mother sitting on the bench next to Dean commented. He is adopted. Oh, how long ago? 12 years. But he's 11. Fuck. SPNHP. I get to be Professor Winchester. Sam argued, trying to fill out his work forms. No, pick something else. Dean growled, trying to pull Sam's arm away from the paper. I only have one last name, Dean. Cram it. Bobby demanded. Winchester. Sammy beamed. Singer. Dean reluctantly let go of his brother. Novak. Saz nodded. Everyone is going to think Sam is my dad. Harry inputted. Where were you like 12 seconds ago? Dean asked. Laughing at your expense. Harry replied cheekily. Dean stared him down, Harry's smile growing by the second. Grounded. Pa. Harry whined, not breaking eye contact with his dad. Overruled. Saz said, continuing to write. Harry stuck his tongue out at Dean and rushed out of the room. Calling for Severus. SPNHP. Happy birthday. Harry gave a scream, tumbling out of bed. Boom. Payback. Dean said with a laugh. A smack sounded through the room. OWWW. I believe it is customary to give one a present on their birthday. Saz said. Harry groaned in response, stuck between the bed and the wall. Before you give it to him. It's not another animal, is it? Quote. Saz. Maybe. Line break. And so it was that 1 month later Harry Winchester was the proud son of Professor Novak in Winchester. Dean and his uncle Professor Sam Singer had found him when he was 5 years old. In the woods of Texas while investigating a Wendigo attack. They had come to London on vacation, since Harry had wanted to see the place he had most likely been born. And not get made fun of his accent for once. Harry's family liked to theorize that his magical core had called for him to return home, where he would attend the school he was penned down for at the time of his birth. Upon learning about the Wizarding Civil War, the Hunters had been crestfallen to think that Harry's real parents had tried escaping to America only to lose their lives anyway. It's why they wanted to help the Wizarding world, by teaching them of Muggle monsters, and how to protect themselves if they were ever forced to leave the comfort of the Wizard world. Are you ready? Dean asked. Harry took a steadying breath, hands tightening over the handle of the trolley. Danny, Kit Kat and Hedwig were all in separate cages, snoozing peacefully. Of course he is. Draco sniffed. Come on Harry, or there won't be any seats left. Harry nodded and ran straight at the barrier, closing his eyes right before he hit the bricks, except they never came. Fake blue eyes opened hesitantly. And Harry gasped upon seeing the red train nearby. Move it, Winchester. Several heads turned upon hearing the youngest Malfoy's voice. He was well known in the wizarding community, and was seen to be a snob by many. It was for this reason that many were surprised when the Winchester boy merely laughed and slugged the blonde in the arm. Malfoy winced and Winchester immediately apologized. The TWO disappeared from view within a few moments, leaving everyone to wonder. Among those wondering was Ronald Weasley. Malfoy was not how he remembered him to be. Well, he was still a pompous rich boy, being friendly with someone who appeared to be pretty common. Ronnikins. Fred called. Better hurry, little brother, or there won't be George continued. Single seat left, they chorused. Ron glared at the both of them, lugging his trunk behind him. His sister Ginny was saying goodbye to her best friend Luna Lovegood, whom was holding her trunk aloft with a single hand. Ginny was GGing the blonde to tell her how she had gotten into Hogwarts a year earlier, and the girl only replied with her strange half-answers. I can only hold off the Regnod for so long. This is best. Ginny nodded and hugged the girl close. The whistle sounded, giving the 2-minute warning. Ron quickly boarded, sliding open door after door only to find each compartment full. He sighed as he opened yet another door. His ears tinged red when he realized who exactly was inside. Malfoy sneered at him, shifting closer to the boy next to him. Ron decided to ignore him, looking at the black-haired boy in plaid. Do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Sure, there is plenty of room. Ron smiled gratefully and took a seat across from the pair. Malfoy. Weasel. Ron held back a laugh as the other occupant elbowed Draco in the gut. I'm Harry Winchester. I guess you know Draco. Harry grinned sheepishly. Ron Weasley. Mum says your parents didn't come in with you. The barrier won't hurt them if they're muggles, you know. Ron explained. He was doubtful that Harry's parents were Muggle though, otherwise Malfoy wouldn't want to hang around with him. Maybe it hadn't been his parents, but rather a type of guard for Harry and Draco. My parents and uncle will be helping at Hogwarts. They apparated there with Severus. Harry responded. Ron nodded and looked out the window. Harry had seemed like a nice enough bloke. But if his parents were friends with Severus Snape the Bat of Hogwarts, maybe he was a junior Death Eater like Malfoy. What's that rummaging around in your cloak? Ron looked down to see his pet rat trying to escape. That's Scabbers. Stupid rat. Ron took him out and set him on the bench. Fred and George taught me a spell to change him colors, but I doubt it works. Ron took out his wand just as the compartment slid open. A bushy-haired girl stood there authoritatively, a slightly round boy behind her. Have any of you seen a toad? Neville here has lost one. The boy behind her gave a small sniff of despair. Harry bent over to check under the seats. Not in here, sorry. The girl shrugged, and then noticed Ron had his wand out. Doing magic are you? They tried a few spells myself and they've all worked for me. Go on then, let's see. She demanded, sitting down without invitation. Neville hovered awkwardly in the doorway. Ron cleared his throat. Daisies, sunshine, buttermellow. Turn this stupid fat rat yellow. There was a small bang and a squeak, but otherwise nothing changed. Should have known it was a dud. Fred and George are always pranking me. What a shame, the girl said offhandedly. Despite himself, Draco found that the girl could be likable. I'm Hermione Granger, and you all are. Ron Weasley. The ginger said past the finger he had in his mouth to dig out the remains of his breakfast. Hermione scrunched up her nose in disgust and Draco approved of her just a bit more. Pleasure. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Draco said charmingly, holding out a hand. Hermione shook it and turned to the blue-eyed boy. Harry Winchester. Harry looked over at Neville. We should wait until we get to school, an adult can probably summon him or something. Neville nodded and ambled away back to his own compartment. Dogs aren't allowed at Hogwarts, you know. Hermione scolded. Draco frowned at her, but did not intervene on Harry's part just as his friend's uncle had asked. He tuned out the rest of the occupants as he mentally reviewed the helpful tips. One was to stress the fact that it was all right for Harry to have a different opinion than him. He had allowed the weasel to sit with them, but had made sure that Harry knew he did not agree, but would not fight with him since it was a small issue. Another was to check in with Harry because it seemed the boy was destined for Hufflepuff. Not that this was exactly a bad thing. Loyalty was an admirable character trait. Also, the tables were right next to each other. Draco, what are the Hogwarts houses again? Harry asked him. This was another thing, Harry was raised with Muggles in America no less. He had to be an open resource that would not judge. Slytherin, which is ambition. Gryffindor, which is chivalry. Hufflepuff, which is loyalty, and Ravenclaw, which is intellect. Just as he finished his explanation, the door opened once more. It was merely a prefect doing their rounds, so Draco turned back to the window. Bored out of his mind. Before he realized he had dozed off to sleep. The rest fell into a compatible silence, Hermione eventually wandering back to her own compartment. So Winchester never had that name before, but you must be pureblood if Draco is talking to you. Ron blurted out. Harry regarded him calmly for a few seconds. I am for all intents Muggleborn. I was raised by Muggles since I was 5. I haven't the slightest clue as to what my blood is like. Not that it matters really, basing someone on their blood is what Voldemort would do. Ron visibly flinched. You said you know whose name? Ron whispered in awe. Harry shrugged to cover up how uncomfortable he felt. Like I said, Muggleborn. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say his name. Harry hunched over. It's a bit embarrassing really that my parents and uncle are going to be at school. I get that they are worried, but I'm 11 now. Everyone is going to think I'm a baby. NK as long as your mum doesn't call you anything like Harrikins, you'll be fine. Ron assured, grimacing as he imagined his mother calling for him by his nickname in front of the entire school. Harry gave him an odd look. I don't have a mum. Harry suddenly felt very hollow. Yes, he had practiced saying his responses to ease people into the realization that his parents were both male, but saying those 5 words really stung him. He didn't have a mum. His skin felt cold and he slowly wrapped his arms around himself. His chest felt like ice and faintly he heard someone crying. It was only when Draco stepped in front of him did he realize that he was hearing himself. The tears were making his contacts itch and he viciously rubbed his eyes. Harry, listen to me. You are fine. Please speak to me, Draco pleaded, gripping the raven-haired boy's shoulders tightly. Harry gave a few more hiccups as he contained himself. Ron was a faint red, never having seen anyone cry like that before. Hee-haw. Dee seen the carefree spark in Harry's blue eyes flicker out of existence, leaving behind unfocused blue that quickly turned glassy and distant. It was something he would imagine a Dementor could do to you. Even more surprising was Malfoy being helpful. The boys spent the next few hours in silence, unsure on how to proceed. Line break, line break, line break. May I remind you that you leave the creatures of the Forbidden Forest in peace. Killing them is the only thing that will bring their wrath upon the school. Our groundskeeper Hagrid is quite apt at keeping things contained, Albus Dumbledore said, pinning the three muggles with a look. They nodded absent-mindedly. Very well. You should have no issues traversing the grounds since you have been brought past the barrier. Albus paused as the grand doors of Hogwarts slowly opened, allowing them entry. Welcome to Hogwarts. Is this the only entrance to the school? Sam asked. Albus shook his head cheerfully. Oh heavens no. There is the occasional vanishing door. And secret tunnels, but rest assured children are not too great at discovering them. Albus joked. Dude, these paintings are so trippy. Dean called out, moving in front of the frame to see the eyes follow him. The young woman smiled at him before dramatically moving, causing the hunter to fall on his ass in haste to get away. She laughed merrily before slipping away. Dean, it's a magic school. For magic. Get it together. Sam replied. Dean mocked him as Sawes helped him from the floor. Quite right you are my dear boy. Albus agreed, chuckling lightly. All the profes. Soar's quarters lie directly behind the Great Hall and are accessible only through flow of that teacher's classroom or the antechamber. Once within a room you may flow to another's quarters with their permission. As we speak house elves are cleaning out a few unused rooms for you. For now however, the rest of the staff is eager to meet you. The headmaster laid a hand on Sam's shoulder and the taller hunter visibly jumped. It felt as if a surge of electricity had coursed through him. I apologize, Sam. A magical core as significant as mine will at times discharge within the presence of muggles. It is as if it has become petulant at the thought of staying within a single being. I will do my best to suppress it if I ever find the need to make physical contact with you. Oh no, it wasn't that at all. We're trained to be paranoid you know. Sam covered, rubbing the back of his neck. Ruby wasn't around to give him more demon blood, and he had to be useful somehow. He would just have to get used to the sensation. He ignored Dean's curious stare and walked into the Great Hall, immediately surrounded by curious witches and wizards. Line break, line break, line break. Luna smiled slightly as she trailed her fingers along the windows. She would miss Ginny, whom had been her first friend. They had met when Luna had been tracking down Straweros in their garden. The blonde stopped in front of a compartment and knocked lightly. A boy opened it and then gave a groan. Hello Ronald, she chirped, moving past him into the compartment. She seated herself across from Harry, catching said boy's attention. Look loony. Just cause you and Ginny are friends, doesn't mean I want to hang out with you. Ron snapped. Don't follow me around. I came to speak with Harry. Luna replied, making Ron go red. Draco gave a small victory smile. Alone, she added. Ron left the compartment claiming that he was going to go search for his brothers. Draco stood after a moment. She was only a girl after all. It's okay, Harry said, and with that he left, intending to check on his acquaintances. Hello. Hello Harry Potter. An internal alarm went off in Harry's head. Severus had practically drilled it into his head to run if someone knew who he was. The man had been referring to possible Death Eaters though, not little girls with mismatched socks. You've gone missing. Sounds like fun. How do you know my name? It was in the latest issue of the Quibbler. It's alright though, not even Daddy knows how to read it and he writes it. Luna explained, as if this information would clear everything up. I just came to tell you to be careful, and to not ever let that necklace out of your sight. Harry fiddled with the pendant as she said this. Why? Harry questioned. He knew he was supposed to keep the necklace with him. But how did she know? What in the heck was a Quibbler and why was it revealing his secrets? Perhaps this was more than he bargained for. Luna stood and placed a sisterly kiss on his cheek before leaving him alone to his thoughts. Harry continued to fiddle with the necklace for the continuance of the trip, thoughts swirling in his head all the way up until he felt the undeniable chill of a ghost. A few of the other first years screamed, and Harry realized they were in the main entrance of Hogwarts. He placed his hand in the pocket of his robes, ready to pull out a small bar of iron when the ghosts began to chat amicably with others. "You all right, Harry?" Draco asked. The blonde was flanked by two tough-looking boys, a black boy and a slightly European-looking girl. "Yeah." Harry nervously looked around. "I zoned, didn't I?" Zoning is what Dean called Harry's bouts of silence where he was lost within his own world. Bobby had explained that it was not uncommon in children. Merely that it was enhanced in Harry, who had been so isolated without anyone to stop him from spending perhaps days in his own world. "Yes, I would like you to meet some of my friends. This is Pansy Parkinson." The girl gave a short nod, her shoulder-length black hair swaying slightly. Blaise Zambini. Brown eyes that reflected the sunlight gave him a brief glance. Crabbe and Goyle. The hulking boys rolled back their shoulders. "This is Harry Winchester." "Hi," Harry said in greeting. Ron Weasley appeared at that moment. "Oh hey Winchester. You okay? I didn't mean to upset you." Draco sneered at the redhead in obvious disgust. "Leave us alone, Weasley, you've already done enough." Ron glared. "Look, I said I was sorry, all right." Ron snapped. "I don't recall you ever saying anything of the sort." Draco responded haughtily, just as his father did to his associates. "Though I supposed when your mother has an entire red-haired litter of blood traitors to watch over it would be impossible to teach manners to them all." "Malfoy," Harry growled, stomping down his foot after having tried to interject himself several times. Draco turned to Harry in surprise. "I can fight my own battles, thank you." He turned to Ron. "I accept your apology." The tips of Draco's ears turned pink. "I'd be careful who you trust, Harry." "I trust you, don't I?" Harry quipped back. "That is quite enough, children." Minerva scolded as she appeared. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she announced, gaining everyone's attention. "In just a few short moments you will walk through these doors to be sorted. No matter which house you are sorted into. Whether it be Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin or Hufflepuff, I expect nothing but the best of you." It was a short speech, but it was a small class and she felt it appropriate. She turned to the doors and flung them open, all student eyes instantly moving to newcomers. Whispers suddenly flooded the hall, from both students and newcomers. "Harry Potter is 11, right? Enchanted to look like Knight. Kinda small, aren't they? Tall one is hot. That one is." Silence. Dumbledore called out once all the first years stood on the slightly raised floor. He gave a nod to his deputy and she came forward holding a stool, hat, and scroll. She placed the hat atop the stool and stood back. There was a small tearing sound as the brim of the hat began to move, as if it were trying to speak. And speak it did. Angry words and ending wars, flashing lights and falling stars, distant dark blue animals that whisper down the boulevards. Ghosts in chains rattle in the attic. Broken radios filled with static. No more room, you've got nowhere to run. One for all and all for one. Times will be bad, times will be good. Things you wish you hadn't done and some you wish you would. Cutting through all the ramble and noise, you've got a voice, and a song to sing. Everyone was completely entranced. This was new to everyone present, not that the first years or Americans realized this. Breathe deep in the morning, breath deep in the morning, see what the year will bring. La da da da. Lift up your voice. Let love cut through all the chaos and noise. Slamming doors and alarms ring. Hurricanes and silent screams, don't know what to believe. Bend the rule just to break it, end up so tired cause you need to fake it. You just want to be for all and all for one. A repeat. Students questioned as the hat sang a kindly chorus to give them courage. Hesitantly a few hummed along, and the hat seemed to beam, even though there was no possible way the fabric could hear over its own boisterous singing. No matter who you are. You've got a voice. Why don't you use it? Sing your own song. La da 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 la da 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 la da 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 la da da. Harry was the first to join the hat, and others quickly followed. Until the school was practically chanting. Lift up your voice. Let love cut through. You have a choice, let love cut through. The hat sang over them, the song tapering off just perfectly. The hat shifted itself on the stool, seeming to puff out as it waited. Minerva took the hint that the hat would not be singing its customary song and unrolled the scroll. When I Call your name, please come forward to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. Harry looked up at the head table where Dean, Sam and Sawes sat, near Severus. Sam was scribbling in his notebook, most likely trying to get down everything about the sorting. Harry smirked as he recalled one of the singing voices to be Sam's deep baritone. It was weird, he mused, to have an uncle that was also like a brother, or a dad to be like a brother for that matter. Sawes was the only one he could see being exclusively a parent in his life, but he guessed it was because the angel was older. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl eagerly moved to the stool. Harry guessed she would be in Ravenclaw, what with the amount she talked about books. Time ticked past and he could see Hermione move about nervously. Suddenly a thought hit Harry. What if it didn't sort her? Would she be required to go home? What if it didn't sort him? Gryffindor. The hat bellowed. The table of red and gold exploded into applause. Harry's EYs roamed over the 4 tables as more names were called. Where would he fit in? Longbottom, Neville. Again the hat took its time, only it seemed like Neville was pleading with it, sending repeated glances to the table of yellow and black. The hat huffed. Gryffindor. Neville looked petrified and quickly removed the hat, taking a seat near Hermione. Lovegood, Luna. The girl lazily skipped over, and picked up the hat. But did not place it on her head. Instead she held it in front of her face, speaking to it in hushed tones. The hat laughed a few times before Luna turned it to face the audience. Ravenclaw. Luna curtsied to the hat before taking her seat. Malfoy, Draco. Harry saw his friend square his shoulders before moving forward. Severus had warned that Draco would be different at school. For it was a public place in which the boy would have to keep up his family's value. It was just strange. He knew Draco did not like it, what 11-year-old would. Being an adult is boring, why act like one? The hat barely touched down on his perfectly combed blonde hair before it made a decision. Slytherin. Draco gave a satisfied smirk and sauntered to a seat. Harry rolled his eyes. After the Potter twins were called up, getting sorted into 2 separate houses, the students began to get antsy. Their eyes darted to the remaining students, hushed conversation breaking out. Harry strained to hear the table closest to him. No way any of them is Potter. That one is a Weasley for sure. Harry blanched. Of course, they were all expecting a celebrity this year. Confused looks doubled. As Professor McGonagall continued on right past the P's. Why did they care? As Severus had explained, it wasn't really him per se who had killed Voldemort. It was more Severus himself, by binding Voldemort to an oath. More his mother who simply refused to back down, and had made Voldemort break his promise. He had merely been a vessel, to something more powerful than any living witch or wizard. Weasley, Ronald. Harry took a deep breath. He was next, only he and Zambini remained. Gryffindor. Winchester, Harry. Chatter broke out at the first name. Heads shook in denial of outrageous claims made by friends. Harry sat on the stool. Small and insignificant, hope turned to reluctant acceptance. Harry hated being nothing, but it was far better than being the top something. Hello, Mr. Winchester. I have been waiting to meet you. Fret not. You are in my eyes a Winchester, and seeing as I at the end of the day am merely an enchanted object, it is the only thing I may refer to you as such. Now, let's pick that brain of yours. No, Harry mentally shouted. He didn't want anyone to know the dark secrets. He didn't want anyone to know of every crack and break he held. I have seen true darkness and was not able to speak of it. To warn any. What I see remains in the fabric of my being, and will only be revealed at my destruction. But with such numerous secrets, it will be lost in a sea of sound. Harry relaxed slightly and nodded. Such cunning and ambition, with a healthy dose of righteousness. Smart too, when you wish to be, loyal even to those who in the end didn't deserve such kindness. Harry, you are happy now. Yes. Harry nodded once more, the blackness he was staring at beginning to unnerve him. The hat sounded so sad. Yes, that is good. You would do amazing in Slytherin. But take heed, they already have the world set against them. Gryffindor would do you well, but perhaps you will not meet your own potential. The choice is yours. Harry lifted the brim of the hat to gaze between the 2 tables. My parents. My real parents, they were. Gryffindor, until the very end. No more needed to be said. Gryffindor. Loud roars came from the table, but Harry had looked over to the Slytherins. Draco gave him a thumbs up and a smile. Harry beamed back before rushing off to the Gryffindor table. Zambini was sorted into Slytherin and then the hat was swiftly taken away. Dumbledore moved to the podium, gazing at them with warm blue eyes. Such excitement this year. A few announcements before we dine. The Forbidden Forest is of course, strictly forbidden. He sent a significant look towards the Weasley twins, causing a spatter of laughter. As is the third-floor corridor, to all those who do not wish to die a slow and painful death. Harry did a double take at that. It did not sound like a warning. It sounded like a threat. May I introduce a few new faces to you all? Our defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell. A man with a purple turban stood up. D gave a quick bow. Our new potions apprentice, Professor Singer. Sam stood and tried to bow, managing to knock a few things over. He immediately pulled a face, trying to correct the skewed cutlery and glasses. Only to knock over more in the process. He sighed and sat in defeat. Our herbology apprentice, as well as greenhouse and grounds watcher, Professor Novak. Castiel stood gracefully and bowed, swiftly regaining his seat. Mutters began to go around about the apprentices' attire. Lastly, our Dada apprentice, Professor Winchester. Harry felt several stares, and gave a weak smile. Duh. And threw up a sarcastic peace sign from his seat. Our apprentices may differ from us, but you will show them respect. That brought about a new round of whispers. Different how? Now, let us feast. Finally, he heard Ron say. An identical set of redheads placed themselves on either side of Harry. Hey there, Winchester, a little birdie. And by that he means old headmaster. Has said that Daddy Dearest holds influence. Yeah, they both do. Harry responded, laughing at the GOBS make-it expressions. The twins immediately wrapped their arms around the small boy. Allow us to introduce ourselves. They said in unison, which Harry thought was very cool. He's Fred. He's George. Nice to meet you. May I add that my uncle is also here? Harry said with a grin. The responding glints of silver and gold made Harry beam. Saz looked over sharply, causing Dean to give him a questioning look. What's up? He asked in a low whisper. Saz continued to watch the twin boys, very much aware of their strange connection to Harry. We should seek counsel with Harry after curfew. Ah, come on. It's his first day. Let him live a little. Plus we gotta work tomorrow. Dean said, taking another slice of pie for himself. Thank Merlin for replenishing plates. He'll be fine. Line break, elm break, line break. A small girl with blonde ponytails skipped up the street, humming softly. This girl's name was Elizabeth. Known as Eli but her friends and family. She was 7 years old, liked ponies, and was completely pathetic. She kept begging to go home, to please go back to the zoo so her family could find her. Lilith gave a little giggle at this, walking up to a pair of boys who were sitting on the roundabout. Hello. Get lost, one of them said with a sneer. Or Piers and I are gonna start throwing stones. The girl glared, eyes turning a pearl white. The boy began to cough harshly, falling to his knees. I am looking for a man in plaid, she prompted. Piers rapidly nodded his head. Saw him, I swear. Fucking freak like Big D's cousin. Disappeared right in front of my own eyes right by the sweets shop down in London. His companion ceased his hacking and laid back. Pierre let out a sound of relief. Thank you, Lilith chirped, before smoking out of her host. Pierre shakily nudged his friend to help him with the now unconscious girl. Only she was no longer breathing. Damn, check out the digs. Dean said with a low whistle. There was a queen-sized 4-poster bed against the far wall, donning a dark blue comforter. The walls were soothing off-white, with cream trimming. Warmth radiated from the lit fireplace. Dean placed his shrunken Impala on a deep brown dresser, moving his clothes out of bags and into drawers. He gave a sad smile to realize it only filled a single drawer. Learning that Harry was rich had been a shocker to all of them. The boy had tried to repay them for all the things they had gotten him, which they had not accepted. Harry was such a good kid, and it was strange to think that the boy had been meant to be a part of their life all along. Dean figured that if he had been raised by Bobby he would be virtually the same if not more sarcastic. He would have seen Harry as another brother to prank, rather than someone to look out for. Maybe his father would have tried harder if Harry had been around, reminded how easily one could lose their family. Dean hastily wiped at his eyes, refusing to look at Saz, pretending to rummage through his drawer. He felt a hand on his shoulder, the same one that had the angel's mark. "I need to speak with you and Sam." Dean nodded. Yeah, go get him." There was a small flutter and Dean allowed himself to sink to the floor. There was no use wondering about what could have been. This is what was happening now, this is what mattered. He pushed down his sadness and regret, just had to push past the pain. "I thought for sure Harry Potter would come to Hogwarts," a sandy-haired boy said with an Irish accent. "Could you imagine? We'd be housemates. Can it Seamus, you talked about Potter the whole train ride, just give it a rest." A light-skinned black boy complained from where he lay on his own four-poster bed. "Harry Potter didn't come because he is missing, Dean," Ron retorted smugly, feeling lucky to finally be the center of attention. He was the one with information on Potter, and no EV. Everyone would want to be friends with him. What do you mean he's missing?" Neville asked shakily. "Was it the Death Eaters?" "No, there was no magic, which meant Muggles kidnapped him. I heard his Klee got shot right through the head and then their house exploded." Harry pulled Danny a bit closer, the small pup nuzzling his neck. Neville had screwed his eyes shut at the thought of someone losing their whole family like that. They can't find his aunt though, which means there's foul play going about. Ron's smug look fell slightly at the depressed atmosphere that he had created. "How can you be excited by that?" Harry barely managed to whisper. "No, it's not, I didn't mean it like that. I was just..." Ron floundered for words, looking like a koi out of water. Dean Thomas shook his head and closed his bed curtains. "That ain't right," Seamus commented before he too closed his curtains. Ron hung his head in shame. He was just tired of being overshadowed by his vast family. He just wanted to seem special. Rather than just be known as Fred and George's little brother. "You've upset Neville," Harry said. Ron looked up abruptly to see that the chubby boy had still refused to open his eyes. "You should think before you speak, Ron. Words hurt just as much as punches. I thought you would have realized that since this earlier tonight." Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "But I forgive you, again, because we all make mistakes." Danny wiggled down from the bed and yipped at Neville until he was picked up. Neville looked at Harry questioningly and Harry nodded. Neville's bed curtains fell shut, leaving only Ron and Harry. "Why are you friends with Malfoy?" Ron asked. "You seem like a good bloke, and well you ended up here, and he ended up in Slytherin." "I could have been in Slytherin. What's wrong with that?" Harry questioned. "Well, they're opposites. All Slytherins are evil," Ron spluttered. "Severus says there is no good or evil, just people making the world better on how they see fit. We all see things a bit differently. How do we ever know if we are ever really doing right?" Uncle Sam quoted some old dude who said more or less, that critical thinking is the only thing that makes our species decide evil or good. The tiger cannot choose to be evil because it does not think about its actions. It acts on instinct. "I'm going to bed," Ron stated, closing his curtains. Harry was left to his thoughts. Mostly those of his aunt and cousin. He sighed and padded out of bed, and down to the common room. Kit Kat toddled after him, and they sat in a chair near the fireplace. Eve, writhing was so garishly red and golden it kind of hurt his eyes. Maybe he should have picked Slytherin, he would be close to his first friend, and Severus too. It was strange, to be Harry Winchester, when he had only ever been just Harry. And everyone was expecting Harry Potter. The life he had was gone, and he wasn't going to let this one go. He wasn't afraid, he would be brave enough, and make Gryffindor proud. Just as long as his family and friends were there to catch him when he fell. Yes, he agreed being a Winchester was best, because when one tripped among a sea of others, a hand or two would come out to steady you. Heroes, on the other hand, were alone on a pedestal, and when they fell, the crowds only gathered to watch, not to catch. The fire snuffed itself out, a pair of bright blue eyes continuing to stare into darkness, a black necklace pulsing in time with its owner's heartbeat. Harry woke up suddenly, gasping for breath. He was back in his bed, sweat soaked through the sheets. Grabbing his toiletry bag from his bedside drawer, he rushed into the bathroom. Hastily, he removed his contacts, which he wasn't meant to sleep in. Intense green eyes stared back at him, the Sam. Shade as the strange light in his dream. The context of this dream had been different, but the light had appeared in his dreams before. As much as he loved being a part of a family, he could not bring himself to ask what it meant for fear of rejection. He had accepted Dean's invitation without much thought. They could have been bad men, they had killed his uncle after all, and he had let Petunia go off on her own. He was rich now. Surely he should find her and help her out. He had kept him alive all those years, and had helped with particularly nasty wounds. Did leaving the Muggle world make him a bad person? He heard the shufflings of his housemates and quickly placed in a set of new contacts. Morning, Seamus yawned as he entered, attempting to run a hairbrush through his unruly hair. Harry nodded and started to get ready for the morning. Line break, line break, line break. How do I look? Dean asked, spreading out his arms. He was wearing his FBI suit, without the jacket, tie a bit loose. Saz glanced over at him and gave an approving nod. I'll see you in the hall, buddy, Dean said as he activated the flow. The green flame spirited him away and Saz went back to choosing his own attire. He figured he should dress similar to Dean, as to not stick out. He removed his trench coat, and unbuttoned his black jacket. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the stubble. The body he was inhabiting was, in the words of many older women, just adorable. It was nothing like his massive and fear-inspiring true form. But in that form he could not feel the things he did in this host. He had gone back to place protection on Claire Novak, but had been unable to do so for her mother. It had been too late. He had made sure the right people walked into Claire's path to get her somewhere safe, but now he simply did not know. What is your opinion, James? He asked to his reflection. He listened very carefully, for the voice was faint. Cass's face fell. We cannot. I apologize. Another pause. Thank you for understanding. Line break, line break, line break. Harry rubbed at his chest as he sat between Neville and Ron at the Gryffindor table. It had been aching lately at random times, mostly when he was in the Great Hall. Maybe there was something in the air that made it hard to breathe. He decided to ignore it and piled his plate high with bacon and eggs, pouring a glass of pumpkin juice. Professor McGonagall came by with their timetables, and Harry was delighted to find that they had all their classes with Slytherin. He would be able to see Draco today. History of Magic today. Fred and George say that class is a joke. Ron muttered, looking over the schedule. Harry shrugged. He would be seeing only one of his guardians today, at the end of the day in Dada. That was all right, he figured. He could always go down to their rooms if he wanted. Harry felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around, grinning at the twins. Heya, Harry. Boy, is that weird. Harry, Harry, Harry. No offense. But mind if we call you Winchester instead? George asked. There was really no offense meant, but Harry was the name of their savior. He didn't really know why it bugged him, it just felt strange. I guess. Harry answered. Can you show Kurkai? Harry clapped a hand over his mouth. The noise he had just made was not human. Everyone in the hall openly stared at him. George caught the first hint of tears in the boy's eyes. I told you the candy wasn't ready, Freddy. That wasn't German at all, he said loudly. Everyone quickly became disinterested, not willing to become test subjects to the Weasley twins. Harry gave him a grateful look and removed his hands, but did not speak further. At the head table, Saz had shattered his glass in surprise and his mentor was in the process of drying the tea that had spilled over his lap. Please tell me that's like a wizard thing, Dean whispered lowly to Severus. Hardly, Severus said, throwing a privacy bubble around the four of them. His power level spiked sometime last night. I rushed to his side, assuming it was from distress. I found him asleep in the common room. Perhaps he had been feeling some intense emotions to cause such a reaction. Most likely fear. But of what? You think the other kids are bullying him? Sam questioned. According to Draco, Weasley couldn't find the benefit of keeping his mouth shut even if it were to hex him in the face. They seem pretty chummy though, Dean said, pointing to where the red-headed brood and dorm mates were cheering Harry on as he stuffed as many pieces of bacon in his mouth as he could. Sam gave a snort. Maybe it was just a nightmare, Sam suggested. The others grudgingly accepted this answer and went back to watching their charge. Line break, line break, line break. I think it's this way, Ron stated, as they reached the next floor. Harry nodded to show he was listening. He should have sought out Draco to lead them. Severus could have most likely given him directions. They finally reached a door, the only one for a long stretch, and Harry got a sense of unease. Ron attempted to pull it open only to find it locked. What do you lot think you're doing? Harry whirled around in alarm. A old, gnarled man was peering at them with a sneer, a mangy cat at his feet. Ooh, just wait until I tell Albus about this. We're lost, Ron said, looking for charms. Harry nodded in agreement. Up another flight, he mumbled, walking away. Thank you, Harry chirped, unable to be rude about the advice. He and Ron rushed off, missing the surprised look and subsequent smile on the squib's face. Line break, line break, line break. Lilith had spent the entire night keeping watch over the street the boy had told her about. She clicked her long nails on the steering wheel of the car she was in. There was something there, she knew, but it was being elusive. A tap on her window drew her attention. It was an officer. She rolled down the window. I've gotten a report of suspicious activity from you, ma'am. Want to tell me why you've been sitting out here? Lilith frowned. She really hated British accents. I'm waiting for someone. Since last night. That's when Lilith saw it, the nervousness. And the quick flicker of eyes to a few of those around her. I haven't been feeling well. Lilith faked, letting her essence slowly slip out of her and into the person in front of her. Her old host slumped forward, the car horn blaring in the eerie silence. Quick, get her to a hospital. Lilith barked out, letting the others converge and handle the situation. The skin bubbled in agitation, making Lilith bend over in pain. Do not bend to the will of the spell. Do not bend to the will of the spell. I am Nymphadora Tonks, Auror in training and will never betray my future battalion. I am 20 years old. And a former Hufflepuff, loyal to a fault. Do not bend to the will of the spell. Do not bend to the will of the spell. Spell. Oh, a lovely witch. This isn't a spell, silly. It's full on possession. Take a nap, okay? We can get snacks after. Such a nice skill you have here. I can be anyone, Lilith said, changing into Tonks' default and walking through the doors of the leaky cauldron. Line break, line break, line break. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry recited, swishing and flicking his wand. The feather gave the tiniest hop. Damn, it's all right, Harry. Mine won't even move, Neville said, poking his feather. There was a boom and the class turned to see Seamus had managed to burn off his eyebrows. Dean Thomas sighed as his friend whooped in excitement. Draco was on the opposite side of the room, paired up with Zambini. This did not stop him from glancing over at Harry every few seconds, which was the only reason he had not gotten his own feather to float yet. So why are you friends with Winchester? Blaise asked. Draco contemplated the question as Blaise tried to get his feather to float again. I admire him, Draco answered. It was true, Harry knew a lot about weird creatures and had lived with people who killed them for a living. He was also someone who hadn't been impressed by his last name, and Severus even liked him. So you like him? Blaise implied, with the grin that only one best friend could give to another. Draco didn't catch the emphasis as he had once again looked over at Harry. Yes, Wingardium Leviosa. The black feather floated up and twirled above Blaise's head. Just wait until you meet his family. You can hardly tell they're muggles. A small boom sounded and the class was surprised to see Blaise with ash on his face. A few Gryffindors laughed, and Harry titled his head in confusion. The Winchesters are muggles. Blaise hissed under his breath, so none of the others would hear. Draco nodded. Hard to tell, isn't it? Say, Varys has done a good job making them blend in. Well, except for their idiotic American customs. Draco explained, pushing his feather closer to Blaise so the boy could continue to practice. Blaise gave an overdramatic gasp. Muggle I could deal with, but American. Draco laughed along with his friend, the chimes for the end of class sounding. All right, keep on practicing everyone. Have a good day. Flitwick squeaked from atop his book stack. Line break, line break, line break. It was wonderful, this body. She could go wherever she pleased, be whoever she wanted to be, and it had finally granted her access to a place with an abundance of seals. The transportation, better than smoking out, or having his human hosts travel around. Currently she was back in America, finishing her duty to her master. He would rise again, and then she would be free to steal the souls of children freely. Currently certain powers were repressed, until she could fulfill her task, only able to steal souls as the use of sustenance. Speaking of which, Lilith gazed around the park. A blonde woman had just stepped away to take a phone call. Lilith gave a giggle at the tingle of her skin changing to match the woman. There was unfortunately nothing she could do about her clothes, but children were so easy to fool. She strode right towards the child. Time to go. The child looked up and nodded, gathering his toys. Lilith lifted the boy onto her hip and made for the woods. "Ma, can we get ice cream?" "Oh you LL scream all right." Lilith joked, laughing at her own wit. The demon had just passed into the trees when the mother looked back to the playground to find her son nowhere in sight. "Dash," she called out, snapping her phone shut, no longer caring that her career depended on the call. It was a small playground. A slide, monkey bars and swings. Nowhere for her boy to hide. "Dash," she shouted, a few joggers stopping to look over at her. "My baby, please," she sobbed. A crowd started to gather, other parents bringing their children close. A loud scream of agony came from the nearby woods. "Line break, line break, line break. Show me." The mirror glitched, refusing to locate Harry Potter. Albus set it down, steeping his fingers. The Winchesters were a problem. Dean Winchester, the seasoned soldier, hunter extraordinaire. The man was a threat in himself, calculating the weakness and strength of all in a single glance. It was no wonder Severus trusted the man. Albus did not, especially since he could not enter the man's mind. It was extremely rare for a Muggle to be able to throw off a magical attack, particularly one of the mind. He had passed it off, and anti-mage was bound to crop up at one point, but he could not find a reasonable way to bring up testing it. That was before he was unable to see into Sam's mind. At first impression the towering man might have been a squib, what with the way he obsessed over learning the ins and outs of magic, and most notably the way he had leached part of Albus' own magic. Squibs were squibs in the same way that some were lactose intolerant. They could intake it, but could not process it. Squibs could have a magical core stronger than average, but be unable to manifest it. The condition was quite literally a handicap. This, however, was not the case with Sam Winchester. There was a tinge of darkness within the man, an impurity. As opposed to Castiel Winchester, née Novak, whose thoughts were so blinding that he had retreated in an instant. It had felt like he was burning in an ice-cold fire. He would have to go through the boy, Harry Winchester. Albus had had his doubts about the boy, showing up just as Harry Potter had gone missing, but Severus was his most trusted follower, the man owed him his life, and Albus made sure to remind him of it from time to time. Yes, the man was unjustifiably smug to have gotten the Winchesters here to spite him, but erasing John's memory had been necessary. Nevertheless, Severus' mind showed no deceit or hidden plan. Perhaps he was merely desperate, wanting an American boy to be their missing savior, but time was running out. "Line break, line break, line break. I appreciate ya comin' out to help me," Hagrid said. "Fang seems the like ya." Fang gave a deep bark, drool flying around. Castiel calmly wiped it off his face and resumed petting the dog. "We'll need to be headin' into the forest there. Something has been spooking the unicorns." Quote, "So they did survive," Sawz said to himself. He gazed into the depths of the forest, his angelic aura flaring slightly. "Yes, let us go." He strode forward, catching Hagrid by surprise. The half-giant picked up his lantern and came up behind the supposed Muggle. Despite it being midday, the forest was dark, unnaturally so. Killing a unicorn is unforgivable, as they were the preferred steeds of angels for thousands of years. Why would one want to provoke them? They may be symbolic of peace and hold purity, but in the end they are still warriors. I don't know much about that afraid. Guessing it's some kind of rogue beast, no thinkin' being would hurt 'em. Less of course they were desperate. Hagrid said, looking for signs of claw marks. "What leads you to this conclusion?" Sawz asked, looking for hints of sulfur. Hagrid scratched at his beard, looking off in the distance. "Well, the blood of a unicorn can cure just about anything. Then, you just can't stop. It's a curse," Hagrid explained. Dumbledore had explained this to him thoroughly before he start of term, and told him to make the unicorns his priority. "The stone is the only thing better, years o' life. And more money than you need. Flamel will tell ya that. 'Cept they're worrying about that too." "Are you referring to the Apple of Eden?" Sawz asked. It was the only heavenly object that had remained on Earth. After the banishment of Adam and Eve, the blood-red stone had been forcibly disassembled and scattered around the Earth, some elements disappearing completely. "Nope, I've said too much. The protection of the stone in Hogwarts in strictly between Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid hit his forehead lightly with his palm. Should not have said that, should not have said that. It is all right. I do not care. I have larger, more important things to occupy my time with. Saz responded. You're worried 'bout Harry or ya? Hagrid asked. "Sakay. I'm worried 'bout a boy too. Little Harry Potter. I was the one who took, I am to Dumbledore, ya know. And he was so small, fit right in my hand. Just a babe, crying so loud I could hear it over Black's bike. I was hoppin' to meet him again. Spent a couple of years gettin' pictures of his family, glued 'em all into a bookin', everything." Tears formed in the gamekeeper's eyes. They were good people, the Potters. Fang gave a soft whine. And a rustling was heard nearby. Hagrid picked Saz up by the back of his jacket. "Time to go." "What is?" Saz was silenced as Hagrid threw him over his shoulder, running towards the edge of the forest. Fang was following behind, watching behind them. Saz peered through the thin spaces between the trees, and suddenly Harry was there, only he was older, and armed. "Harry! Just ignore it!" Hagrid yelled. "Abomination!" The replica yelled, an angel blade lighting up in his hand. Green eyes burned with fury, as Sam stepped out of the gloom, brushing off a pristine white suit. "Hello, brother." Sam smirked. "We've been looking for you." Hagrid dropped Saz down as they were back in the sunlight, rushing to his hut. The hallucination stopped right at the edge, refusing to come out. "I'm surprised you lasted longer than Dean without your powers, but then again, he has always been a self-sacrificing idiot." Hagrid came back out, and began to spray his slug repellent towards the forest. Keeping his eyes shut, there was a whine, like a balloon leaking air, and the vision was gone. Fang whined and moved over to Hagrid, leaning against him. "Boggart, nasty buggers. You hunters don't know how to get rid of 'em, do ya?" Hagrid asked. Saz shakily got up from his knees, staring out into the forest. He had felt fear. "Line break, line break, line break. Are you unwell?" Draco asked Harry. Harry shook his head. He had this feeling in his chest, as if his heart were skipping beats. "Do you need the nurse? Or your dad?" Ron asked from his other side. "Or your other dad?" "No, no." Harry gave a small sigh as the sensation stopped. "It's all right." The bells chimed, signaling the end of the lesson. Professor Binns stopped mid-sentence and floated away. "Time for Transfiguration class." The trio packed their bags quickly, moving into the hall. Hermione Granger rushed to catch up to them, stuffing papers in her bag as she walked. "You should all pay more attention in class," she reprimanded. Ron pulled a face at her tone. "Whatever you were gossiping about could have waited. For your information, Granger, Harry was feeling ill." Draco stated. "Yeah, Hermione. We were making sure he was all right. Or is school more important than our friend being sick?" Ron added, crossing his arms. Hermione blushed a bright pink, and seemed to actually be debating the question with herself. "If school is such a priority, how did you even notice us talking? You were in the front." Draco rebounded. I was just." Hermione lifted her chin. "I don't need to explain myself to you." She stormed off. Ron and Draco sharing a look that was a silent agreement to never support each other again. The walk to Transfigurations wasn't very far, but during that time Harry had spotted several places to hide. Should the need ever arise. That was Dean's part of the training, always know your exits and hiding spots. Bobby had pulled him aside afterwards, sitting him down on the sofa while the other adults did the daily perimeter check. Bobby didn't know where to begin exactly, and sat for a few moments simply gazing towards the window. Harry fidgeted in the silence. Raid that he or Dean had gotten in trouble. Hidden it won't help with the monsters. That's for the people who don't appreciate what we do and try to put us away. That's for the humans who are looking to hurt you. Why would they want to hurt me? If I just stopped to explain. Explanations didn't stop your uncle from hurting you. There's a fair number of bigoted idiots out there who don't give a rat's ass about why. To them we are killers, off our rockers. Hell, maybe we are. Bobby looked at Harry in the eyes. Beware that, when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Harry finished. Niet whatever. Bobby, can I ask you a question? Bobby inclined his head. Why didn't Dean shoot me instead? It had been a question that had been plaguing him for months now. Bobby remained silent, the sounds of Dean working on his car outside heard in the distance. He saw a child in need, before a potential dark witch. Bobby said. He clapped his hands onto his knees as he got up. Come on, chores need to be done. Harry, isn't that your cat? Draco asked as they entered the room. Sure enough, Kit Kat was sitting on the teacher's desk, meowing with another tabby cat. Kit Kat noticed Harry and turned towards him, and the tabby lightly smacked the white kitten on the nose. Harry laughed and moved forward, placing his hand on the table for his cat to climb up. Kit Kat rubbed against his arm before jumping off the table and running off, just as the bell rang. Harry shrugged and turned to the other cat. What's your name? He asked, reaching forward. The cat jumped over his hand and to the floor, changing into their teacher right before their eyes. Professor McGonagall, come now, Mr. Winchester, I know you to have an excellent memory. Harry flushed bright red upon realizing he had just tried to scratch his teacher behind the ears. Seats everyone. Line break, line break, line break. This is for you, a soft voice said, making Sam look up from cataloging potions' ingredients. Miss Lovegood, return to your seat and make the assigned potion. Severus snapped, moving to berate another student. Sam Carafew. LLY took the bundle of small white flowers with his gloved hand, giving the girl a tight smile. Thank you. It's Oshra. The blonde said. It will keep you safe. Miss Lovegood. Severus growled. Luna turned to the man slowly. Professor. My potion is already done. She responded, pointing to the concoction bottled on her desk. Snape swept over to it, lifting the small vial up to the light to inspect it. This is not the potion I assigned Miss Lovegood. Severus said slowly. Otherwise it is flawless. Thank you. Luna acknowledged. Can I revive a few ingredients? She asked, tapping a few lids in interest. Sam looked over at Severus. The man stared at the blonde girl for a few moments, seemingly processing the request in his head. In reality, Severus was seeing aspects of his own young self in the girl. He figured that the interest in potions and self-curriculum were the only similarities, otherwise she would not have so many friends. No, Severus decided. There was no reason for the girl to turn sour. Head back to your seat. Luna followed his instruction and sat down. Severus peered down at the plant Luna had given his assistant and quirked an eyebrow. Oshra was meant to RCE out evil while attracting angelic presence. It was utterly useless in potions. His dark eyes returned to Luna. Where then had she gotten it from? Line break, line break, line break. Do you think our father will start his lessons the way he taught you, or only be able to comment on Quirrell's curriculum? Draco asked. Harry shrugged. I don't really know. I think he'll at least have the pictures of Dora as Muggle monsters. There are Muggle monsters? Ron asked in amazement. Wicked. Mind the salt people, Dean announced from down the hall. The boys sped up, slipping into seats near the front. Dean was leaning against the desk behind Quirrell, looking bored. Hello, student. I thou ought, I see could start with a story AB about vampires. Quirrell said, looking around almost hopefully. His face fell at seeing that no one seemed interested. You unless, Professor W. Winchester has one. You bet your weird hat I do. But first, pop quiz. The class groaned. Anyone know how to kill a vampire? A few people raised their hands. You with the butterfly clip. Padama, a stake through the heart. The Indian girl asked. Who doesn't that kill? But no. Point to Gryffindor for trying. Dean said. He pointed at another girl. Daisy. Pansy, sunlight, air, all it does is give em a nasty sunburn. Point to Slytherin. You, Toad Boy. Neville paled, as he had not raised his hand. Go on. Well, I suppose you could. Maybe, behead one. Bravo. 2 to Gryffindor. Beheading a vampire is the most dependable way to kill a vampire. Stake to the heart won't be worth squat unless it's covered in dead man's blood. It's like poison to vampires. Sunlight, they don't care. Did they sparkle, like in Twilight? Lavender asked. That book is garbage and you should feel bad. Dean replied, causing a few students to laugh. Okay, so beheading, I'm not expecting you to be out there fighting anytime soon. You lose your wand, what do? You look for something, anything sharp and aim for the neck. Better situation. You have your wand, get creative, even if you can't do the spell now, say it. Cutting hex. Crabbe blurted. Not so creative, but you're not dead, so point to Slytherin. Dean looked around the room. You frizzy. Hermione. You could use Wingardium Leviosa, we've just learned it. Theodore Nott, a Slytherin, gave a snort. That makes things float, what good will it do you? Point from Slytherin. Go on Hermie, explain. Dean said, a wondering look in his eye. Hermione sat up in her seat. You said if we were without a wand, to aim for the neck with any sharp object. Once we learn to do spells wordlessly, you could cast the floating spell on something sharp from behind them, and direct it, then sort of yank your wand quickly, and the object will cut through their neck. Hermione turned a bit green at the last sentence. 5 points to Gryffindor. Sneak attacks are best attacks. All right, story time. Harry tuned out as he knew what story his dad would tell. The one with Gordon, the maniac hunter who killed vampires out of spite. The man had killed his own sister because she had been turned, and had gone on a murder spree, killing innocent vampires. Harry took this time to instead watch Quirrell. Now that the man was out of the spotlight, he seemed at ease. He seemed to be muttering to himself, casting a glance at Dean every few seconds. Ian at this point was moving around the room to build suspense, and one of Quirrell's sweeping glances got stuck on Harry. Harry gave a sharp yelp, hand rushing to his chest. Harry. Dean was in front of him, blocking Quirrell from view. There's something off about Professor Quirrell. Harry whispered. The hand on his arm stiffened. But it has to wait. Incredulous green eyes stared back at him. Trust me. Dean nodded and stepped back. Moral of the story is. Draco raised his hand. Yeah, Draco. Just because someone is different, does not mean they are the enemy. Draco said, smiling brightly. 10 points to Slytherin. Dean said. Harry smacked Draco in the arm and raised his hand. More. Just because someone claims to be on your side, does not mean you should trust them. Harry directed his vision towards Quirrell. This time ready for the small shock. 5 points to Gryffindor. Dean awarded. Seems you have kept T-turd there at attention. Homework. Quirrell handed Dean the curriculum. Dean scanned it. Shit. Harry, you got your journal. Harry nodded and pulled it out of his bag. Pass it around, you have the picture of a vampire, right? Harry decided to unclip the picture instead. And handed it to Ron first. That's a Muggle vampire. He squeaked. Quirrell grabbed the photo and cast a spell to enlarge it to the size of a poster board. There were surprised gasps and a few screams. The wizard won, Harry. Dean said, and Harry grudgingly handed it to Quirrell. Main differences, teeth and eyes. Muggle vamps have series of sharp teeth that extend out of their gums. Magical vamps have major fangs and minor fangs built in. Magic vamps have the whole blind eye thing going, which is just a reflective sheen in Muggle ones. Things they have in common, extremely enhanced senses. The only one I've been able to solve is scent. Burn saffron, skunk's cabbage, and trillium and it blocks their scent. The homework is, stay alive. Dean handed the paper he was writing on to Quirrell, who casted it for the class to see. The bell rang, dismissing class. Line break, line break, line break. Fox, would you mind terribly if I were to ask a favor of you? The Sorting Hat asked. The bird cocked its head to the side. Even though the hat had the magic of Godric in it and could technically command the bird, it didn't much like Godric never had. Fox respected that, as Albus did not always extend the same courtesy. The mirror, Fox, bring it to the boy, please. Fox instantly swept towards the table, grasping the silver mirror in his talons. He was gone in a flash of flames. The headmaster rushing into the room moments later. The old man frantically looked around, casting revealing spells and tracing spells. When neither worked, he pushed everything from his desk in a search for the mirror. The hat remained silent as it always did, not wanting the man try and use him for information. The portraits of former headmasters were awoken and began to scold Albus. The mirror is missing, Albus announced. The one that does not work. Perhaps a house elf threw it away, good riddance. One portrait said. Albus sat in his chair, hand stroking his beard. Even if it were stolen, the thief would not be able to use it in order to find Harry Potter. The question that needed his attention was, who was the thief? Line break, line break, line break. I fear the Winchester runt suspects. Quirrell said to seemingly no one. He mean SSS nothing, once he is grown, he will SSC. Thos Mugglus they will turn on him. What excuse has Albus given for the ABSS sense of Harry Potter? He says the boy is training in a secure location. Quirrell responded. He didn't think it was an excuse, but his master seemed so sure that it was. There was definitely something up with the Winchester boy. The runt had all but called him out in front of the class. But how, and why? The SS Stone Quirrell. Have you a plan? Yes, sir. Line break, line break, line break. Which prompt are you taking, Harry? Making yourself undetectable to vampires, or escape a nest? Ron asked, rolling out a piece of parchment. Harry thought about it for a moment. Undetectable, I think. How about you? Ron shrugged. Probably the same. So what, the 5 senses? He told us about scent. He won't get mad if we write that, right? He'd probably get mad if we didn't. Harry responded with a laugh. Okay, so smell is done. Vision. Well, I'd use apparition like crazy. Technically they wouldn't see me coming. Ron said, scratching it down on his paper. Guess I better explain what that is though, right? Yeah, sounds useful though. I'm gonna use disillusionment charm. Severus says it works best in the dark, but I think I would benefit more during the day with vamps. It's Professor Snape. Hermione stressed from a few seats away. Ron let put a loud groan, going back to his paper. It's Severus to me outside of class. Uncle Sevy if I feel like getting on his nerves. Harry shot back, annoyed. Ed with this girl always butting into his personal business. Snape Magdon when he wakes up with no coffee around. Ron laughed loudly at this. Maybe Snape wasn't such a bad guy after all, if Harry W. hasn't turned into potions ingredients by now. I didn't realize you were related. Hermione continued. I'm not related to any of my family. Grandpa Bobby says, family don't end in blood. Quote, doesn't. Ron rolled his eyes at the girl and turned to Harry. That make Malfoy your brother then? Harry scrunched up his nose. No way. Can you imagine him as a brother? Harry chuckled. No, he's perfectly fine as a spoiled single child. We could be brothers then, yeah? Ron asked. Harry smiled brightly. Yeah. Line break, line break, line break. You okay, Saz? Sam asked, looking up from the first-year potions text. Saz had been quiet for most of dinner, seemingly lost in his own world. Do you know what a boggart is, Sam? Sam nodded. Yeah. It's a shapeless being that can mimic your deepest fear. Adverse to sunlight. Only way to kill it is honeysuckle mixed with the dew of a sunflower. Sam explained. Which is inconvenient, but boggarts are not that high up on the danger scale. Perhaps you should re-evaluate. Saz said. Sam, what you said about humans being monsters, is this an accurate statement? Man, I gotta tell ya. I love house elves. Dean announced through a mouthful of pie as he entered the sitting room. What's going on in here? Anyone can be a monster, Saz. Sam answered, confusing Dean. Even you. Silence permeated the air, both brothers looking at the angel. Even Harry. That's enough. I don't know what the hell brought this on, but it ends. Now. Dean demanded. You saw a boggart today, didn't you? Sam asked tersely. What did it show you? You had accepted Lucifer. And Harry had sided with him. It was years in the future, and I was human, and without Dean. I'm not going to accept him, 'cause he's not getting out. Bobby has been helping me with finding a way to contain Lilith. Sam defended. There was the sound of a mourning dove coming from their fireplace, right before green flames spat out a blonde girl. Sam and Dean both sprang into defensive positions. Saz quickly pushed their arms down. Luna, what are you doing here? How did you even get in here? Sam asked. Subconsciously he gripped the bag he had placed the Oshra in. Hi Professor Singer. Luna greeted. Castiel, I think you know why I'm here. The apple. Castiel responded gravely, confusing the brothers. Luna nodded eagerly. I have sensed the apple of Eden somewhere in the castle. Lilith believes it to be the last seal. Luna said airily. You cannot let Harry near the stone, nor Neville. You must let Voldemort rise, he is the only one whose magic is dark enough to trap Lilith. Do you know if an archangel is watching over you? Saz asked. Luna smiled and looked upwards. Do not worry about me Castiel. Luna gave a curtsy. It is almost curfew, I must leave. See you Moonchild. Dean said as the green flames swallowed her whole. Another angel. She is the prophet. If her life were ever in danger, an archangel would come down to smite the danger. Saz said. He found it odd that there were so many children involved in this plan. Would God truly want this? Children could be volatile, and fickle, while also being compassionate and tolerant. Two birds one stone then. We get Moldybutt to trap Lilith, and Moonchild's protector kills Moldybutt. She did not say she was protected. Saz pointed out. Merely not to worry. So then, we should be. Line break, line break, line break. Harry opened his bed curtains, yawning widely. Danny was curled up on the bed, KitKat laying next to him. The only thing off about the scene was that his owl was there too. She had taken up the role of scout. Claws gripping the headboard, she gave a small noise of greeting, causing the other two to stir. Waiting for me, were ya? He whispered, crawling under the sheets. AGL. A murr of light caught his eye and he carefully reached toward it, gasping when his hand brushed cold silver. He brought the object closer to himself, inspecting his face with it. Harry removed his contacts for the night, placing them in a holding container under his pillow. When he turned back, his pets had all left, leaving just him and the mirror. A mirror, mirror on the wall. Harry joked. Show me. Dump him in the river. No one would ever know. Vernon told his wife. What if he's normal, Vernon? Petunia asked, Dudley on her hip. Her blonde boy gurgled in delight, reaching for the baby resting on the sofa. And if he isn't Pet? Vernon countered. Petunia stared down at the sleeping bundle, a darkness in her eyes. We leave him for dead. The mirror rippled slightly, and Harry threw it away from him, heart pounding. Mum, Muum, Dudley called, the chubby toddler's legs kicking wildly from his high chair. Petunia smiled and pinched the boy's cheek. Hurry, play. Harry peered at the mirror without picking it up. His aunt looked unsure but had taken both boys to the playmate, a few toys about. Stop. The mirror went black before retuning to its normal function. Harry gripped the handle tightly, intending to throw it, smash it, maybe even try to use angelic powers. Then he paused. He looked back at his reflection. Bright green eyes stared back at him, seeming so foreign. This mirror could possibly be of his life. He couldn't remember if the things it had shown him were true, or if it was playing on his fears and hopes. Okay, Harry, think like a hunter. Harry carefully inspected the making of the mirror, deducing that it was indeed pure silver, with a dark blue stone that was something other than sapphire. There were no engravings, only innocent designs. There was a creak of a floorboard and Harry shoved the mirror under his pillow, opening his bed curtains. Fred and George froze, then gave him mischievous smiles. What are you holding, Fred? Harry asked softly. George snickered at his brother's gobsmacked expression. It was rare for anyone to tell them apart. Just a bit of itching powder. He should be fine if he showers. Fred answered, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Harry made a go on motion with his hand. Fred gave him a thumbs up and went back to his wrongdoings. George watched as Harry closed his curtains again. Dog and cat slipping in with him. George prided himself on his excellent vision, which made late-night escapades more interesting, but right now he was doubting his skill. Because, just for a moment, he could have sworn he was wrong. He could have sworn Harry had green eyes. Line break, line break, line break. The silence of the dorm was broken by the howling of their resident pup. The boys groaned, rolling out of bed at varying speeds. Each boy gave Harry a bleary-eyed glare as they filed past the prepared boy and into the bathroom. Why am I so itchy? Harry heard Ron complain. He snickered and went about gathering his stuff for the day. He slung his bag over his shoulder and made for the door, but hesitated just before exiting. Harry moved back to the bed, lifting the pillow. The mirror glimmered in the early morning light. Harry took a deep breath before tossing it into his bag. Come on, Danny. Harry left the dorm room, his pup trailing behind him dutifully. He had herbology today, instead of history of magic, which he was grateful for. Harry tugged at the string around his neck, pendant feeling heavier than normal. He internally winced when he saw Hermione sitting in one of the armchairs reading. Stepping lightly, he tried to move past her quickly, but she looked up and he locked eyes with her. Are you feeling better today, Harry? Hermione asked softly, surprising Harry. Yes, thank you, he replied, and she nodded, going back to her book. Harry gave a small sigh of relief and left. Danny trotted in front of him in the hall. His small husky was certainly growing fast, the top of his head reaching Harry's hip. It was disconcerting to Harry to feel all the eyes of the portraits watching him. He could hear the whispering to one another, but could never make out the words. His mood was lightened however, when he saw the notice board. Starting next Thursday, flying would begin. Something that Harry really enjoyed doing. Harry. Luna greeted, petting Danny. Are you doing well in your classes? Harry shrugged a bit. I'd say so. Harry answered, finding it odd that no one else had passed them. In fact, the entire corridor was empty. You need to focus on your classes, and not be getting into trouble. She jokingly scolded. Hands on her hips. Harry laughed a bit. You got it. Line break, line break, line break. Kingsley merely sighed as he heard his door slam open, followed by the clump of a wooden leg on marble floor. He set down his quill and rested his hands on his desk, looking up. Alistair Moody stood before him, eye whizzing around frantically, and graying hair more unkempt than usual. Nymphadora is missing, he barked out. Kingsley raised a brow at this. Such a claim from anyone else would mean the young Auror in training was being elusive on purpose. Though the girl had a rebellious attitude, education and authority were not things she played around with loosely. The last I heard of her was when she was sent out to investigate the Muggle woman who was posted dangerously close to the leaky cauldron. Kingsley snapped his fingers and the case file came towards him. He flipped it open, noticing that it was completed, except for Tonks' report. Brown eyes scanned the there documents that reported that the Muggle had been ill and pinned that is the reason she had not moved from her car for numerous hours. It also claimed that Tonks had been the one to give the order to take her to the hospital. Expecto Patronum. A ghost-like cheetah appeared, circling the room before coming to stand before Kingsley. Retrieve Munkern, Willowsnap and Gentian. The Patronus dashed off. That assignment was 2 days ago. Have you any clue how much information could have been drained from her since then? Moody exclaimed. Kingsley stood, towering over the old Auror. I have no concern for what she has given away. I simply want her safe return. Alistair had the decency to look away. A blaring alarm went off and time seemed to slow. Both wizards drew their wands, aiming towards the door as screams and shouts of panic reached their ears. Alistair blasted the door out of the way and the two rushed out. It was absolute chaos. Status report. Tlevin went out unsupervised, into the Muggle world after receiving a message from Tonks. He came back like this. A trainee stated from her crouched position behind an upturned desk. Alistair's eyes whizzed around, finally locking onto Derek Tlevin. Imperio. No doubt. Even as Alistair made this deduction, Tlevin turned to him, eyes going black. The young man dropped from the desk, making his way towards the aging Auror, Heisically throwing those who did not move away fast enough across the room with a single hand. Not Imperio. Kingsley corrected as he shot several spells towards Tlevin. 3 cat patroni appeared Hero the walls of the far side that Kingsley knew belonged to Minerva. Exorcisamus te, omnis immundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas. A deep male voice issued. Tlevin stopped in place, twitching slightly. He gave a gurgle growl and continued towards Alistair, attempting to draw the wand. Omnis incurcio infernalis adversari, omens legio. Tlevin fell to his knees, black smoke pouring out of his mouth. The silence that followed was only broken by the drone of the Patronus, continuing on, unaware that it had done its job. Cautiously several workers edged toward the prone Auror in training. Still alive. One confirmed. Take him to the medical bay. Do not leave him unsupervised at any time. Kingsley ordered. You 3 repair damage. You 2 over there, send a reply to Hogwarts Kingdom for their assistance and if they have any more information. 3 young trainees came up to Kingsley, the cheetah tight on their heels. My office, now. Line break, line break, line break. You failed me, Lilith said with a scowl, looking down at the pudgy accountant. The man wrung his hands in fear. You didn't tell me they knew how to fight demons. I saw him. He was a few feet away from me. But then 3 ghost cats starting chanting an exorcism. I had no choice. Lilith placed a hand on her face, contemplating the news. Slowly a smile spread across her face, teeth becoming sharp as her body reflected her bloodthirst. The accountant demon took a few steps back in alarm. All right, bye-bye, I don't need you anymore. Lilith transformed into Tonks, default. The demon smoked out, of the accountant being dragged back down to hell. 3 seals down, 63 to go. She began to skip away from the alley. 63 seals of hell to break still, 63 seals of hell. Break him down, let Lucy out. 63 seals of hell to break still. She passed the sweets shop, peering in to see the children. Pink hair became long and white, eyes a stunning purple. Come, little children, I'll take thee away, into a land of enchantment. Several children dropped what they were holding, staring out at nothing. Come little children, the time's come to play, here in my garden of shadows. Parents were frantically waving hands in front of their children's faces in panic. Lilith snapped her fingers and the parents fell to their knees, coughing forcefully. At once the children looked to her, parents trying their best to follow their gazes. Lilith opened the door, the chime clinking softly. Blood splatter starting appearing on the floor, even as some mothers desperately clung to their children's wrists. A few kids were broken from the trance, looking at their parents worriedly. Follow sweet children, it'll show thee the way through all the pain and the sorrow, weep. Not poor children, for life is this way, murdering beauty and passion. All eyes were on her again and the children began walking towards her. Lilith smiled and led them out. The progression walked through the streets. Hush now dear children, it must be this way. They could no longer control their legs, nor speak, but how their minds were free. Free to plead for mercy. Lilith stopped at the edge of the lake, where several people were watching. She smiled broadly at them. And then, one by one the children began to walk into the lake. There were shouts of alarm, and screams of terror, but they could not stop her. A man grabbed at her arm, only to pull away as he was burned. A few grabbed for the children, but could do nothing to stop their determination. A small Asian woman managed to spin her around and Lilith bared fangs in warning. Eyes flicked to black, and Lilith reluctantly stopped her attack. Master says you are misusing your powers. The demon said. Lilith giggled. I need to be. You oiled up all the power I can to crack the last seal. The next 62 will be a breeze with those pesky Winchesters hiding away. The demon raised an eyebrow at Lilith. What is the last seal? Why the apple of Eden, of course. Lilith exclaimed. Lucy is gonna be so happy. I will let him know. Line break, line break, line break. So you saw a cloud of black smoke and didn't bother to report it? Alistair shouted, pointing his wand at Willowsnap. I thought Tonks had cast a spell on her. I thought she would put it in her report. Willowsnap cried, blue eyes wide. If any of you receive a message from Tonks like Tlevin did, you accept it and have an aura trail you. I don't know what we're dealing with here, but it does not spread, got it? Kingsley told the three. They nodded frantically. Dismissed. The trio left, leaving Kingsley and Alistair alone. Demons, Kingsley. Alistair told him. We're dealing with demons. The old man hobbled over to a chair and sat down heavily. We need to speak to Dumbledore. Demons moody. Kingsley said without humor. Demons do not exist. You are wrong. They are hedonistic beings. I bet you that is what snatched up the Potter boy. Think of it. A damn demon probably made a deal with Lily as she waited to be killed. 10 years is the price and Harry Potter is the payment. Alistair shouted, spittle flying from his lips. You are acting completely unbalanced, Alistair. Perhaps you have been in this line of work too long. Alistair fell silent. What are you telling me? Kingsley sighed and pulled out a pink parchment from under a stack of folders. It was already filled out, lacking only one signature. I will let you choose. Either you wait for Tonks, return and retire, or I sign this form now. Alistair's real eye filled with the thinnest sheet of tears. You can't do this, he argued gruffly. This is my life. I'm sorry, Alistair. Line break, line break, line break. Harry, stay after for a moment, Dean said when the bells chimed for the end of defense. Harry paused in putting his things away, casting a silent glance towards Quirrell. Harry assumed that they would be talking about how Harry's sudden fainting spell in herbology. C.A.S. had of course been at his side immediately, and upon his waking Harry could only spew out what he had felt. It had felt like a blip on sonar before a flash of a large room with several persons was shown to him. Harry did not know what had happened after Saz had rushed to get Sam. Dean gathered his things and scooped up the rest of Harry's. All right, let's go. Dean pulled his son into the fireplace with him. Winchester quarters. What's wrong? Harry asked once they were safely in the room. Sam and Saz were also in the room, sitting at the small table in the corner. Nothing. We just miss ya, Scamp. Dean admitted, throwing his teaching case on his bed. Harry beamed, hugging Dean. Dean laughed, messing up the boy's hair. All right. Harry took a moment to look around, never have imagined that he would feel this loved, or be this happy. Saz was an excellent father, even if he did at times take on the role of mother. While it was a bit disheartening that Severus had not told him more about his mother, Harry was slowly coming to terms with the fact that he did not need both a mother and father to be happy. Saz did coddle him too much, and sing to him when he was scared. Things he had always imagined his mother doing when he was young and all alone in the cupboard. "Come towards me, Harry. I wish to squeeze you as well," Saz said, opening up his arms. Harry rushed over, loving hugs from his papa. Dean was a great dad too, taking on the role quite stereotypically by teaching him how to do manly things. However, Dean did not make Harry feel like he was less of a beau. Why, if Harry was unable to do certain masculine things, or simply didn't like them? "Stop hogging the shrimp," Sam joked, lifting Harry onto his shoulders. "Stop calling me a shrimp, you Sasquatch," Harry complained, covering Sam's eyes. Sam was like a cool uncle and big brother wrapped in one. "Oh no, I'm blind," Sam called out, stumbling around. Saz and Dean warily stood within catching distance of the pair, looking extremely stressed. "Oh God no." Harry cleared his throat. "Timber." Sam went still and slowly let himself fall sideways. Saz and Dean gave twin shouts of alarm as Sam did nothing to stop their quickening descent to the floor. Harry's eyes lit up blue just as they were inches from the floor. Sam's long hair lazily floated upwards and Harry gave a holler of joy as they started to float upright again. Harry missed Cass's look of concern at the apparent trust between him and Sam. Sam stomped around the room with Harry, talking with the boy about the astronomy class he would be having that night. "Dean," Saz said quietly. Dean turned to look at Saz, immediately understanding what was bothering the angel. "It's all right, Saz. Backing away from this now will be what would make Harry side with Sam. We have to all be there for him, whenever he needs us," Dean said. Saz nodded. "Who's hungry?" Dean said loudly, receiving twin demands for garden salad from the youngest in the room. Harry had prided himself on learning how to use the mirror, and figuring out its patterns. Now, however, he wished he hadn't. Harry wanted to tell himself that these two memories were connected, because it showed him using vast amounts of power. The mirror paused on Cass's look of concern and Harry felt the first sign of tears appear. Did Dean and Saz feel like they were stuck with him now? The black light around the gem flickered out as its energy was exhausted for the time being, the mirror screen going black as well. It was then that Harry remembered that the mirror should not be able to show memories of him as Harry Winchester. "Show me Harry, Hogwarts Winchester quarters," Harry recited. The mirror glitched but did not show the scene. "Show me Harry, Surrey, alleyway." The first scene bloomed onto the screen right away. "Stop." Harry carefully put the mirror away in his bag and laid on his side, hand gripping the pendant of his necklace. Line break, line break, line break." Sam slammed the door to his bathroom shut, gripping the edge of the sink tightly. His breathing was labored and he was beginning to shake. He ran a hand down his face. He needed something, anything. It wasn't tea, like he could just ask to be hit by a spell, or get a potion. Sam looked up at the mirror. A potion, that was what he needed. Sam left the bathroom, quickly grabbing his leather coat and fire-called Severus. "It is late, Winchester," Severus said in answer, standing near a cauldron in his lab. He had discarded his robe, and wore only slacks and a buttoned-up black shirt, sleeves rolled up to the elbow. "I know. I'm having trouble sleeping, is there anything to help with that?" Sam asked quickly. He was glad that the fire did not show a definite form of his face, otherwise the potion master may have been able to tell he was lying. Severus spent a long time looking at him, causing the larger man to fidget. "Come through." Sam grinned and stepped through the fire. A book was slapped into his hand, surprising him. Sam looked up in confusion, Severus giving him a sly look in return. "I am certain you won't kill yourself. Sev, this potion takes hours," Sam complained, pouting as he did. Dean made him do things he didn't like. As a little brother, he was subconsciously used to getting his way eventually. Perhaps you should begin immediately," Severus replied. Sam stared after the man in shock. Before eventually muttering to himself and starting the potion, he sat up at the cauldron next to Severus, wearily looking at the textbook. Big brown eyes gave one last pleading look at Severus. Would you care for some music? Yeah, sure, Sam said, expecting Severus to cast some type of music spell. The professor instead walked to the corner of the room, placing a needle down on a record. For a while Sam just spent time looking at Severus create his potion. It was as if the man was in his own little world, a small smile on his face. He seemed to shed about 10 years as well, moving deftly and smoothly. Sam looked back at his untouched potion ingredients, hesitantly starting his own potion. He figured that Dean would be better at this, the man loved to cook after all. This is not like cooking, Sam. You need to be more precise, Severus commented. Sam looked down at what he had cut so far. He gave a huff of amusement, casting a glance at Severus. Reading my mind, were you? Sam asked. Severus stirred his potion a few times before placing a static spell over it. He turned to look at Sam. I am unable to read your mind, Severus admitted. Sam furrowed his brow in confusion, before a look of enlightenment came across his face. He pulled his shirt down, exposing his anti-possession tattoo. Reflexively Severus covered his own tattoo. This prevents me from getting possessed. I guess it works on your Jedi tricks too, Sam explained. He looked down to where Severus was gripping his arm. I know you gave us the rundown on the past, but I would really like to know about you. And your relationship to Harry's parents. You still haven't told him much more about his parents either. I suppose I could provide you with a few memories, granted that it will stop your insentient questioning. Severus grudgingly answered, rolling down the sleeves. He reached for his wand, but was stopped by Sam. I mean, like talking dude, Sam said. We're gonna be here for hours anyway. Severus looked over at his potion. Why do you have such an interest in me? Severus asked in suspicion. He did not like sharing his life, not after losing Lily, not even Lucius knew all of his secrets. And the older man had been his closest friend after he had chosen to join the dark side. I'm going to be your apprentice for the next 7 years. I was hoping we would be friends, Sam responded. Plus, Harry really seems to trust you. He's been pretty good about sensing who to, and who not to trust. I want to know why. Lily was the only friend I had when starting Hogwarts. Earlier, normally Severus would take offense to such a demanding tone, but he had come to learn that it was just the way the taller man spoke. I met Lily when I was 9, Sam cut him off with a shake of his head. Severus clenched his fists in agitation. Another thing he had learned about the younger Winchester is that he knew how to get under his skin, and make him lose his composure. My father was Muggle scum, an alcoholic, abusive. After I displayed my first bout of accidental magic he became bitter. What was that? Sam asked. A protective shield wrapped around me after having been pushed off the 2nd-story landing, Severus admitted. I was nearly 9 by that time. My mother had been teaching me potions when my father was away at work, but she had thought that I would never display magical powers. This is why you like potions. It reminds you of the time you spent with your mom, Sam guessed. I never knew my mom, you know. She was killed by a demon when I was only 6 months old. Growing up, all I had was Dean. My father was always away, hunting, trying to train us to be soldiers. I just wanted to be normal. Severus chuckled deeply, causing Sam to look up. You've certainly failed in that department, he commented. Sam rolled his eyes. And yet, broken seeks broken, hoping to be whole. Your small family seems to have succeeded in that at least. Sam added an ingredient to his potion, smiling to himself. You're a part of that family too. Even if you don't want to be. Harry won't let you out, and well, Sam looked over at the shocked professor. Neither will I. I met Lily that same summer. I had been spending a lot of time out of the house, fearing that my powers would manifest at the most inopportune moment. Lily was someone whom I could talk to freely about the magical world. Severus moved over to Sam's station, helping him prep a few ingredients. Truly thinking back, I must admit that I was extremely jealous. Lily was Muggle-born, and yet both her parents still adored her. Were proud of her even, for being a witch. For many years I thought myself to be enamored with her. I know now it was merely a desire to be accepted as she was. I was enamored with the idea of her. My mother. Severus paused, calming his trembling hands. When it looked like he would say no more, Sam decided to speak up. I did try the normal stint for a while. I went to college, got myself a girlfriend. Great friends, the whole time resenting my brother and father. Dean, well, Dean was made for this type of thing. At least, that is how I saw it. Sam gave a huff. And yet, the whole time I was there, I was still studying the supernatural. I was trying so hard to fit in, but it was like jamming the right size puzzle piece with the wrong part of the picture into the hole. The day Dean broke into my apartment to get me back in the game, I had never been happier to see him. Sam hastily wiped away tears. I had missed my big bro, but I was still under the illusion that I belonged with the normal people. I told him, 100 and that's it. I got home, and my girlfriend was killed right in front of me, by the same demon who had killed my mother. Quote, I'm sorry to hear that. Sam shrugged awkwardly. He had been getting over it, but he would always hold a special place in his heart for Jessica. I returned from my first year at Hogwarts to find my mother dead. I was told that she had become ill while I was away, and had taken a fall when my father was out at work. I knew it was my father, but I had no proof. It was then that I began to practice the art of reading people's minds, as you would put it. I spent my summers hidden her with Lily, and it panged me each time she would get to go home to her loving family. 4 years I lived with this, pushing down my bitterness. Being swayed by the siren call of Tom Riddle. I lost Lily's friendship in my 5th year. I was once again being tormented by James Potter and his friends, and as always Lily came to my rescue. Except I had grown weary of having her stand up for me, always having to be the better person. Lily was my best friend, but her popularity among others did not extend to me. No one was my true friend except her. I was still considered a freak, even though I was surrounded by my own kind. Severus gave a sigh, gazing at his reflection in the knife he was holding. I called her a filthy mudblood. And then she ended up with your tormentor, but everyone always talks about how great James was. Sam said. I must reluctantly admit that he did wizen up in his final years here. But at the time, he was arrogant, foolish, a bully. It was wrong what I did to Lily, and I only found that out for myself after my initiation to the Death Eaters. My 5th year I pledged my allegiance to Tom Riddle, and lived with Lucius. Each initiation was different. Riddle wanted to be assured that my half-blood status would not make me default. I was to kill a muggle, and I'm sure my choice is obvious. Your father, Sam whispered. Severus jerked his head in answer. So he did then, he killed your mother. No, Severus breathed. He didn't. Tears glimmered in the light of the dim flame in front of them. He was absolutely devastated when he came home to find her on the ground, barely breathing. He had wanted to rush and get a doctor, demanded to know how to use the flow to call our people. And then he cried for hours. The abuse had never been about the magic. There was a small tremor in the man, and Sam realized he was crying. I was stubborn, and stayed with Riddle because he promised me everything I had never had. Nothing could get through to me, until he marked Lily for death. It was my last chance to make it up to her. You thought it was. Harry exists, why wouldn't, did you dislike James that much? Potter is the reason I was forced to be this way, and I never had any intention of helping his spawn. Severus shouted, slamming his hands on the counter. There was a small noise from the door, causing the adults to turn towards it in shock. Harry took a step back. Harry. The bottles nearest them started to rattle, the flame under the potions going out. Harry, Severus pleaded. There was a crack of lightning and Saz was suddenly towering over the potion master. What have you done? He growled, grabbing Severus by his shirt. No. Harry shouted in alarm, several glasses breaking. Saz was forcibly moved away from Severus by a strong invisible pull. This is not happening again. A realization hit Sam like a truck. They had never really talked with Harry about what had happened to the only family he had known. Now the boy was scared, petrified even. You're right, Harry. It's not. We're all good here, Sam said slowly, spreading his hands out slowly. He was knocked into the table behind him, having felt a small gust of wind push him. Don't act like I'm dangerous. I'm not. I'm good. I'm good, I promise. Harry cried, refusing to let Saz free from his bound position, staring down Sam in desperation. I'm not a freak. Severus could tell something was wrong. No one had told Harry anything negative in months, and his slip-up just now should have the boy attacking him, not protecting him. He should really check what the boy was thinking, except his fear the angelic grace within him. There was a pop, a very confused Draco blinking owlishly at them. "Leave me alone," Harry whimpered. There was another pop, Nymphadora appearing in the room. She wavered on her feet before toppling over. Yet another pop, Dean hastily getting up from the floor he had been dropped on. "Grab him, Dean," Saz shouted. Dean gave a nod and moved into hunter mode immediately. Harry's eyes widened. "Don't touch him," Sam shouted in panic. "Harry, Harry, please." Dean wasn't stopping his advance. Sam knew he could never catch up in time to grab him. Dean was already close enough to grab Harry. He threw out his arm, pulling his brother back with his limited powers. "Harry, we're sorry." The winds died down, Saz landing on the floor gracefully. Dean looked down at himself, wondering why he was still frozen in place. He looked back at Sam, who still had his hand extended. "Sammy, if you are sick of me, just go," Harry said lowly. "I have family here." Draco rushed over to his friend, standing in front of him. "You don't need those muggles anyway, Harry. You can live with me forever," Draco assured. Severus cast a spell over Draco, making him temporarily deaf. "Harry, why are you defending me? These men are your family," Severus asked, moving closer to the distressed boy. "You're my family too," Harry argued. "Even after what I said?" Severus asked softly. Harry nodded. "Harry, we are also very sorry about what happened to your uncle," Sam said. Dean gave a small gasp of realization. He looked over at the room. Severus was a stand-in for the uncle, as Dean assumed him upsetting Harry was what brought them there. Draco, the cousin, Nymphadora, she was supposed to be missing. "Sam, let me down. We have to check Tonks out." Sam let Dean go, and the older Winchester rushed to the young trainee. He pulled out a knife to check her blood, but it was pulled out of his hand and into Harry's. "What are you doing?" Harry asked. Sam took a knee next to Dean. "We all need to communicate better. Apologize first," he hissed to his brother. Dean slowly stood. "Harry," Dean said, trying to look the boy in the eyes. "I'm sorry about what I did. It haunts me every day. But that does not mean I wouldn't do it again." "Why did you have to kill him? Why did you have to kill him?" Harry asked. "He would have let me leave, he didn't want me there anyhow." "Because Harry." Dean grabbed the boy by the shoulders. "You are a very special kid. And I'm not talking about you being Potter. I'm talking about you being Harry, just Harry. I know they were your family, but what do we say? Family don't end in blood," Harry recited. He threw his arms around Dean. "Dad, I'm so sorry." "Hey, it's all right, kid," Dean said. "But that means you also have to realize when people treat you badly. You can't let anyone make you feel like garbage." Harry looked up at Dean worriedly. "That does not mean you stop loving them. It means you give them a chance to make it right, or you cut them off." "Harry," Severus intoned, "I never meant for you to hear that." It was said in a moment of distress. But it was still not right of me to say it. There was a small groan from the floor, drawing everyone's attention. Yeah. "Harry, Tonks has been missing for some time now, I have to make sure it's her," Dean said urgently, holding out his hand for the knife. Harry quickly handed it over, not protesting when Severus pulled him and Draco further away from the woman on the floor. Draco was complaining loudly about not being able to hear, repeatedly poking his godfather in the face, demanding that the spell be released. Severus sighed, hair falling over his eyes as he lowered his head in annoyance. "I checked for Demon already," Sam said lowly as Dean came next to him. "Don't think we won't be talking about your little magic trick later, Sam," Dean replied, making a small cut on Tonks' wrist. The blood seeped red and Dean gave an approving nod. They ran through a few more tests, giving Severus a nod. "Renervate," Severus said, Tonks coming to with a small groan of pain. While she was conscious, she did not move from the floor, her body shaking slightly. "There's something wrong with her," Sam said, feeling the heat from the woman's skin. Saz stepped forward. "No." Harry looked to Severus. "Harry, I will not harm her," Saz said. "What happened in the past was necessary." "It's not that," Harry said. "You should be using your grace as a last resort." Severus nodded in agreement. "I will transport her to the infirmary." Severus acknowledged. "I'll come with," Sam added, scooping up the woman. You gonna give the kid his hearing back?" Draco stood glowering in the corner. Severus waved his wand. "To bed, the both of you," Severus ordered. Draco gave a huff. "Fine." He sniffed, grabbing Harry by the wrist. But we will be using your quarters. Space Draco. Severus warned. The only answer was the door slamming shut. Line break, line break, line break. Lilith scowled before punching the mirror, shattering it into several pieces. Leslie, you better have not done what I think you have. A shrill voice shouted from the other side of the bathroom door. Leslie. Lilith tore down the shower curtains, and broke the sink to pieces in her rage. She had lost the perfect host. There was a banging at the door. Lilith grabbed the pair of scissors that had clattered against the floor, opening the door and plunging them into what she assumed was her new host's mother. The woman took a staggering step back, revealing several children behind her. Dude, Leslie. Another teen said in disbelief before a slow smile came onto his face. A blonde girl stepped forward and pulled the weapon out of the woman. So now what? The girl asked, several of the teens looking towards Lilith. The demon let her eyes go white and smiled at them. You want to cause some mayhem. Line break, line break, line break. It was early morning when Sam returned to his quarters. Tonks had several illnesses from malnutrition and exposure to the elements, not to mention the normal wear and tear of being used as a meat suit. Severus had said it would be a few days before she was ready to go back to her normal life. How's Pinky? Dean asked, making Sam nearly jump out of his skin. He hadn't noticed his brother sitting on his bed. Tonks will be fine, Sam replied. He set down several potions that Severus had given him. Dean picked one up, inspecting it slightly before setting it back on the nightstand. These potions, how you did that? Dean asked tersely. What? No, Sam denied. He gave a small scoff. That's ridiculous. These are for sleep. Damn it then, how Sammy? Dean yelled, getting to his feet. Sam threw his jacket into the closet, ignoring his brother as he walked into the bathroom. You better tell me what the hell is going on. Dean demanded, slamming his fist against the bathroom door. Don't make me keep Harry away from you. The door swung open, a livid Sam on the other side. Excuse me. Dean stood his ground, despite his brother staring down at him. You heard me. Sam pushed his brother away from him. You can't do that. Yes I can. Says who? Sam asked in anger. Dean simply glared at him. Fine. I had a demon helping me when you were gone. Enhancing my powers with her blood. I haven't had any since getting here, and I probably just used the rest of it. Sam lied. I was tired of waiting around. I needed to move on. I couldn't do it alone. Waiting around. Waiting around. Dean shouted. He shoved his brother back in anger. You fucking son of a bitch. I begged you to save me, and you were out with some demon. I couldn't do anything, Sam confessed, pulling at his hair. You don't think I tried. Classes start soon, Saz informed them. The brothers looked over, stress written on their faces. Harry is in the Great Hall. He is, okay, for the time being. Dean jerkily nodded and breezed past both of them to the flow. Saz gazed at Sam, searching for answers, but the taller human locked himself away in the bathroom. The angel looked skyward, extending his fingers up just enough to appear longing. Line break, line break, line break. Try this one, Harry, Draco said, handing his friend a tart. Harry stared at it in disinterest. There was a chill from behind him. And he heard Draco make a small noise of fear. Harry turned to find the bloody Baron floating behind him. You are no Slytherin. No sir, Harry answered. The ghost seemed to consider him for a moment longer before nodding and moving along. There was a death grip on his arm and he was met with a grinning Draco. Harry cracked a smile. His friend's enthusiasm was always entertaining. The post flew in at that moment, Draco's large eagle Al-Nurid bringing a package from Draco's mother. Severus and Dean entered the hall at that time, each spotting the children thanks to this. They gave each other wary nods before walking beside one another. She sent us sweets, Draco said, sliding the box to Harry as he continued to read the note. His tone was off however, causing Harry to glance over at the note. The blonde quickly tried to get rid of it, but it was too late. Mudblood? Harry asked. Dean tensed up. Severus' dark gaze bore right into Draco, the pale boys gaining even more pallor. Well, you aren't. Most likely, Draco tried to cover. My mum is old-fashioned. Does it matter if I am? Harry asked, though he very well knew that he wasn't. Severus watched Draco anxiously, begging him not to falter. No, not at all, Draco said without hesitation, amazing Severus. Not with you. What about the others? Harry asked. He was just Harry. He did not matter, everyone else did. Harry looked up as Dean laid a hand on his shoulder. What Draco means is, he's relying on you to help change his views of Muggleborns. Harry mulled this over for a moment before nodding. And embracing his friend. A few of the older Slytherins scoffed and looked away. The younger ones slowly went back to eating, a few introducing themselves. Where's Sammy? Harry asked through a mouthful of bacon. Dean clenched his fist. Sleeping in. Don't worry about it, Dean said even as his brother walked into the hall. He smiled at Harry quickly before pulling Severus away with urgency. Dean watched the two of them before sitting down next to Harry. He forced a smile on his face and pulled his son closer, telling a horrible dad joke. Line break, line break, line break. Danny yapped excitedly as Harry walked him out to herbology. He waved to Hagrid who was about to enter the forest. The half-giant waved back, a big smile on his face. Ron shielded his eyes from the sun, complaining about the distance from the castle. A swift movement from the forest caught Harry's attention. He knew what it was without seeing. Unicorn, he whispered. Danny went wild, drawing everyone's attention. Harry gripped the leash a bit tighter, looping it once more around his wrist. Another flash of something, and Harry took off after it. The unicorn was in danger. Harry. Bloody hell mate. Where you going? Ron called after him. The gangly boy gave a yelp as Saz ran past him as well, barely catching Harry before the boy entered the forest. He quickly pulled away however when angry glowing blue eyes were turned to him. A few owlish blinks from the boy let him regain his breath. Unicorns, Papa. In the forest. Someone is after them. Someone. Saz asked in confusion. Harry nodded, then shook his head and stomped his foot. It's it. Harry shoved his hand down his shirt and pulled out the necklace. It feels like this. Line break, line break, line break. Wait, wait, wait. Voldemort is here, Dean asked in disbelief. How? He demanded, turning to Severus. The potion's master was looking down at his tattoo, which remained faded. He traced it carefully, as if afraid too much provocation would call the man to them. He nervously rapped his knuckle against his wrist before pulling down the sleeve. There is an artifact here in the school that may be able to bring the Dark Lord back. Severus admitted. He was a bit surprised when Sam nodded, while his brother scowled. The Apple of Eden, Saz said. We were told to keep Harry and Neville away from it. Longbottom, Severus said with a sneer. As if the boy would be of any use. Regardless, Sam said, leaning against the armrest of Severus' chair. I need to make a visit to Bobby soon. This stuff needs serious research and prep. Severus titled his head back against the chair in order to look up at Sam. There was a definite fear in the brown eyes. Not for himself, but of himself, and this confused the potion master. Tell Harry I went to go find you a rare ingredient or something. Of course, because lying to the child thus far has gone so swimmingly. Severus replied sarcastically. We will simply need to redirect his attention for a few days. Here's an idea. Tell him about his family already. Dean retorted, still pacing in worry. Severus looked away from the group in thought. Perhaps I could arrange something. The potion's master muttered, thinking of other possible candidates to speak with the boy about his family. A small chime sounded, marking the hour 10. How could he really trust the staff? However, if the Dark Lord was supposedly among them. He felt Sam shift slightly, drawing him out of his thoughts. If you desired a chair, perhaps you should have used what limited brain power you have to request one. Just like how he requests potions from you. Dean threw out without thinking, sounding bitter. Severus glared, a cutting remark prepared on his tongue when the flow roared to life. Severus. Miss Tonks is gone. Line break, line break, line break, line break, line break, line break. Here you are, Lily. Marcaine said, throwing the weakened Tonks at her feet. Lilith smiled, pleased with her new band of followers. She had never heard of humans willingly wanting to be possessed, but it was truly remarkable. A beam of red shot past her head, missing by mere centimeters. Lilith laughed, stalking towards Tonks. Her pink hair was muddied, clothes torn. The witch winced as nails dug into her face, forcing her to look at Lilith. You are nothing compared to me. Tonks laughed. That why you were so desperate for me back then. She quipped. I really do hate that accent. Black smoke moved into the witch, her body convulsing violently. Though I guess I have to deal with it. We getting our demons back? Salab asked, the others looking up at her in question. Red Eyes looked around at the eager teens. Her eyes turned white. Last two standing, she said in a sing-song voice, prancing out of the room. The door clicked softly behind her as the sounds of fighting ensured. Now let's see what's new in this noggin of yours. The skin bubbled in agitation. Hush now. Images of T.H.E. Winchesters flittered across her mind. You should consider yourself lucky. An angel, I plan to keep you safe as my host. A boy, Lilith flinched back, Tonks gaining some control over her body to grab at her wand. The white-eyed demon quickly recovered, causing black fire to come from the wand. A small giggle escaped her. Give me a spell, little witch. Igminti. Black water streamed out, puddling beneath her feet. Bare feet caused small ripples. Line break, line break, line break. I've told you, Severus. They looked like two students. The door is charmed to create a diagnostic test for every student. Which is how dangerous afflictions are caught early on. I moved closer to Miss Tonks, bed because these two's reports did not come out correctly. Madame Pomfrey held up the parchments for Severus to see. Sam wandered over, leaving Dean to inspect the area on his own. What language is that? Sam asked, taking the paper from her and turning away. Madame Pomfrey made to berate the man. A silent warning from Severus stopped her. She raised an eyebrow that Severus had made any move to keep her silent, but a startled noise from the taller Winchester cleared things up. Idiocypriot, which means we have no way of deciphering it. Poppy gave a small tut, pulling out her wand. Magic Deary. It can do amazing things. The ink on the page began top move, rearranging itself slowly. We got sulfur, Sammy. Dean called out from his position by the head of the bed. This is a warning. From Lilith. Sam said. She knows we're here. You will have to make haste in finding a way to stop her. Saz said. But we still must keep Harry away. I would suggest leaving after his potions class this Friday. I will tell him that you were sent for Spindlewerven, while also having the half-giant occupy his time. Severus proposed, already sending off a deer to the Hufflepuff head of house. Pomfrey, you will not speak of anything you saw today. But I need to report. The ones who took Miss Tonks were not students. There is nothing to report. Severus said firmly. Poppy set her lips in a stern line. Mr. Winchester has not been in for his yearly examination. He is scheduled for tomorrow morning. But considering this extreme upset of my ward, Saz looked around the pristine infirmary in confusion. I will be moving it to Saturday morning. She gave a small huff and returned to her office, snapping the door shut. I think she just might be on our side. Dean said, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, well, we're gonna need a lot more if the headmaster finds out about your son. Line break, line break, line break. Albus sat in his office, considering his next course of action. It was difficult to find any information on the Winchesters. They had unexpectedly been away from home when the boy's letter came. So he could not investigate their belongings. The elders' rooms were warded even against him, for which he cursed the founders. It still bothered him that he could not enter their minds. Something about Sam screamed squib, yet not. His theory of Dean being an anti-mage was proven to be erroneous. Surprisingly by Severus, whom charmed the Dada assistant's hair bright blue for the duration of lunch. The methodic tap of thought on the wooden desk filled the room. Sam and Severus seemed to be friends. The dark potions professor did not seem as tense or bitter when the taller man was around. He had no idea how this would affect his hold over Severus. He would need to enter the boy's mind. He would request the boy's presence halfway through his potions lesson. That would eliminate at least two of his protectors from coming with him. Dean and Castiel would be teaching as well. It would be simple, and all his questions would be answered. Line break, line break, line break, line break. Harry looked up in surprise as his snowy white owl landed on the table across from him. She spat out a few letters, snatched a piece of bacon and flew off. Danny took this as an invitation to also steal some bacon, and ended up knocking the whole plate onto the floor. Harry sighed and picked up the mail. One was from Madame Pomfrey, advising him that his checkup was the next morning. He vaguely worried about it, but tossed the letter in his bag, deciding to talk with Saz about it later. The next was from the headmaster. Career counseling. He wondered out loud. Hermione popped up beside him, making him jump about a foot in the air. It must be a mistake. Career counseling doesn't begin until 3rd year. You must tell Professor McGonagall right away so that she knows she made a mistake." Hermione rattled off in one breath. Harry scrubbed at his face wearily. "It's from the headmaster," he replied, hoping that would deter her. "Maybe it's because you are technically a foreign exchange student. He probably wishes to speak with you about your family's jobs and if you will transfer to Ilvermorny." At Harry's blank stare she continued. "Ilvermorny is the American school of witchcraft and wizardry." Quote, "I doubt it. Uncle Sam loves it here. Even if Dad and Paul left to America again, I would stay here." "I like it here," Harry said. "It's more likely that we all stay though. Do you know how to get to the headmaster's office?" Harry nodded, skimming the last paper. It was an invitation from Hagrid for Danny to play with Fang, and for him to have some tea. He shrugged and mentally agreed to go. The chimes sounded and most of the student body began to move. Harry gathered his things and made his way over to the Slytherin table. He spotted the shock of Platinum Blonde and made his way towards it, only to suddenly pitch forward as an older student shoved him from behind. "Watch it, Mudblood." The clattering of inkwells on stone was clear in the almost empty hall. "Har!" Y gave a small shout as his wrist connected harshly with the ground and rolled onto his back. "Your stupid Muggle parents aren't around to help you now." Harry gave a low growl, the boy falling to his knees, screaming loudly. The heat from his necklace shocked Harry out of his trance, his attacker wheezing loudly as he hastily retreated. Harry looked around, seeing the looks of fear and awe on the faces around him. "My father will be hearing about this," Draco shouted after the panicked 6th year. Severus placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "This may cause complications. Line break, line break, line break. Is there any reason for her to be targeted for kidnapping?" Albus asked. Alistair paced, his leg thumping rhythmically. "No, I haven't revealed that much to her," Alistair said. "Unless, do you believe in demons, Albus?" The headmaster inclined his head slightly, having heard the tale of the first wizard, and wanting to see what Alistair was thinking. "I have reason to believe that Mons are behind the disappearance of Harry Potter. Tonks, she's too good at getting information that she doesn't need to be hearing. She must have heard about Potter being gone, and they wanted to tie up loose ends." Another of our trainees, Tlevin, went following a fake note from Tonks, got himself possessed. "The boy was coming after me, Albus. These demons do not want people knowing about them, or Harry Potter. Do you think they are training the boy up? What if Voldemort has made a deal with them to get the boy?" "Well, Alistair, someone is coming up the stairs. Severus and 2 boys. Alistair interrupted, his eye whizzing around. Sure enough, a few moments later there was a knock at the door. "Enter." The 3 entered, Harry Winchester hiding behind Severus as Albus dropped his gaze on him. The other boy was standing as far from Harry as he could manage. "There was an altercation," Severus said slowly. "It seems Crespin thought it appropriate to harm someone 5 years beneath him." "Hey, he hurt me too, the freak." Harry clutched the back of Severus' robes tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. "Do you have any visible injuries?" Severus drawled. "Or a report sheet of injuries healed?" "No." "Then I find it difficult to believe. That thing is a fucking mudblood freak." There was a strangled cry from Harry before he disappeared. Severus whirled around in alarm. "Mr. Winches, Tear's defensive magic is extremely sensitive. The harm that Crespin claims was a reaction on Winchester's magic, causing him to be immobilized. He was putting bloody pictures in my head," Crespin shouted, tugging at his hair. "Horrible. Terrible. Deadly." The 6th year slid down the floor. Severus pulled his wand. "Point me." The wand spun rapidly before coming to slowing to point at the Forbidden Forest. When Alistair looked fit to shout, Albus held up a hand to pause him. "Professors Winchester and Novak are currently in the forest with Hagrid, attempting to rid a nasty boggart that is bothering the inhabitants. I am almost certain Harry's protective magic simply transported him to his parents. I must apologize. In my anger I must have projected thoughts onto Crespin." Albus looked over at the weeping boy. "Yes. Well, we all make mistakes. A few calming drafts and an overnight visit to the infirmary should do him good." Albus replied. He needed the Winchester boy, now more than ever. He suspected that Severus was not being truthful, but he could not alienate the man at this time. "Alistair, we can all travel down so you may speak to Pomfrey as well." Line break, line break, line break, line break. Saz and Hagrid made sure to shield their eyes as they each held their spray bottles of what Dean had dubbed Boggart Begone. Dean had chosen to be the one to lure out the Boggart, CL. Aiming that his fears posed no real threat to anyone. Currently they were listening to Dean's voice to lead them, waiting for the signal to open their eyes and shoot. Dean gave a triumphant grin as he saw something start to take shape in front of him. The Boggart would hold form for a few moments before attempting to mimic something else. He vaguely saw a few shapes: his father, Harry, Saz. He wasn't worried about these. His father had died for him. Harry loved him, and would always have others to care for him. Saz, he was not sure why the angel had appeared. He can't get a lock on me. What kind of pathetic monster are you? Dean said with a laugh. Hagrid chuckled slightly at this, his eyes firmly closed. Dean turned back to the monster, ready to gank it himself when Harry appeared in front of him, facing the monster. There was a horrific roar through the forest, several winged creatures scattering. The form just kept growing, beginning to tower even over Hagrid. Like wisps of black shadow held together by blackened bone. Harry, Ned Bone. Axe shadow held together by several winged creatures scattering. No real threat to anyone. What's going on? What is it? Saz asked in concern. Someone open your eyes. Now. Line break, line break, line break, line break. The Gryffindor common room had fallen into silence upon hearing the roar, McGonagall flowing into the room and ordering them all to the basement. Ron had at the moment been in the stairwell and upon taking a quick glance outside had nearly fainted on the spot. While rushing to his aid, Neville also saw the beast. 4 glowing red eyes burned into him. Slash slash slash. The Ravenclaws were quick to follow the evacuation procedure. Flitwick was worriedly running between paintings, ordering them to alert wandering students. He nearly ran into Miss Lovegood, who was staring off towards the ceiling. Before he could tell her to return to the line, she bolted. Flitwick stared after her in shock. The girl was known for her flowing movements, her light stepping. And yet she had just run off as if there was a hippogriff on her tail. Miss Lovegood, he squeaked. Slash. A few Hufflepuff students were standing outside the opening to their dorm, quickly ushering the other students inside. The thin ivy that decorated the doorway was becoming thicker and thorned as their head of house continued to chant. Poppy came around the corner, a neat line of floating patients behind her. Gerald, incoming patients. Tony, the Hufflepuff prefect, shouted down the tunnel. Gerald could be heard giving orders within the dorm. Students arriving. Isabella, the Ravenclaw prefect, called out, increasing her steps slightly as the foundation of the castle shook. Hurry inside, all of you, she ordered, pulling her wand and standing with Tony and Carmania outside the tunnel. Her partner, Alan, joined her once the last had gotten in. One's missing, he hissed to Isabella. She turned in surprise, seeing that his face was grim. Professor Flitwick is running around looking for her. But it doesn't look good. Slash slash slash. It's here, it's here, it's here. Crespin chanted, standing next to Severus in the hall. Severus cast a glance at the boy, concerned with what Harry had shown him. Draco was having a grand time ordering the Gryffindors into the common room along with the prefect, until he realized that Harry was not among them. You, Weasley, where is Harry? Draco demanded, pulling the boy to the side. Ron shook his head, still in shock from what he had seen. Severus pulled his wand, reciting the location spell once more. Line break, line break, line break, line break. Why won't he change? Dean shouted, running through the forest with Harry over his shoulder. It's 'cause we're all afraid of it now. I'm terrified myself, Hagrid explained. Dean could agree with that. Dean chanced a glance over his shoulder and realized that they were not being chased. In fact, the monster was now sitting in the clearing. I know what it is, Saz said suddenly, seeing the faintest hint of green irises behind the blood-red layer. Harry, you do not need to be afraid. Castiel is right, Harry, a soft voice said, causing Dean to jump. Luna gave Harry an encouraging nod. Harry looked at the beast. At a part of him, a part he feared. It's all right to talk about it, Harry. I didn't mean to put all those bad images in Crespin's head. I knew I couldn't use my angel powers on him. I don't know what I used, it just felt dark and I suspected this would happen, and you must realize I do not blame you for your actions. Harry looked to Saz with tear-filled eyes. It seems the legend of you wizards are true. Spawn of angel and demon, you hold both halves within you, melding them into something new. Harry, you are special. You are able to absorb my lost grace. And thus are able to separate these powers when you wish to, including those of the demon. I don't want demon powers. Harry whispered. And you needn't ever use them. Imagine it like drawing Harry. You are drawing your world with the prettiest of lilac, and sometimes you use the blue crayon instead, just for a change. The red crayon is sitting in the box. You must not let it get dull, Harry. You do not have to draw with it, but you have to sharpen it. You never know when you will need to use that red crayon, and you do not want it to be unusable when that time comes. We will not let you lose control of your powers again. I promise, Dean said, hoping the promise would not bite him in the ass later. Harry turned back to the boggart and it quickly shrunk down, to something even more horrifying to Dean. It was Vernon Dursley, face absolutely purple with rage. He didn't think Harry was his. Shot after shot rang out in the forest. Saws quickly reacted and doused the boggart in their solution, causing it to melt away. Dean pointed his gun downward, chest heaving from the large gasps he was taking. He felt Harry place a hand on his arm and he looked down. We need to talk. That's it for today. I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.